Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to another Perspective Philosophy live stream. I hope you're all having a lovely night. Tonight we're going to be doing a Q&A, playing some games, having some call-ins, and all in all, doing some philosophy. We might even react to some videos, and even comment on the Donald Trump, tweet. It would be tweet, wouldn't it? About how a president needs perfect anonymity. Anonymity? No. It's not anonymity. Oh no, immunity. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna have a look at that, and yeah. Yeah. Sorry guys, sorry I'm a bit late. I did actually put this back an hour, thinking I would get back in time and give myself an extra hour. So like, I was gonna start this stream at. I didn't actually set it for this time, but I was gonna start it at 6:30, and then I thought, no, I should give myself till 7:15. And then that way I'll definitely be back. And I got back just before 7:15. Yeah. You can also watch the Trinity debate between Danny versus IP. I linked it in the request. Yeah, absolutely. I'll watch that, Endo. Absolutely. I think that'll be fun. Okay, so I have to just make sure that everyone knows I'm live. Oh. All right. All right, handsome boy. There's a good lad. There's a good boy. Hey, don't do that to yourself. All right. Hello, Plant Abuser. Hello, Lord Pastor. Hello, Hound. I hope you're having a nice night. And Endo as well. I think it's on top chat. I have to put that in a live chat. And there we go. I need to go and change the title of the stream on Twitch. We're actually seeing some growth on Twitch, guys, which is nice for the first time. I'm actually seeing some Twitch movement. Oh, that's me. That's me. That's okay. It's afternoon here. It's nighttime here. It's 8 p.m. It's actually 7:40 p.m. Excuse me. And did you wanted us to players in Hearthstone? You're welcome to players in Hearthstone, by the way, Endo. You're absolutely welcome. Okay. Oh dear Lord. Okay, so this one was sent in by Endo. This is Danny versus Michael Jones on the Trinity.
Hey, what's going on, IP?
What's going on? How you doing?
I wanted to ask about the Trinity. So the way that I understand, I mean, the problem for this, I think there's a logical problem. It's
Oh, thanks very much, XP. I really hope so too.
just a counting issue, whether we count to one God or three gods.
Like, it's not gods, it's God, and it's not a counting issue because you're taking identity to be purely qualitative or quantitative rather than qualitative. So it's understanding how we are able to form logically quantitative judgments in the first place so that we can talk about quantity in ontological terms. So it's not just about counting. It's about how you formulate identity such that you can even talk about having separations in numbers and what that actually ontologically entails. So that's really what's going on. It's not just a mere quantitative problem. So the Trinity, it being 1 and 3, it in many ways there's loads of examples about how, you know, something in the way that you describe it, you can talk about something being 1 and 3, right? You could talk about, or one in multiples, right? And it'd be absolutely fine. The only time it would form a problem is if you take a reality to be only describable as particulars and monads, and you say that this is like everything is modernistic, and individual particular units which are not interconnected or interrelate, and that's when you're going to have problems. I think we debate with Stephen Godfrey went Stephen Godfrey went all right. I think a while ago that was don't think we have yeah, I don't know. It was all right, yeah. Yeah, okay.
And I think the standard way of counting is using identity. So if I say Mark Twain is an author, and Samuel Clemens is an author, if we stipulate that they're the same person, which they are, we count one author. Okay. And that's going to be true whether you say Mark Twain is human, they're going to be one human, right? So the idea is that we count one if they're identical. If they're distinct, right? So let's say Mark Twain isn't an author and Samuel Clemens is, then we'd count 2 humans if we were to predicate human of both. So in the same way, if we say Jesus is God, the Father is God.
But it's whether the predicate which is being separated is quantifiably 3. It's one God, but 3 persons. So we can say that they share consubstantially the substance of godhood, but they are all equally God, yet 3 distinct persons. The thing is that the issue is that you want to conflate the identity of God as a singular with personhood, and that's what's causing the problem.
The Holy Spirit is God, and they're distinct. If we use the same counting method there, you're going to count 3 gods. I wonder what you thought about that.
So one thing I would specify with regards to this is, as I mentioned earlier in this hangout, we tend to be assuming physical parameters and not talking about mental parameters. So my question for you is, since God is a mind, we have to understand him in philosophy of mind. He's an agent, right? How would you define an agent?
Well, I'm fine to stipulate an agent is not in space and time or immaterial. You're still going to, because at the end of the day, Christians count 3 persons. Okay.
Yeah, but he's asking you, like, I mean, that, like, just saying what you don't say is an agent isn't explaining, like, I don't think he's saying that you were going to say that an agent is in space and time. It's more about how you understand agency and how it actually is formulated. Like that's the point. Like, even if you were to believe, like, you could be a Christian and make the same error.
Okay. So it doesn't matter what your account or your metaphysics is of agency. It could be immaterial, non-natural. I can grant that.
That's not what I'm asking now. I'm asking literally.
Well, it absolutely does matter about what your metaphysics is. In order for you to be able to say that they don't share one substance, like, that's essentially it. Like that it really, really matters. Actually, that your metaphysics is kind of what we're doing here.
Literally, how would you define what an agent is?
Well, basically a thing that operates on the basis of reasons, but that doesn't really matter. I don't see the thing is that whether we're using a counting method that's consistent, and it seems like when you're counting the persons of God, you count 1, 2, 3 persons. You count, in the case of Samuel and Mark, you count 2 persons. But suddenly, when you predicate God of 3 distinct entities, you're counting 1, and I don't know why you're using it.
Well, look at it like this: like, how do you understand the unity of the person throughout time, space, and time? and what unifies their personhood. Is it their particularity? Is it the particular instances of their experiences? Is it something that is universal? And is it not related to their instances? Are they ever actually fully themselves? Right? Like these are the questions. Like, if how you answer this question define in how you define personhood in general, in the self, is vitally important. Such that if the self is understood in a trinary relationship, and that trinary relationship, when perfected, implies three logical modes of self-relation, which, when absolutely perfect, imply three persons, then you've got God. That's kind of the point. Like, it's how you understand the self in the first place. This is metaphysics. This is philosophy of mind. It's not something that you can just sort of, oh yeah, we'll just hand wave it. This applies to all philosophy. I mean, in the sense that, yes, identity, relations, and logic applies to all philosophies, sure, but how you understand those identities and how they relate, such that you gain the quality that makes the quantitative relationship intelligible, is not something you're going to get without actually engaging in an ontology.
Different counting method.
Well, I'm trying to get there. It's not about that. When we get into philosophy of mind, we see that things can be 2 in 1 or 3 in 1. So this is why I'm trying to talk about an agent. So would you agree with Marcus?
Hegel? No, man, I've never heard of Hegel before in my life. Who's Hegel? Hello, Yax. Epic.
Schulzer's definition, when he says in very general terms, an agent is a being with the capacity to act. An agency denotes the exercise or manifestation of this capacity. So an agent is a being that can act. Would you agree with that definition?
Yeah, I take if there's one agent, it's one person, though. That's my understanding. Yeah. Here's
the problem, though, is when we start getting deeper into the philosophy of agency, we start to encounter issues. So, there are different ways you can even understand your own agency. You can understand it in the sense you just described, as sort of like this little man in the head that decides between different desires. So you have, like, maybe for lunch, you have a desire to have pizza, but you also have a desire to eat healthy. So you want a salad. You're weighing these different desires and you're deciding between them. That's you, the agent, deciding. However, Alfred Mealy, Michael McKenna, no, there is more to agency than just that. There's another way we can understand agency, which is the collection of all your desires, your dispositions, your experiences, your memories. So you can talk about your agency in terms of that little man deciding between different desires, or the whole collection of yourself as an agent in terms of all your thoughts, dispositions, desires, emotions, dreams, goals. All of that stuff can be understood as your agent. So in one sense, you can talk about your agency in that broad sense, but also a narrow sense. But you're still you, right? You're still one person. You wouldn't say you're two persons, but there you can talk about yourself in terms of two aspects of your own agency.
Yeah, you see, if it's a problem of logic, we're talking about form. It doesn't matter what the variables are, because
if you're talking about form, then you're talking about metaphysics, and you're not talking about pure logic. Like, if you're talking about logic in the sense of it being ontologically real, then yes, it does matter about whatever we're talking about and how we derive agency in the first place, such that we derive any substance or any identity, such that we can say that something has, like, for example, two zebras both share the substance of zebra, but are separate in the fact that they are distinct particular instances of being zebras, right? So, like, how would you be able to account for this if you didn't have a metaphysic, an ontology, which explained the differences between universals and particulars and specific individuals, such that you can then derive subjects or like persons in this respect, or like, in relation to willing acting agents, right?
The logical form is if A and B are identical and you predicate C of A and B, you're going to count one C. If they're distinct, you're going to count two C's. It doesn't matter what A and B stands for: agency, mind, person, Jesus, the Father. It doesn't matter what A and B is. The point, if we're talking about logic, you're dealing with sense. You could deal. It's how we're reasoning to a conclusion. It's not what the content of the variables are, right? So
okay, but you didn't actually respond to what I said, though.
You're not really responding to what I'm saying. How are you counting?
Okay, so again, you're looking at physical parameters. Yes, in the physical world, we're talking. Let me finish. Let me finish. When you're talking about physical things, yes, they cannot be 3 in 1. But in the mental world, it's far different.
Oh, well, then if that's true, then how are you counting three persons in the Trinity?
Because Father, Son, and Spirit are one being.
No, you count 1, 2, 3 persons, right? Not one person. You're not a Unitarian, right? You're not a Unitarian. You're counting 1, 2, 3 persons, right?
Right.
But if you're using my counting method, presumably,
Like, why? Like, but he's already just said, like, this is something what we are talking about. We're talking about pure logical self-relation, such that it is essence's relation to itself, and that this isn't the same for, or really not. It would be better to say contingent beings or material beings than it is for an absolutely perfect being. So, like, the difference is the perfection, really, right? And the way in which we interrelate with ourselves is an imperfect aspect of that, right? Or an imperfect relation, or even way objects relate to themselves, an imperfect relation of what is perfected in God. It's just
because the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are distinct. They're all personal, so you count 3 persons.
Mm-hmm. And
so you're wrong about saying that this counting method only applies to physical things, right? You apply it to the persons of the Trinity.
Again, that is not an actual objection, because again, I'm talking about how the parameters are going to be far different in philosophy of mind, where you can have one agent being understood in 2 aspects, or you can have 3 persons being of one being. That's not illogical.
How are you counting to one? Look, this is the way I understand it. Jesus,
this is why he's saying that, like, in the same sense as we would say that all zebras share a universal relation such that it would be the same essence. And I wouldn't have said philosophy of mind, as just, I would have just said, like, this isn't the same for formal relation. Or rather that this is what we're talking about here is formal relation, such that it explains the materiality, and that what you're assuming is essentially that there are already distinct monads. You're not actually talking about how they become themselves, such that their identity, their personhood is directly relative to their interrelation. So it's like the being God is what makes 3 persons. There are 3 persons in the substance of God that unify and make one single God, such that there is one substance. That's the idea, right?
the Father and the Holy Spirit are distinct, correct? That I'm fine with supporting. That's being supported in the scriptures, whatever. Okay. Now, because they're distinct, if you say that Jesus is personal, the Father is personal, the Holy Spirit is personal, how many persons are there, IP?
There are 3 persons of God.
Right. And so you're applying a counting method to something that's outside the physical, namely the counting method that I presented earlier.
You just said it, outside of the physical, yeah.
Right. But you said that the counting method that I presented only applied to the physical, and that's namely false.
Again, because the parameters you're setting.
No, he's saying that the way in which you're engaging with this is to assume distinct material set physical beings which are already mediated. They're sort of immediately presented, and it depends upon IP's metaphysics here. I think it's a little bit more. I think you can talk about objects like this in general, but he's talking about this from the point of essence or logical relation, like in relation to being in essence, such that it isn't defined by a material condition that is a petrified intelligence, as Hegel would call it. So it's like the difference is. That's fine. The difference is that these are already distinct monads made to be already perfect, already mediated by a prior series of events. Now, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, but in some respects, but I see what he's getting at. These are contingent beings already mediated. Their mediation is such to make them a single unified whole, and that's what we're engaging with. Now, if we were to talk about the immaterial aspect of that being and the material aspect of that being, we can start talking about it in 2 separate senses, universality and particularity, such that we can say, although it's one being, it's 2. And this is what he's actually relating it to. It's like, how are we understanding logical self-relation? How do we understand the concept of identity in the first place, which is what makes X equals X in the first place? And the point that Christians are making is it's a trinary relationship between universality, particularity, and individuality, such that there are 3 distinct logical moments when perfected are essentially self-relation, perfect self-relation of a single mind to itself from three distinct persons, making it consubstantial.
Setting up are only a problem within the physical world.
What statement is that?
You're assuming this is a problem in philosophy of mind. And I'm already starting to show you that agency itself can be quite complicated when we start talking about this in philosophy of mind.
I don't see how it's relevant. Once again,
Of course you don't.
it doesn't matter what your philosophy of mind is. Do you accept that counting method where if A and B are identical and you predicate C, you count one C? If they're distinct, you count two Cs. Do you accept that counting method?
No, because it doesn't apply in philosophy of mind.
Well, then, if you're not using that counting method, then Scripture is compatible with Unitarianism.
No, it isn't, because it says that Jesus is God, it says the Father is God, it says the Holy Spirit is God, it says there's one God.
But the point is that you're counting three persons because
Yes, three persons, one God. There is like you're assuming that person equals God. Like you're making a really stupid mistake, right? Like I get it's confusing, but three persons, one God, right? Person and God not interchangeable. You're a person, but you're not God. Can you see how that works?
they're distinct, right?
Yeah.
So that means that you're counting via identity, which is the counting method I'm presenting that you're saying it only applies to the physical.
Like I've already said in this thing, I'm a monarchical Trinitarian. So I say that the Father is identical with God. Jesus and the Holy Spirit are God in a predicative sense.
Oh, wait. Okay. Well, I think that leads to another issue. But do you accept the counting method that I presented? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Then how are you?
I disagree with IP's take on like he's using a monarchical account, and I think that's wrong. I think that you should understand God, the truth of God, being unified in the Spirit, really, or Christ, or that the Spirit is the interrelation between the dyad, or the dialectical relationship of the identity of God, and that's where they are all essentially necessary for the existence of God and the truth of God.
Counting to three persons.
Again, I'm counting it within philosophy of mind, and I was trying to explain it to you, but you didn't actually let me finish. You went up back to this counting thing as if I already accepted it.
Okay, so to clarify, you reject counting by identity.
In philosophy of mind, yes.
Okay, so then if Danny is a mind, inspiring philosophy is a mind, Danny, of course, is not identical to IP, so how many minds are there?
There are two minds in that case, yeah.
You're using the counting method that you're namely rejecting. You're being inconsistent.
But you're using something that's a disanalogy, so it doesn't work.
Well, you just said that the philosophy of mind uses this unique counting system, and you just apply.
No, like what he should say is that in relation to metaphysics, there is a separate way to understand being and how we understand and formulate identity in the first place, such that it makes intelligible the concept of counting and quantitative relationships. So that I can say that you're one person, I'm another person in the first place, is because our personhood is being mediated through already presumed philosophy. It's the conclusion. It's not the presumption or the predicate. It's the conclusion that has already been mediated by a relationship between ourselves in space and time, by our relationship with other objects and each other. Like it's not something that just sort of comes to you naturally. And oh yeah, I'm just a person, 100%. Yeah, I know exactly what that means. And what's more annoying about this is that if you can see this Trinitarian relationship in all objects to an imperfect degree.
By the counting system that I offered.
Yeah, and then you used an analogy that doesn't work with what I was talking about.
That's not an analogy. It's an example of how we count.
Okay, but yeah.
I'm not a monarchical Trinitarian or a coda.
Again, we're talking about two actual distinct minds. And then again, this doesn't apply to God, though, as I've been trying to explain it to you.
I thought, maybe I misunderstood you. I thought you said that the counting method that I offered doesn't apply to the philosophy of mind. Is that correct?
I'm saying it doesn't apply in philosophy of mind. That doesn't mean it cannot be used at certain times to count different minds. But it does not necessarily apply in all of philosophy of mind, is my point. We can find examples where it doesn't work.
Okay, so then to get this right, I thought you were saying that my counting method only applies to the physical. You didn't say that in the previous 5 minutes.
I'm trying to draw this distinction because, again, this counting whole thing is not even an objection to the Trinity. It's just a total miss.
I agree that it's not an objection to the Trinity because we have to understand what quantity is and what it means to count. What it means to, like, essentially, what are we talking about? Like, Why is the times when I'll talk, like if I talk about, like let's say I'll talk about a whole apple, yet it's comprised of millions of atoms, right? Like why would I talk about the whole apple? What unifies those atoms, such are those particulars, like such that I will talk about it as a unified being? Like these are the kind of questions that are necessary to answer in relation to any consideration of how quantity and quality interrelates. This is why Hegel's so base, man.
Okay, it is an objection. If you use the counting method I present, you count 3 gods. That's correct, which means that you have to reject the counting method.
Yeah, I told you I reject the counting method because, again, we don't define. Let me finish. We don't say there are 3 gods. We say there is one God, and that God is 3 persons. So when you apply this counting method, you're presupposing 3 gods in the counting method. Therefore, the objection never applies to the actual doctrine of the Trinity. It's fallacious.
Okay, I thought you were saying the counting method there only applies to things that are in the physical. Were you not saying that?
I was saying that you basically are using that with physical parameters. But yeah, you can count things in a lot of different places, but I was trying to talk about how actual agency works and why it wouldn't apply with our understanding of agency.
Okay, again, if even with respect to souls or agency, or if the idea is that I'm an agent and I'm distinct from you, so there are 2 agents, right? That's
how do you mark the distinction? How do you know that there is a different qualitative difference or a quantitative difference? So you can say there is 1, there is 2, there is 3, or there's 1, and then there's another 1. How do you mark identity and difference in the first place? This conversation really should be, and to be fair, I will say Michael's not doing the best in this, and I think he needs to make this clear. We need to talk about the foundation of quantitative and qualitative judgments and identity and difference. What allows us to make quantitative and qualitative judgments? What are the transcendental foundations, or even just the logical foundations for all of these thoughts?
We agree on that counting method, okay?
Define what agency is again.
It doesn't matter. It could be a variable.
Yes, it does. It absolutely does.
We already went over this. You already got the definition.
No, I've already explained an agent. Actually, there are 2 aspects of your own agency, yet you are one agent. Your agency can be understood in 2 ways, right? Can it not?
I mean, I don't understand. If you're saying that within agency you can have multiple persons, I really don't know what's being said. So
let me finish then. Can I finish explaining that whole thing then before we went off on this whole counting tangent?
Well, I think this is irrelevant, but go ahead.
Okay. So again,
what I don't like more than anything is I feel like Danny has a script here that he's trying to drive home. He's like, look, I've solved it. I've done it. It's not a conversation. And that's what I think I dislike about this most. It's like, even if, right, let's say Danny was right, this isn't how you should go about it anyway. And that's what I don't like about this most, where it's like, it's like you feel the eyes of the audience on you. I get that. You feel that you've got to drive something home. But considering your opponent isn't engaging like that, maybe meet him with the same respect that he's meeting you, such that you can have a conversation. Like, that's what I would, in many ways, that's the most cogent critique against Danny. Like, because it's just like, okay, I get it. You feel the pressure, but do you really have to behave like this? Do you not really want to, like, develop the conversation, go through it, and then say, right, well, what I was saying about the counting method still applies. Listen to his point, and then see if it's still applicable. Then you can actually explicate the topic, right?
Okay, as I said, agent is typically defined as someone who can act and decides between different things, like desires or emotions, right? However, Daniel Dennett will even argue that no, agency can have a much broader aspect. You can understand your agency in this idea that it's a collection of all of your desires, your emotions, your dreams. For example, if you drive down the highway, you don't have to consciously decide to push the pedal. You don't have to consciously decide to walk down the street. You're doing that on autopilot. Daniel Dennett says, I have created and unleashed an agent who is myself. If it acts to produce harm, the manufacturer is held responsible. So he's talking about this broad sense of agency that I was getting at. We create this sort of broad sense of agency that is still us. We talk about this in our language. Sometimes we say things like, I'm too hard on myself. How are you too hard on yourself if it's just you? We understand our agency can be understood in 2 different ways, the broad and the narrow sense. So if we can understand our own agency in 2 different ways, yet we still see ourselves as one, how are we not 2 in 1?
Yeah, my logical problem is not I have 3 in 1.
Like, it is a problem, though. It is. Right? Can you not see what he's saying? He's saying how you understand the relationship between identities, what forms an identity, such that I can mark and make distinctions between certain aspects of a thing, and yet say it's one thing, or that it's many things. I can say, a table is made of many atoms, yet it's one table. How do we do this? How do we make these distinctions? How do we understand the identities at play here, especially in terms of a real identity? That's what's being discussed. It's a foundation of quantity itself, of quantity relations. So I can talk about one thing existing in one sense, but two things, three things in another sense. How do we do that? That's what he's really trying to bring into the fold here.
One shampoo. There's nothing wrong with saying 3 in 1. Here's the issue, right? Just like you say, if we say Jesus is personal, the Father is personal, the Holy Spirit is personal, you count 3 persons. Now, using your sense of agency, here's the question now. Is Jesus an agent?
Yes.
Is the Father an agent?
Yes.
And the Holy Spirit is an agent?
Yes.
And they're all distinct. So
Yes.
if you're using the same counting method to count persons, to count agents, you're going to get 3 agents.
Right.
But he's talking about different, like, you're talking like as if I use any counting method to talk about any distinct thing, I still have to relate it to what I'm talking about. He's not saying that agency is godhood, right? So you need to ask him, well, what is the separation here between agency and godhood? That's the question you need to ask. And if you can show that's identical, then yes, he is in contradiction, because he's saying 3 and 1 simultaneously. But if he's saying 1 and 3 mean the same thing in different ways, it's not a problem. Like, if they all share godhood, but do not share, let's say, the unity of the Trinity in the same way, that their relational identity is different, such that how the Father relates to the Son, how the Son relates to the Spirit, how the Father relates to the Spirit, it's all different, depending upon the person in question. If that marks the distinction, that's a difference which makes them discernible in one aspect or in one characteristic, but not in another, which would be godhood. Now, that means there wouldn't be a contradiction. The issue is how you're looking at it. And unless you actually listen to the guy and think, and actually take it, like, just take a step back and go, what are we talking about? How do I know what a thing is? It's like, it's infuriating to think that he thinks that you can do this without ontology, without metaphysics. You can't do this without metaphysics. I don't even know what the fuck you're doing if you think you're doing it without metaphysics.
Okay, so then that means that if I don't see how you don't see the problem. If we say Jesus is God, the Father is God, and the Holy Spirit is God, and they're not identical, using the same counting method, right? We're going to count 3 gods.
Notice the shift you just made there. You shifted from agent to God at the end. The whole thing was 3 persons, 3 agents. And all of a sudden, your last statement is 3 gods. So
yeah, agent, I will say, like, it's kind of clear that IP is saying an agent is not equivocal to God, right? That's the crux of his argument. But he's not able to understand that it's the crux of his argument because he's not actually engaging with him.
You switched the definition of the last sentence there.
No, well, you understand logic. There's a form. The form is this. If A, B, and C are distinct, and you predicate, let's say, X of each of them, you get 3 X's. That's the counting method that you're using for persons and agents. But suddenly there's a magical exception when it comes to the term God, and I don't get it.
Because, again, I was trying to explain this to you, that, again...
Well, no, it's not like a magical exception. Actually, it's a substantial exception, such that if they are all predicated of God, that they are all perfect instantiations of the same substance. There's one substance. There's 2 zebras, but there's only one zebraness. Like, the way in which this works in metaphysics in general, there's one human nature, but there are many humans, right? Like, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, that's not how it works. You're assuming a metaphysics which is making identity modernistic and then saying, well, these are distinct monads which are incompatible to each other and are clearly distinct identities. And you're running upon a different understanding of metaphysics than inspiring philosophy. And that's the problem. And that's causing the problem. But you aren't talking about metaphysics.
In philosophy of mind, you can see yourself as one being, even though you see yourself in the sense of 2 and 1 with your broad and narrow sense. Why couldn't God be 3 and 1?
I'm not disputing the 3 and 1 thing. I'm disputing this.
Okay.
I really don't understand how you're counting.
Okay.
Are you counting? Do you think you're counting consistently?
Yes. And again, this counting thing doesn't work. Again, let me go back to my analogy of Moon Knight, which I brought up earlier. In the actual show Moon Knight, he is one being who is 3 persons: Mark, Stephen, and Jake. Stephen is not Mark. Mark is not Jake. Jake is not Stephen. Yet they are all part of the same mind.
Okay. Do you predicate? So you're saying there's one being and 3 persons. I'm sorry, I don't know the names.
So you could say that he's saying there's one mind or one substance and 3 persons. That, like, think of it like that. Like, please, just for a second, just imagine 3 separate persons, 3 separate but one single mind or one single substance, right? Like, please, just for a second.
I've never seen this show. Here's where it's applicable to this is how it's relevant to my issue. Each of the persons would you predicate being of each?
Being?
Yeah.
Depends
So
on how you define being.
Because remember, being here is analogous to God, right?
Okay. So you're saying being is analogous to God. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, but so's essence, and like, it's not analogous in the sense that it is at the point of perfect unity, but like essence and being, in the sense that, like, if we say like being is analogous to God, yeah, sure, I guess like being in and of itself is part of God, but does not exhaust Godness, right? We're not saying that God is being. No, we say he's something higher than that. We don't say God is essence. We say he's something higher than that, something more than that. We don't say God is spirit in the sense that he is, well, actually probably would say God is spirit because it's unity of being and essence, but we wouldn't say God is merely individuality in this respect. He's something higher than that. He is all 3 simultaneously. That's what defines the substance being complete, absolutely perfect, necessary, self-contained. That's the idea.
So that's the term. Instead of the term God, we're using being. Okay, so that means that each of those persons, you're going to predicate being, right? So what are the names of these people? Sorry.
Okay, so being, is you're saying, is analogous to God. So Jake, Stephen, and Mark in the show Moon Knight are 3 persons of one being.
And one being, and the term being represents the term God. If we were to, because you're drawing an analogy with this in the Trinity, right?
Right.
Okay, so being and God that's the analogous term,
Sure.
right?
Sure, we can do that.
Okay, so then in your Moonlight example, would you say that person 1 is a being?
I don't know if I would have said that. I think that might have been. I would have said God is the absolute. That's that. It's like, what is the absolute? Something that's absolutely so. The absolute is self-contained. The exhausts its reason for its existence, such that it is 3. That its unity is the 3 in 1. That it's that the substance is an irreducible foundation which rests upon the trinary relationship between 3 perfect beings. That's the point, right? Like, gotta drive that home, right?
Being?
No, I said it's a person.
Okay, but remember, in the Trinity case, you say Jesus is God, and God is analogous to the term being. So if your analogy holds, we should be able to predicate being of each of the persons in this Moonlight show.
No,
Otherwise,
because again,
it's not
there's 3
analogous.
persons of one being. Because no, there's 3 persons of one being.
But you see the disanalogy. Do you see, I can explain it again. The disanalogy is that in the Trinity, you predicate that one God of each of the persons. But in your Moonlight example, you said you wouldn't predicate the analogous term, which is being to each of the persons. So
Right,
that's
and I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say the Father, Son, and Spirit, in terms of how you're defining it, are necessarily the same. So, like, again, I'd draw the distinction there. Now, again, in my analogy of Moon Knight, I can say that they are 3 persons of one being. That's just an analogy to understand how one being can be 3 persons. It doesn't have to be exact.
Look, I'm not disputing that you can, again, I have 3 in 1 shampoo. Just to say that the Trinity is 3 persons in one being there's no logical problem.
I've lost respect for Danny just for the fact that he has 3 in 1 shampoo. Like, I'm sorry, right? Like, 2 in 1 maybe, but 3 in 1? That's fucking barbaric.
With that, it's when you start predicating the one being of each of the persons, then that's where the counting gets messed up.
Wait, so you think it's logical for there to be 3 persons of one being?
That by itself is fine.
Okay, then what's the problem then? What's the
problem
with the
is
Trinity?
when you predicate being or whatever that term is. When you say, look, let's use variables, okay? If we say 3 X's and 1 Y, There's nothing wrong with that. I gave the example, 3-in-1 shampoo. It's a great Head and Shoulders. Highly recommend it. Nothing wrong with that.
Head and Shoulders is 2-in-1, isn't it? But 3, I've never, like, keeps doing this.
It's when you say
it's 3-in-1 shampoo, but if it's 3-in-1, is it not a mixture of conditioner, shampoo, and body wash? You're calling it shampoo, but you're saying it's 3-in-1, man. Like, I don't know what's going on anymore. I think you're making a accounting error.
There are 3 X's and 1 Y, but X1 is Y, X2 is Y, X3 is Y. Then you get 3 Ys, and now you got a contradiction.
Okay, again, did I not say I was a monarchical Trinitarian?
And I think the monarchical Trinitarianism is a problem, though. Unless there's 3 different shampoos in one bottle. But even then, is that not 3 shampoos? And they simply just share a bottle? Where's the unity? Where's the unified identity? How can we understand the difference? Like, we just, this is what I fucking hate about this. It's like, we're not, it's acting like we're doing logic, but we're not doing logic because we're not actually identifying, well, we're not explaining how identity works. We're just assuming how identity works and just fucking running with it. Like, it's like, oh, well, if we put this predicate in, if we put that predicate in, it's like, yeah, well, right, well, I don't give a the fuck. Like, unless you actually talk about how this actually functions, such that you are able to make these judgments in any way, shape, or form, what it means to make a judgment in this respect, and what it means to say something is identical with itself or different from something else, or not different to itself, right? Or not identical with something else, then that's pretty much what we're talking about. We're talking about how does this judgment actually function such that we are able to derive ontological facts from this use of logic. How is this? What is the grounding of this in logic? That's what really this is all about. And without understanding that, you're going to end up with loads of fucking problems because really you're starting way down the line. You're starting like essentially like way beyond. Like, one, you're not even considering metaphysics, right? So, like, that's already a massive red flag. Where the fuck are we? In the physics? Like, what are we doing? Like, how far down the road are we? I feel like I've been to the corner shop back, got a snack, ate it, and then I'm sitting here watching this debate, and we haven't actually moved anywhere. That's how far fucking down the line we are, right? Like, we are out of this fucking park because we're certainly nowhere near the fucking logic. You know, like, there's nothing there that actually indicates to me what how I should be judging identities in the first place. It's just, we're talking about already concluded identity relations when this whole discussion's supposed to be about identity relations, right? It's like, why would you even, like, you're just trying to win at this point. It's like you're not actually considering what's going on.
How does I get around? I don't know what exactly you respond. I know what that is, but I don't see how it's relevant.
Okay, because a monarchical Trinitarian says the God is the Father is God in a numerical sense, and Jesus and the Holy Spirit are God in a predicative sense. So we identify the one true God, as John 17:3 says, with the Father, and then Jesus and the Holy Spirit are fully God in an ontological sense, but in a predicative sense. So they would be divine. This is what Joshua Sijawati talks about in his dissertation.
Oh, wait, you accept Sishwati's example? Or
I disagree with... I think Joshua's got some great points, but I disagree. We need some Hegel, man. I'm going to bring it about, man. I'll sort this all out. I'll establish the Hegelian Trinity for all time. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Well, you know, he says that if you count by the way that I'm giving, there are 3 gods. He concedes to that.
And again, I already denied your
Do you disagree
method,
with Dr. Shishwati on that?
I already said I denied your counting method, though.
No, he says, okay, yeah, but you deny the counting method, but you're using it to count persons and agents, and I don't know why you're being inconsistent with respect to the counting. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Because we define persons and agents differently than this in this conversation as we go back.
Again, if the way I understand logic is it doesn't matter what the content of the variables are, right?
He's trying to do a detached logic. And no wonder we're having so many problems. Like, you know, we're just going to presuppose some sort of axiomatic foundation. We're just doing a detached logic, guys. We're detaching it. We're just going to pretend that it doesn't actually have anything to do with ontology. It's like, no, how logic works and metaphysics are really the same thing. I mean, that may be the Hegelian coming out in this, but in like, there's no separation between logic and metaphysics. You can do loads of little funny symbolistic relations that you want that are hypothetical but impossible. You can do all that. Like, it's like, yeah, right, well, if this, then that, yeah, whatever. Hypotheticals, that's all well and good, except this all presupposes an actual relation between identities that actually exists, that is founded in metaphysics. That is how we actually gain knowledge. So you're just being like usually one-sided when you're opposing like a kind of abstract logic. So it's like, how does logic work? Why must it work this way? How is identity structured? How am I able to come to these judgments? That's what I care about. Otherwise, we're just essentially we're engaged in abstract nonsense. Like, I don't actually care at this point.
Yes, it does.
No, like if I say, like, you know the difference between a formal fallacy and informal fallacy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when you're dealing with a formal fallacy, it doesn't matter what the variables stand for. It's fallacious, right? Okay, doesn't matter what if you say if P then Q and then not.
I'd say this is it's like, mate, how we're even deriving the identities there and how identity works such that you can say that they are distinct already implies that there is an identifiable or discernible difference which needs to be indicated. That's the point. There is an ontology. There is a quality there. You can't just do abstract mathematics and think you're actually going to come to real universal truths. You can just... you see this in maths where it's like you're playing with numbers, mate, but that's actually not anything to do with reality. Like, oh my God.
Not P and then therefore not Q. Doesn't matter whether P is God, leprechauns, or planet Earth. It doesn't matter any of that, right? In the same way, if you're accepting this counting method and the variables are such that if A and B are identical, you predicate C, you say one thing. If they're distinct, they're two C's, right? Doesn't matter if it's agency, gods, planets, persons. It just won't matter.
Okay, so I'm trying to see what you're actually trying to make the argument with then, because it seems like maybe we need to go back and define terms again, because you brought up these different definitions and we probably weren't even using them the right way. So how is this supposed to be a problem if you've already admitted that, yes, a being can be three persons?
Okay, because again, there's nothing incoherent about someone saying there are three, I have a 3-in-1 shampoo, right? There's nothing incoherent about that. This is what's weird though. When you take whatever the three, what is it? Conditioner, body wash, and shampoo, I don't know, the three, if you say that each of those is that one thing, then you're going to count three of those things and you get a contradiction. So we agree that, I mean, do you see that the problem extends beyond just saying 3-in-1?
Do I see that it's a problem beyond saying 3-in-1?
Yeah, like maybe you talk to a lot of people and they say, well, there's something wrong with being 3-in-1. I don't have an issue with that. The argument needs to be developed. And so what I'm saying is that if you have A, B, and C, they're all one in like X, but then predicate X of each of A, B, and C, then using that counting method, which I understand you've rejected, you're going to count 3 X's, okay? Now, then the next part of the argument is that, okay, well, what's strange is that you're using that very counting method to count persons, because you count the 3 persons using that counting method. So why does the counting method, I don't understand your principled, like why counting gods would be an exception, in other words.
Let's go to the understanding of agency, okay? So again, if I say something like my narrow sense of agency is X, my broad sense of agency is X, but they're both identical to Y, which is me, why would that be a problem?
Wait, are you saying that when the narrow and the broad sense are identical to X?
They're identical to me, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, but presumably the narrow and the broad are distinct, so they can't. If they're identical to you, then you would get some.
They're not entirely distinct.
Like he's not getting it. He's not getting it. It's like with his metaphysics, the way that he's engaging with logic here, he's not going to be able to actually give a distinct identity without it. Like, how is he going to relate the whole and the parts, man? In like even not even just the whole and the parts. How is he going to relate the way that it interrelates with itself, or how it's objectified, how the subject relates with the object? There's going to be so many problems, because it's, funnily enough, it actually sounds a little bit like Leibniz, in many ways. Like, I feel like Danny's engaging in a way in which Leibniz would engage when it comes to the existence of identities. And it's going to cause problems.
Say it over again. Did you not say that there's a broad sense of agency and a narrow sense of agency, and they're both identical to X?
They're both identical to me is what my point is, right?
Okay, but if they're both identical to you, you just get a flat-out contradiction in saying that the broad and narrow sense are identical. You get transitivity. There's a transitivity of identity.
Okay, but you agree, though, they can both be identical to me, right?
No, there would be, look, you know what transitivity is? If you say A is identical to B and C is identical to B, then A is going to be identical to C, right? That's the transitivity of identity.
Okay.
Okay, so if this wide sense and this narrow sense are both identical to you, then the wide and the wide.
You could look at it like this. If I was to say table A and table B are identical with being a table, but table A and table B are not identical with each other because of how they relate to each other, right? Are they still identical with being a table? Right? Come on. It's because he's trying to do this is essentially making what only possibility of identity modernistic. There are two tables there. I'm not saying, Endo, that there's not two tables there. What I'm saying is that in terms of transitivity of identity, he's saying that they can't share a common property yet be distinct, whilst also not be. So if there's one, right, which is the form, the universal, right, and that these particularities share that form, right, there's a distinction between them, regardless of the fact that they could be said to be identical with the form. So, like, a table is identical with the form of tableness, right? The universal of tableness. That's the whole point of identity, is just like identity relations. Like, this is identical with it, but it doesn't mean that it's identical to another instantiation of that same thing. Oh no, sometimes it goes straight through the tattoo. It's just because of there's green on the tattoo as well.
In narrow sense are going to be identical to each other, given that transitivity law.
But they're not, though. This is the problem with
which is why you need to revise.
No, this is again, you're assuming this counting method applies in all cases and with all things, and it just simply doesn't.
Well, that's not even.
It's not even about the method of counting. It's how you understand how counting works and how you're well, I guess it is the method of counting, but it's more about how counting functions, how identities relate. It's metaphysics. So it's like, how do we understand qualitative and quantitative relationships such that we can even make these judgments? That's what needs to be talked about here. That's sort of like the elephant in the room. Like, what are we actually discussing when we're talking about identities in formal logic when we say it is X? And how do I know that it is X and how it relates to X? What Hegel essentially argues in the science of logic is that this forms a trinary syllogistic relationship which proves itself, such that all identities essentially form these trinaries, right? That there is a trinary relationship in any single identity. That's the whole point.
To do with accounting, that's nothing to do with accounting. That's just transitive. Do you reject the transitivity of identity?
I am not a classical logician, if that's what you mean. I do not agree with that the classical laws of logic are necessary.
Okay,
I take Quine's logic, for example. I hold Quine's logical system.
Okay, so you're saying that if A is identical to B and B is identical to C, then A is not necessarily identical to C.
Not necessarily, right.
Okay, so you use other logics other than classical logic.
Yeah, very few philosophers today use classical logic. That's gone.
I don't know if that's true.
No, it is.
I
look up Alex Malpass, for example.
I know Alex Malpass personally, but the point. I understand there's a lot of talk about different types of logic, pair-consistent logics, and all of that. But so just to be clear, do you think the Trinity coheres with classical logic?
Not necessarily, no.
Oh, okay. So if you're using classical logic, you could see a problem.
Possibly, yeah. But again, I don't use classical logic.
Okay. Well, now, to be honest, I'm only really prepared for someone that uses the kind of the classical logic that I'm familiar with. Out of curiosity, what kind of logic do you use with respect to the Trinity?
The logical system I've used in the past goes back to someone named Quine. It's been a while since I brought it up. If you give me a minute, I can pull up his stuff here again.
Well, don't worry about it. But look, the whole thing about the LPT, okay, is that there's either a type of classical logic, a common sense logic, whatever is out there, and it doesn't conform to it. If you're saying that you're adopting a different logic, then there's a sense in which you agree with people that are rendering the LPT or forwarding it, because if you do use that kind of logic, there is a problem.
Well, sure, but I mean, I don't think that's going to apply to a lot of things we've discussed. I mean, this is my problem with doing this kind of stuff, is that a lot of people just sort of like have these sort of philosophical presuppositions and then they sort of just run wild with them. And what I've tried to push back on that is sometimes when we go out in reality, we discover things that make us reevaluate our philosophical presuppositions, like quantum mechanics is a great example, or discovering B theory of time. It should blow away the intuition of A theory of time. And so it also comes this is why a lot of logicians today just don't simply use classical logic and have used onto other models since then.
All right. So look, I'm only prepared for someone that holds to a kind of classical logic. If you agree that, look, under the standard, or you don't think it's standard, I think it is, but under classical logic, the Trinity, there are problems with the Trinity, then that's just my position. I would be interested in talking with you in the future about this different kind of logic. I'm just curious. I've never heard about this before.
Yeah, let me, I can probably pull up the thing I wrote years ago on my blog on the whole, when I mentioned Quine there, because I was responding to some.
I'm not really that jammed up on Quine myself. My engagements with Quine have been people. Normally, I find Quine to be like, from what I've seen of Quine, is not really compatible with the Christian position, but I might be totally wrong.
Someone who was kind of making the same thing and was assuming that I was, taking this whole understanding of logic, which just simply was not the case. So give me a second.
And just
here.
to clarify, you said you rejected the counting method that I presented, but you do agree that if we use that counting method, right, we'd get 3 gods.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you assume that classical logical framework. Okay. But again, when that goes into philosophy of mind, those laws start to break down quite easily.
Because you got to think about the average, because look, part of what's going on, especially in these like debate talk spheres, is that you have a lot of people that are not Christian, and we have a certain way of counting, okay? Let's say classically, okay? And then when they analyze the Trinity, they say, well, look, there are 3 gods. And then what happens is that I'm not saying you're doing this, but a lot of...
No, well, like, I think it's fair to say that what he's saying is that you're counting wrong, and he said that from the start. And like what he's saying is like, in reality, that your logic is wrong. So he's like, you don't understand logic. He's just very polite. When he really should be saying, you don't understand logic. And that's what he should be saying. Like, because you're using classical logic in this respect, that you don't understand logic, if that's what he's affirming. And that's where I would say, I mean, I don't agree, but, whatever.
Christians gaslight us and saying, how could you? It's obvious.
Okay, that's just socially manipulative. Like, obviously, he's not gaslighting anyone. Like, he did specifically say that he disagreed, right?
Not 3 gods given this metaphysical formulation, right? But they're not. But they're trying. But a lot of them say that it does conform to a common sense or classical logic, and that we're just like going crazy, not counting right. But if you're not one of those, then I really do respect that, because that means we're coming from somewhere. At least the people that are worried about the possibility of tritheism.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, and this is why in the beginning of this conversation I was really trying to push it out of that whole classical framework, because I simply just don't hold to it. And now that the more we discussed it, we can see we're just coming from different presuppositions with regards to logic, which is going to change things.
Okay. Well, like I said, I mean, maybe you could DM me whatever kind of papers you think I should read about this other kind of logic that makes sense.
There's plenty. I mean, there's quantum logic. There's a system that's not about quantum mechanics. It's used in philosophy.
I know that they're different.
Logic.
I know they're different types of logics, but I'm interested in the kind of logic that you adopt, such that the Trinity can make sense.
Okay.
And that's so. You can just DM me anytime, and I'd be interested in reading about this form of logic. Just out of curiosity. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay. You have a good one.
Okay, that was something. I still think so. I disagree with IP here. I definitely disagree with IP here. I don't like the scripted way that Danny engages. I think IP, I don't agree with the monarchical interpretation of the Trinity. I don't agree with the implication that classical logic and the Trinity are incompatible, because I don't agree with that either. I really don't like Danny's approach. So that's for Michael there. I really don't like Danny's approach in general. I think Danny doesn't understand how identities work and is presuming a relationship between identities, which is actually just presuming essentially a metaphysic. And his inability to engage in metaphysics, his unwillingness to engage in metaphysics exemplified that, or exacerbated that rather. I also don't like the dirty kind of rhetoric where he's saying that people are gaslighting. I don't think that, maybe some people are, but I don't think it's fair to say that essentially your average Christian is gaslighting. That is saying you're wrong and you're misinterpreting. So yeah, I mean, from that, what I've found is that I don't agree with IP's interpretation of the Trinity, and we probably have a different metaphysical stance. I don't think, but I actually think that Danny was the worst interlocutor still because of how he engaged, and his unwillingness to even understand how logic works, and his willingness to detach logic from metaphysics. So it's a sort of abstract relation of identities in some sort of hypothetical, without actually showing how identities must necessarily relate. So yeah, I don't like that, and I think that's nonsense. And I think it's largely the product of analytic philosophy, and not a philosophy that existed prior to it. So when he's invoking classical philosophy, I think that you should do better to learn from classical philosophers, because they usually aren't going to relate. They're not going to make this very sharp distinction between, for example, metaphysics, epistemology, logic, and so on, that you can say that these aren't, when you are talking about objects, that you can just sort of get away from any of these issues. You can talk about it in a specific sense, but to say that you can detach and come to a specific truth about reality by going down that path alone is the problem that I have there. But yeah, a continental doesn't like the analytical formal approaches. Surprising, yeah. Well, yeah. Again, exactly. What a surprise. Mario, I disagree because it's equivocation. Essence is one person's or three. Essence is one person's or three. I mean, I agree. And that's what I said basically throughout the throughout this, that I think he actually, and to be fair, I think IP also called him out on this by saying, like, actually you're saying that God and agent or God and person are the same thing, when we're saying they're not the same thing, that godhood and personhood are not equivocable. And yeah, and I do think that he made that mistake. Overall, I think I definitely don't like Danny's approach more than anything. Yeah, I think there's a problem, ping pong cups in general, with the way that people debate online. I think there's a lot of ideological conflict rather than discussion, you know, like actually trying to get somewhere. But yeah, but thanks for suggesting that, Endo. Okay. I've just got bloody Arakoda spamming us with various separations in terms of phenomenology and science. Yes. I know, I disagree too. I know. If you were to pick one of those videos, right, which one would it be, Arakoda? Because right now the second one is First one, in some respect, 3 categories of experience. Because obviously, if experience is defined by the experiencer, or the experience defines the experiencer in many regards of how it relates to itself, then having 3 different aspects of experience is essentially what we're talking about in terms of God. God's experience of himself is divided into 3, making 3 persons, 3 perfect self-experiences, 3 perfect experiences of self. The first one. Okay. Right.
I'm going to give you my number 1 tip.
I'm going to give you my number 1 tip. BetterHelp. BetterHelp.
Starting with a
awake. So
are we doing this from the start, or shall we do it from... I think we'll do it from the start, because
hi, welcome to Philosophy.
Hi.
My name is Markus, and on this channel I describe and explore the philosophy and semiotics of Charles Sanders Peirce. In this first video I describe the 3 categories that underline the whole philosophy and thinking of Charles Sanders Peirce. So, let's get on to it. So, what are the categories? The categories are a logical way to describe the reality and our experience. The categories can be applied to every kind of phenomena and every kind of reality. So, the categories are a tool to help us to categorize, describe and explain everything that we could possibly experience. A few remarks before we dive into the categories themselves. The categories are very elemental and very basic, and therefore they are quite hard and difficult to explain through language, because our language is not as elemental and basic as the categories. Nevertheless, you will be able to understand the categories better when you relate them to your own personal experience of reality. And one final remark. The categories, as I said, are a logical way to describe reality. So there is a logic behind all of this, which is a subject to another video, but keep that in mind as we go through the categories. So the first category is the category of firstness. Firstness is being without any relation to another. Firstness is pure quality or immediate feeling. Firstness has to be new and fresh, because if it were old...
This is very much taken from Hegel, and I can feel it. We have the immediacy of being, okay.
It would already be second to its former state. Firstness has to be free and spontaneous and vivid, because if it were determined by something else, it would also be second to that something else. So it's completely free, and we are never able to really capture firstness and put it in a cage. It always escapes our thinking. Stop to think about it and it's already gone. But in our experience or everyday experiences of firstness are, for example, qualities like colors or smells or sounds, and also feelings that we have. But very good example, in my opinion, of...
See, I think that the Hegelian way would be to say that this isn't, you can't say it's qualities, quantities, or anything like that. Or rather, you can say it's quality, which is being, right? But you can't say it's qualities, like plural, because that implies already a unity between immediacy and mediation, such that there is already two. So at the point of immediacy and the point of phenomenologically, you can only talk about quality, the actual quality of experience, the unity of experience, the universality of experience, which would be an apperception that unifies all of the other particular experiences that you'll have in general. The mind, the experience of being a mind.
Experience of firstness is this kind of a state between dreaming and being awake. That kind of a delicate state when you're not really dreaming, but you're not really awake. So in that state, you're experiencing all kinds of free and spontaneous qualities and feelings that you're not really sure what they are. You're not thinking, but you're not perceiving things. You're just experiencing this kind of a wake feeling. And as you wake up, or as you stop to think about that kind of an experience, it's already gone. So firstness is very delicate, very hard to describe, because it really escapes our description of it. And in order to perceive firstness, it has to be embodied in something. For example, in order to perceive a color, that color has to be embodied in something. For example, a piece of cloth or a flower or whatever. And that brings us to the category of secondness. What I forgot to mention is that firstness is also a possibility that can be embodied in something. For example, a color is a possibility that can be embodied in different objects. Secondness is being in relation to another. We confront secondness in concepts like relation to another.
Second, like the whole point is that this is difference. So this is to be able to say that there is, like, and this is made apparent to us in the change of moments, like in a relationship. And when we say here and now, if we were to limit the here and now, which the here and now is the eternal present of our experience, right? It actually is, although it's the most particular, what it reveals in its most particularity is its universality. It's actually the most universal aspect of our experience, right? Whereas for Hegel, when you say this, it shows immediately that it needs to overcome itself, because it can't actually be itself without implying a universality. So it immediately negates and falls into its other extreme. And its other extreme is, so you have this relationship between particularity and universality that are immediately falling into each other in terms of their abstractness. So when you have abstract being in terms of its immediacy of its ever-presence, of its presentness, it falls away from itself in its self-relation, which is essentially the next moment, its relation between the aspects or the particulars of itself. So if you think about it like this, if here and now is most universal, implies a unity of all moments, but is experienced as the specific moment, which is the experience, then it already implies a unity between dyads, where there is a psychological continuity, which is experiencing, right? Where one moment is negated and overcome with the next, but yet continues something onward, which applies the unity of the here and now. So I go like, this is the present, right?
Or cause and effect, or force and resistance, or action and reaction, or independence from something, or dependence on something. Whereas firstness was this kind of a delicate thing that could not really be described without losing its innocence, secondness is rigid. Secondness is the brute force of reality here and now. Something that's very familiar to us and our experience. For example, on Monday morning, when you're trying to get up from bed, you have to use force against this external resistance. And if we stop to think about it, our whole existence is dependent on effort. Our heart has to pump blood every moment in order for us to even exist.
I think P.S. is saying that, if I understand P.S. correctly, P.S. like Hegel is going to say this is, I don't know if he's going to say if it's derived from experience. I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure, because P.S. isn't going to be like merely empirical, because he doesn't believe that this is derivable like a posteriori. This is the necessary conditions of experience in the first place, as far as I understand P.S., which is the same as Hegel. So it's not, this is already the structured, this is already structured at the point of the thinking itself. This is the structure of thought, as far as I'm aware. Or experience, as like...
So secondness is this brute force here and now. Something that occurs in a moment that we have to acknowledge.
It's a particularity. So if you've got the firstness, it's universality. You've got the particularity, which is the negation of the first, which is it's like the universal finds itself in the particular finds itself in the universal. This would be Hegel. That's how Hegel would engage with it anyway. I don't know if I think P.S. is different though, because he rejects Hegel. So I don't know how P.S. is how he takes this.
For example, a sudden loud noise is something that we just perceive. It just enters our perception and our consciousness, and we cannot choose to ignore it. It has force that we cannot resist. And with secondness, there is also this acknowledgement of otherness, that something is different from me, that there is something that...
See, this in Hegel's logic is essentially what we're talking about is identity and difference. And that's essentially what essentially structures this. So if identity and the immediacy of identity is an allness, and difference would be the thisness, the particularity, the negation of that identity at the highest possible degree, which would be absolute limitation to its smallest possible point. And so you take universality and you get particularity.
It is not my ego, and that there is contrast between things. So we come to a certain point with just two categories. We can describe our experiences with all kinds of binaries, yes and no, first and second, first and last. But at some point, we need to acknowledge that there is something between the absolute first and the absolute last. That there is a continuity or continuum between those two extremes. There is a continuum of possibilities. And that's exactly the category of thirdness, which describes mediation, continuity.
Yeah, man, this is Hegel. This is so Hegelian, I love it.
Continuity of our experience and eventually information. So thirdness is first's relation to second through a third. So in our experience, it is not just composed from singular occurrences, singular moments that follow another, but there is this experience of flow of time, experience that moments melt together without any sharp distinction between them. and also that these singular occurrences or reactions that we confront the experience of secondness are not completely random, but that there is conformity to patterns and regularity and order that makes information possible, and also it makes possible to form all kinds of habits. And it's precisely these patterns and regularities that makes us possible to gain knowledge and information about the reality. So thirdness is really important category because it it makes possible that we can have minds and that there can be information that flows through these categories. So that was the categories in a nutshell, very quickly explained. They are very abstract, quite hard to understand, but try to relate them to your own experience. And you know, it helps when you are just concentrating and listening to your experience and try to maybe concentrate on the experiences of firstness or experiences of secondness or experiences of thirdness, and you know, try to little bit see how you feel about those things. You know, it's a creative thing to do. You shouldn't take it too seriously. Couple of very important points. These categories are never separated. Every kind of phenomena, reality, and experience is always a combination of these three categories. The three categories are always interwoven with one another. Nevertheless, no category can be explained with the other two categories. So we need three categories, and 3 is actually the minimum and maximum number of categories that we need to explain and to categorize our experiences and reality. I will show you in a video where I go through the logic of these categories, why it is so. But very important point is to remember that the categories are always interwoven with another. Everything is always a combination of all the three categories. Now, one last thing. We should not apply these categories formalistically. By that I mean that we shouldn't see these categories as ends in themselves. We should see these categories as tools to help us in inquiring the world and inquiring our experiences. Also, we should remember that there is always uncertainty in our universe. We can never be 100% sure about some things. All the classifications that we make with these categories are approximations, and you know, there's always this kind of a probability there. We can never be completely sure, and that's okay, but it should be remembered. But hopefully this video made sense. If you have any questions, please leave a comment and please subscribe.
Solid video. Solid, man. We can't be 100% sure about basic things. For example, I'm only 99% sure that the things he is saying don't exist in reality. I mean, why would you say that? Like, I would say that, like, the categories that he's actually derived them from the Hegelian, while the ways derived these categories come from the Hegelian logic, which is really built upon the scholastic consideration of logic, which relates to which explains the three logical moments of experience, such that it forms the basis of an identity in general and how identity is structured. And I think that is actually real necessarily and must be. Yeah, the remember what he's saying in terms of the three categories is essentially logical self-relation. It's implicit. It can only work if there's three. That's the point of him saying that. But yeah, it was a good video. I enjoyed it 100%. And then my girlfriend brought a burger in for us. It's been a very lovely experience. I enjoyed that very much. Why not 4? Because it is essentially logical self-relation. It has to be imminently implied and necessary. So when we're looking at something like self-relation when it's relating to itself implies essentially a negating aspect. So if we'll have identity, in order to establish identity, you have to establish difference. So to say that there is no difference at all, you have to relate it to another. That relation has to be mediated. The mediation of that relation implies a third. So it's like you have the immediate, you have another immediate, and you have the mediation between those two immediates, such that it implies the unity between the two. That's the only reason why it can't be like 4, 5, 6, 9,000 or whatever you wanted it to be, because it is actually just how that identity is formed and structured, such that it implies necessarily within itself its negation. So there is the universality, there is the particularity, then there is the mediation of the two, which explains the unity of these two opposites. It's a dyad that forms a triad once because of their implicit self-negation. So the unity of the two implies another, and that's why it's a Trinitarian relationship. Like thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Exactly, actually. Like, that's exactly it. That's really what is sort of being affirmed here. But it would be better to think of it like being, it would be like better to think of it as, well, in terms of the absolute, in many ways. That's what Hegel's going to argue for. You could argue it in terms of being essence, and then the unity of being and essence, which would be like love, for example. Or you could think of this as the absurd. Oh, come on, man. Do you not agree? Actuality, potentiality, substance. That would be it. Yeah, actuality. That's right, our recorder. Yeah, but the uniting is the like there's a reason why we say it's love, right? In the Trinitarian doctrine that Aquinas gives, where it's like being, essence, and love, and it's because it's self-relation. It is the oneness with self, such that they are moving through, and it is the mediating process, the same as love, the recognition between agents, if you will. I mean, remember, Hegel's idea of double negation towards sublation is the growing principle towards is growing us towards a perfect synthesis. So double negation is really, it's only something that's happening for us, in the sense that it's the perfect synthesis that is it's the reason it's doubly negating. It's because it's moving between this dyadic relationship, unable to establish itself. But if it was perfectly self-established, it would be unmoved, which is why, the end of history. This is why you shouldn't see the end of history as like an end specifically in linear time, but rather the unity of history and the unity of meaning and being itself, right? It's Hearthstone now. Yes, Hearthstone now. I'm not very good. Let's just try and do as much damage as humanly possible in the shortest amount of time. Already got the Wolf Rider. Oh, I've already got Wolf Rider. I'll actually put that one back and I get the shiny gold one. Again, shiny gold one. Weapon. Okay. Well, that's fair enough, Mario. I do disagree, but I don't think it's Top Chat our quota, is it? Top Chat coming through? Shouldn't be. Oh, Camus, bloody hell, being a joy. Camus' absurd is Trinitarian. Yeah, man. Okay. Right, I'm going to quickly be right back. I'll be 2 minutes. Drop any questions in chat, by the way, if you just want questions. You want to ask any questions, or if you want to call in or anything, let us know. All right. Okay. When he said firstness has to be vivid, that sounded very silly to me. What does he mean? I think he just means immediate. In the sense when we talk about vividness, I think like, and the way that Pierce engages with it is that it is essentially the aspect of experience where quality is derived, such that it is only implicitly in the second when it is necessarily or immediately in the first, and that's why it has to be quote unquote vivid. Lid. That's what I think. I'm not an expert on PS though. I've only just started reading PS. Man, why do you love Fukuyama so much? What's your obsession with Fukuyama? Every time you're in this chat, you like Fukuyama. Arakoda, I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I can just sit here and watch PS videos. I don't I don't know. We need to ask the people what they want. What do the people want? Twitch is voting one way. Twitch is saying I'm down. There's one guy, so he gets all the power on Twitch. It's like first past the post. What is on the people's menu? So, I actually had some videos that I had ready yesterday as well. In terms of, you can watch Phenomenology and the Structure of Science, the Persian Triangle and its Application, and Phenomenology and the Logic of the Categories. They're the Arakoda's suggestions. We could also watch Redeemed Zuma. This is Maximo. Why Sola Scriptura is true. Why he should be a Protestant. There's also Andrew Wilson versus Brad Palumbo. Should gay couples be allowed to adopt? That's quite spicy. There is Andrew Wilson versus President Sunday, Christian populism. And there's Arakoda also recommending Cosmic Mind with Bernardo Castro and John Atlas. So there's quite a... I can't poll both, man. If I democratically poll, Lid's got like basically essentially the Twitch vote anyway. Yahweh, you feel free to drop suggestions because 5 of them have come from Arakoda. So you drop suggestions, man. I do dislike President Sunday. I just dislike him as a human being. John versus Bernardo. Did we how far did we get in the John versus Bernardo? I can't actually remember. I'm holding down the fort. Screw you guys. Well, we need someone over there. That's... Yeah, that's true. I'll see how far it takes her. We'll see. It's whether it is there. Excuse me. Oh, no, that looks like that's starting again. No, it's going to start again. President Sunday is objectively annoying. I fucking hate that guy. It's more that he's a snake as well. I don't, and he's such a, to dislike the guy. Such a snake. Okay. I think I'm going to have to make an executive decision. What can I do that'll fuck off everyone? Let's watch Eldrazi versus Counterpoints. Because I never got to watch that debate and I want to see what happened. Okay. Chef's choice, yes, exactly. Director's cut. Okay. So, we have Counterpoints destroyed in polyamory debate at 9 p.m. He's just taking the piss, really. But, like, no one, like, essentially the participants, I know Counterpoints is not going to be a fan of polyamory being in a monogamous marriage and a Christian. And Eldrazi is going to defend polyamory being super duper progressive, right? So are we ready, guys?
Like giant, like ex-marine looking dude friends. And
Okay, let's do it from when Connor gets there, so I know that we're about to start. There we go.
that sounds good to me.
Cool.
Okay, I didn't hear what that was, and that was probably important.
Strictly need a. I
Wait till you have me muted, but okay. Already said hi to yours. Other his.
my screen for
There we
my
go.
chat. How are y'all?
Doing pretty good.
Okay.
So I talked to Eldrazi yesterday. He's a cool guy. Really like Eldrazi. And Counterpoints is a cool guy too. Spoke to him a lot. So I think they're cool guys. I think that only one can be right though. Who is it going to be? And the answer's me. So let's go.
Excellent. Well, I did a little warm up.
I
Creator,
seen.
I'm here for y'all.
All right. Just before we start, since I'm moderating, I think that you both are very disciplined. You don't actually I don't think you're like either strictly need a moderator, but the benefit of having a moderator, I think, in a 1v1 is that you can let go more. So that's what I'm thinking about going into this. You don't need the
That's just a clickbait and that. That's like I actually I just want you to yell at each other. If you could just yell at each other. Yeah.
the type of structure that you need in an 8-person panel. So you can feel free to just like let go, and I hope you can trust me to moderate and stop you from going too far and getting involved.
That sounds good to me.
Cool.
All right. Do you guys want to do opening statements or something? Or do you have any like requests for moderation either too?
Nah, just openers, general, closers.
All right. Start
Yeah,
with an opener. Go ahead.
Would you like to go first? Or do you want me to go first?
Actually, if you could go first, just so I can respond, because I did just talk about this for an hour. So
I thought Counterpoints was like a sort of lax Christian.
I don't want to repeat myself and bore my chat.
No
Okay.
problem. So, one of the things that I think is lost on a lot of people when they talk about monogamy and polyamory is that there is no real reason to consider monogamy like a default state. I think it's fine that lots of people are monogamous, but basically, from the time that you're born, every single story that you'll ever hear, whether it be a book, movie, TV show, almost every story that we can think of has monogamy in it, and it's completely devoid of any other like relationship structure.
Maybe because they don't work.
So I think that there's an insanely strong and persuasive indoctrination that happens.
I don't think it's strong indoctrination. I think the truth of the matter is that, like, for the most part, one, I think we have an ethical, we believe that it's ethically right or wrong in relation to the Christian tradition. But also, like, I'm yet to really see a truly polyamorous scenario that functions. That functions well. Like, this is why in like Hindu literature you get like kind of political, it's almost like a political analysis of how to mediate a marriage, like a well mediated marriage. Or you'll see in a lot of the cultures or the philosophies that allow for, excuse me, a lot of the I should have done that. All right. Anyway, but a lot of the philosophies that allow for polyamorous relationships usually place like a predominance, ethical predominance of one person over the other, because you can't have really a proper mediation of wills. At least I would argue. And that's what it seems to me, that you end up with essentially the man gets to marry a lot, but the woman doesn't. And there's a reason for that.
And it's just sort of not questioned. And again, I don't think there's anything at all wrong with people being monogamous, but I do think that we hold it to such a we hold it to just be like true and correct to a degree that makes absolutely no sense. This seems to be one of those cases where the tradition exists simply because it exists. And I prefer to see a world where any number of different kinds of relationship structures are equally respected. And like not I don't want to see anybody's relationship structures get persecuted simply because they're not following the norm. And I'd be really interested to see if there's any real argument other than,
well, I mean, like, you shouldn't persecute anyone. Like, the whole thing isn't say like you're not allowed to do this. It's just to say that we don't think this is going to work, or it's a legitimate structure and that's going to fall apart, or that this is right. It's more of like, it's kind of like, yeah, you can do it, but we all kind of think that's silly. I remember, like, I know someone who was in a polyamorous relationship. It fell apart very quickly, as you couldn't imagine. But but they were like telling everyone, like they told their grandmother and everything about how they're in this polyamorous relationship. And one second, I need to work out. Yeah, so I think this is the best way to do it. Okay, so yeah, so like they're in this they told their grandmother they're in this polyamorous relationship. They're saying stuff like they're gonna have kids to both wives and stuff, and that, yeah, that lasted like it was just like the grandmother in question, I know, was just like, I just think they're friends. Like, it's just like, I don't know. I don't think it's persecuted. Like, nobody persecuted them. They're just like, Maybe it's because we're British and like everything's just like passive aggressive, where they're just like, yeah, okay, like sip tea, look away, kind of.
and religious that would contradict this. Oh, also, Connor, I put in to this group chat document that has like an amalgamation of every study done in the last 30 years about polyamory. So if I cite data, it'll be from that. I hope you got a chance to see it. If not, at least I made a good faith to get it to you.
Sure. I'll take it on good faith. And then, sorry, is that okay for me to start?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so I, relatively speaking, agree that monogamy isn't the default state. I actually think that humanity is a promiscuous species, similar to other people, but I also think that there's a bunch of consequences to promiscuity that have only been, like, recently accounted.
I don't think it's fair to say promiscuity. I will say that I don't think monogamy is, like, I don't think there is any default behavior that you can instinctually derive. There is a right and wrong, though. Behaviors that can be derived from via reason, that would be in accordance with our nature. That would be why it would be right and wrong. That it is in our best interests, you could say. But to say that, you know, like to compare polyamory and promiscuity would probably be a little bit unfair, because polyamory is a committed relationship with more than, you know, one, or rather more than two individuals. It's with three or more, right? So it's not the same as just being promiscuous. It's not like different people every week. Or like every other day or something, right?
Through technology such as contraceptives and condoms and all that kind of stuff. And for a majority of history, promiscuity was potentially fatal or injurious. Like you could get STIs that would affect you for the rest of your life. You could have pregnancies that were terrible. Women often died in childbirth. It's still relatively common for women to get injured or killed by childbirth. So these are still serious consequences. Also, in a less rich world, passing on wealth to your offspring is wildly important, because the wealth that you pass on to your offspring is going to determine whether or not they live or die in a more desperate world. Now, again, technology has done us a solid by making our world so rich that death from like malnutrition or starvation or hereditary wealth is not as big of a concern. But I don't think that these concerns came out of nowhere. I think that monogamy was an evolutionary psychology tool that was primarily promoted by Jewish people, basically in order to solidify society, to guarantee partnership. I also think that there's some benefits from pairing off, where rich men don't have the ability to attract and seduce dozens of women to them. Meanwhile, dozens of men.
This is like apparently a problem in like Muslim like nations, isn't it? Where like you get like rich men with like 5 wives, and you get people struggling to get like 1 wife.
Are left to their own devices just to wallow and die. Now, every story is monogamous and devoid of every other relationship structure, and we don't have equal respect for these structures. I appreciate that we probably grew up in the 80s and 90s where every sitcom and rom-com kind of ended up in a monogamous partnership. And also that all the families that we saw were monogamous. But I was talking to, Azrai before this conversation, and we were trying to come up with like a stable, healthy, happy family from the past 20 years. And we couldn't come up with one. It was literally like Peter Griffin, the obese alcoholic who hates his fucking kids. It was Homer Simpson, the obese alcoholic who hates his kids. It was the characters from the Ozarks who, while being a relatively monogamous, that starts with cheating, but a stable family unit, they get wrapped up into the drug cartel and they start murdering people and seducing people. It's fucking crazy. So anyway, I don't think that the social cultural waters are the same that you were describing as they were 30 years ago. I already addressed that. Equally respected.
Homer Simpson's based as fuck. I won't have any of this bad talk about Homer, who just does his best to provide for his family, despite being essentially mentally disabled and unable to look after himself. That man has landed himself a job which provides a home for him, his wife, who stays at home, and their 3 children. I will not have any bad talk about Homer Simpson. He does his best, right? So he drinks a bit of beer and he's fat, right? Does he not deserve that? He works full time at a nuclear power plant, man. Like, come on. you can't do this to Homer. I won't let this happen. I will not like come on, man. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. Okay, I would go with respected. I don't know about equally respected. And the reason why is because I think that relationships and relationship structures are a vehicle for children. Not necessarily, of course. There's all sorts of different people who don't desire children for whatever reason. But I do think that that's one of the primary modes of relationship structures. And I don't want to see these persecuted. I do believe in like the liberal rule of law where like we can have cultural pressure on the ways that we want to live our lives. But ultimately, if you're not murdering, killing people, abusing people, whatever, I don't think the state should intervene on you. And yeah, and then non-religious argument, I went more with evolutionary psychology over religious, but I can also do religious as well. So yeah, I think I've addressed a majority of your points. I'll yield there.
Okay. Before I really get into it, I want to say I caught the tail end of your stream because I just want to see what you're up to.
Like right now, like I will say, I'm unconvinced of either stance. I'm sorry, bros. From Elder Drazi's point, he's saying that we shouldn't persecute people. Well, we don't necessarily have to persecute people to say that polyamory is wrong, right? You could say it's wrong, and actually what you're doing is you're trying to help them from harming themselves, right? So you don't have to persecute them. We'll have to basically found an anthropological or specifically an ethical argument as to why it would be right or wrong, and what would be the ideal or the limits of relationships, of loving relationships. And why and how we structure these sexual dynamics the way we do. I think that Connor's touched upon some of that by saying that, okay, the societal conditions, but he hasn't explicated the ethical conditions between agents such that it would be necessary to be 2, not 3, not 4. Although he has, denounced promiscuity, obviously you can't conflate promiscuity and polyamory. So I think Elder so far has it in the sense of it being, right, this isn't wrong in itself and so it shouldn't be condemned. I have no problem with monogamy, but also polyamory isn't wrong. And counterpoints, Connor, he needs to essentially do the opposite. He needs to say, no, this is wrong and this is why. And this undermines, and you could even make the argument that it undermines, certain societal relations, fair enough. We have to show why it's wrong in itself, right? Like, so I will say, I think Elder Drazi so far has provided the stronger case, but that's probably because counterpoints conflated promiscuity and polyamory.
And I was like, oh, he is talking about it. I just wanted to comment on the one thing that I caught for your audience about, what was the person's name that you were talking to?
Azurai
suggested that it's said it's not illegal, but like it'll be legally used against you if you're in a polyamorous relationship. There's children involved. I believe, don't quote me on the exact state. I think it was Washington State passed a law. If not, it's another state that essentially says that if there's another partner in the relationship who has lives with the child and all that they're also granted parental rights. They're still, like, if the family unit treats them as a parent, they will also be seen as a parent. And also, there was a woman that my wife and I had been dating for a long time and lived with us. When she had to go to court for her kid, it was tried to be used against her. And the judge said, I understand what you're saying and how you feel. Unfortunately, this is a court of law and none of these things matter here. So it was immediately dismissed and shut down as soon as it was brought up. So I just wanted to clarify that point, just in case anybody who might be in that position, I don't want them to be afraid of any legal things.
Sure.
So I took some notes here. As far as wealth being passed off onto offspring, well, one of the really cool things about being polyamorous, especially if you end up living with more than one partner, you get to save more money. So if you're worried about having generational wealth, it does help a lot. Even if somebody isn't working, like the person that I just mentioned, when she lived here, she stayed here half the time because she.
I have no idea about the economics of polyamory. That's like something that I can certainly say that I have no idea. Like you might save more money in terms of your relationship, but when you're talking about having, let's say, more kids and maybe less, would you have the same? It depends. Like, you wouldn't have the same amount of breadwinners. There's always going to be one person less because it's a multiple. Like the root number will always be different, right? So it's like it'd be like 1 times, because it'd be like the way you do it is like, the way I say it is like if each person who's in this relationship would have always had a relationship with one other, well, there's always one person that has a relationship between two, so their wealth is always divided additionally. So if they have more kids, right? Like it just seems like you're always going to essentially you're always essentially going to have less money in the family, if I'm understanding the maths right. Because like in the same sense, like let's say you were to have where it would have been essentially two sets of kids that are being raised, but then there's 2 fathers versus, it's not that there's always going to be more money, but let's say like more people who work. Not that that's why I necessarily care about it, but like...
She was also fighting a court battle, so she had to be like 2 hours away staying with her parents for the other times. But the amount of time we had to, like, I have my own business, the amount of time I could focus on that, because she insisted on making all the meals. She's like, I can't work right now. I'm cooking for you guys all the time. And she'd even put us meals in the freezer for the weeks that she'd be gone. She loved it. We didn't ask. It was essentially forced upon us. So there's a lot of ways in, like, adding wealth to the overall relationship structure that I think, if your concern is passing on wealth to the offspring, it certainly helps. I don't see how it could hinder it. The whole idea of having dozens of women being attracted to one rich guy, let's be honest, I don't care what society says or what the rules are. Rich guys are going to be macking on as many chicks as they possibly can, as much as they can get away with it. But if they're polyamorous, these women don't have to only be with the rich guy. They can also, like, that only works in a monogamous structure, where if they all think that's my boyfriend and they're not going anywhere else.
I just do, like, this is such, like I'm so, like, color me skeptical, right? Of, do I really think that the rich man, like the rich man, I think this is what I think will happen, and really what I think we see happen. The rich man gets with multiple people, and the women don't. That, like, that's really what we see. Like, I'm not saying that it can't happen. I'm not saying it can't happen, but I'm saying it's probably not gonna, right? like, I don't know, man. Like, it's like saying that, like, now that the pool boy can also be our boyfriend, she'll get. It's like then she probably doesn't want the pool boy, right? Like, that's the worst part of it. Oh, I don't know, man. Like, this is.
Now they're off the dating market. However, if they're polyamorous women, they can be banging the rich guy, and maybe less incels out there too. So I think that the polyamorous structure actually helps the situation that you're talking about. And I hear that argument all the time, and I feel like people are talking about this like they're stuck with this one person. It sort of defeats the argument itself. And the thing that you said about you couldn't come up with good families.
Oh, shite.
People in my chat pointed out a couple. There's like Roseanne. There's Everyone Loves Raymond. That's not what I'm really concerned about.
Everybody Loves Raymond. That's such a. I love Everybody Loves Raymond. I haven't watched that in years.
The fact that these families are portrayed as bad, I think Raymond even helps it further, because nobody's questioning.
They're not portrayed as bad. They're normal, right? That's the idea.
The family unit as the cause of these bad things. Nobody's saying like, oh, it's because they're monogamous. This happened. The monogamy is taken so for granted that we never even look at the structure. And
oh, he's making the point. He's like, it is so normalized that it subsumes everything under it that it's never questioned. Oh, I like it. I like it. I will say he's murdering them in some respect.
Wonder, is this a part of these continuously bad things that are happening in the stories? That's how like subversive the idea of monogamy is. It's like money. Nobody questions it. People can bitch about it all the time. They can have problems with it, but they never question the structure itself. It's just taken as a given, right? It's the same thing with like how we think about monogamy. It's very rarely does anybody ever question the actual system.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering how to contend with what you're saying without appealing to anecdote, but I'll just
You
try
can
to
you
start
you
peeling.
can, but as long as we can tie it into something else, because I'll probably do the same with my own situations, but then tie it back to something else.
Sure. And so the
Like, the thing is, right? Like, I don't think we're solving the incels by like letting women sleep with more people, because like that's not like the thing is as well. Like, is this polyamory or is this promiscuity? Because it does sound like now we're talking about like she's with a partner and she can bang other people, but it's like that sounds just like promiscuity with extra steps. That doesn't like. Or we're talking about like a loving relationship between three people. Like, it's just this is just an open relationship, yeah. Like, that's, I mean, to be honest, I don't think that it makes sense when we talk about desire in general and how we understand ourselves and each other, such that we can actually properly reflect each other's interests to the perfect degree. I think that the relationship between two people, such that they so that they can resist certain desires and adhere to others, rather than putting another person in the mix, is essential. Okay, I think. This is what I have to do. Okay, I'm gonna do it.
I'll address the first concept that kind of struck me. So you having a live-in girlfriend for a period of time and all that kind of stuff. Do you and your partner have kids?
So yeah, I have a kid, and my wife is my kid's stepmom. I recently, like 3 years ago, I got my wife. I'm the full-time parent now. The mom is essentially out of the picture now.
Okay.
Well, good for you, Eldrazi. You're being the man, taking the responsibility. I like it. What a lad.
Okay, so if this becomes too personal because I'm prying
no.
specifically,
Please.
we can expand it.
I would be insulted if you held back out of that concern, because I'm very open with it. Please.
Okay. So all right. When I hear mother didn't want to hang out with the kids or didn't stay with the kid or whatever, typically I'm thinking substance is.
Nope.
Yes, no, maybe so.
I fought tooth and nail against her, and essentially it was to the point where I'm going to take you to court. Do you want to go to court? If not, give me my fucking kid. I was tired of going back and forth with her. Like, I used to drive 2.5 hours each time to get my kid. My kid wasn't happy there. My kid wasn't thriving in school. None of that. Everybody knows my kid wants to be with me. We both know that our kid would be better if they stayed with me. And then, sure enough, grades are up. Everything's up. She's just, I don't know. Some people are just better off taking care of what they can take care of. And unfortunately, that wasn't where my kid was already at for my kid's sake. I'm more than happy to have my kid living with me where they're able to get everything they need to succeed.
Okay. So if I'm hearing you correct, it wasn't like a substance abuse issue. It's literally just she didn't she just didn't have that in that nature to enable
some of it had to do with her partner.
Thrive.
The guy that she's like been seeing and not seeing, who's the father of her other kid, he kind of really fucking sucks. And I think that influence on her makes her less apt of a parent. And then I think also him being there makes it harder for the kids. And unfortunately, I can only do what I can do for my kid. The other kid, kind of on their own, so to speak. That's all I can do.
Okay. And then just prying a little bit, you and your partner, do you guys plan on having kids?
I got a vasectomy.
So that I'm assuming that's a no.
Yeah.
You're not going to reverse that one. Then
adoption's not out of the question later on, but yeah, I'm all done.
Okay. Well, hold on. So do you have the one? Do you have any other kids?
No, it's just my kid.
I will say, like, Eldrazi, I think you're a cool guy. You should keep your family life out of this, because I think people are dicks on the internet, and I think you're too nice. I think Connor's a sound bloke, but like, all of this is nobody's fucking business, man. Like, I'm maybe that's just my sensibilities, because I'm very sensitive. I think that Like I want to keep like my personal life. I'll talk about certain things, right? But my actual personal life, like my relationship, like with my family, and like you don't know fucking anything that goes on in my life when it comes to like my relationship with my family, and like there's so much fucking mad shit that's went on in my life. And I'm never telling you guys this. I just want you to know that, like, never. Like, not unless I'm, like, writing a book one day and I'm like, this is what happened. Like, you know, like, but, like, even then, I don't see myself doing it. You know what I mean?
My kid's 15, so.
Okay, and does your partner have any kids with anybody else or want any kids with anybody else?
No, she sometimes wants a baby and all that, but then when she gets down to like breaking down what it means to actually having a baby and then like having the baby, it's kind of like, okay, yeah, maybe not right now.
Okay, got it. And then just digging in a little bit again. The live-in girlfriend who stayed temporarily, what was her situation kid-wise and relationship-wise with the court situation?
Okay, so this is actually I might have to give a little bit of background. So this woman was really close friends with my wife for a long time. Basically, they were in love like forever ago, but I got there first. I stole her away and we moved away. Literally, they were each other's like first love. And they almost certainly would have dated, but I beat her to the punch and we moved away. So that didn't happen. This woman got with a guy who...
Wait, I need to go back. Wait, what?
They were each other's like... But I got there. A bit of background. So this woman was really close friends with my wife for a long time. Basically, they were in love like forever ago, but I got there first. I stole her away and we moved away. Literally, they were each other's like first love. And they almost certainly would have dated, but... I beat her to the punch and we moved away. So that didn't happen. This woman got with a guy who is, you were in the military, right?
Yes.
You know how some guys get out and they're chill for like a couple years and then they lose their fucking minds?
Yes.
He's one of these guys. And she's like, I don't want to, she's like, I don't want to be here anymore. So we helped her, get out of there. And, yeah, through that, well, I guess they've been talking for a long time, but we helped her get out of there because she didn't want to be there. She literally couldn't escape there whatsoever. And so we were just helping her get out of there, and just through getting to know her and all that, I think like they might have ended up dating on their own without me just fine. But I think that maybe I left work and went up north to help her when I heard some of the stuff that had happened. Oh no, I'm sorry. She was here just hanging out and he came and kidnapped her kid, basically. If there's no order in the state of Michigan, the mother has default physical custody. He came up and just snatched the kid and left. So as soon as I got out of work, I drove 2.5 hours up north to take care of all this stuff. And I think that sort of was the catalyst for her and I getting closer. And then it just sort of formed naturally that they already had a thing, and that sort of like brought us closer together. And she was just staying with her parents, and she was down here hanging out.
Right, so his girlfriend got a girlfriend, then he got closer to the girlfriend. Is that what's going on?
And then as we got closer, we ended up moving in with her, or she ended up moving in with us. But then, back and forth because of fighting with the courts. He wasn't willing to give like an inch on anything. He was super furious. And I mean, from his perspective, I get it.
Yeah. So already, I'm not trying to be
This is the wildest situation of me having like a polyamorous relationship of all time, by the way. This is not the typical average story. It's a wild one. I'll give you that for sure.
Well, and that's kind of what I was going to poke at without trying to be judgmental or rude to anyone involved. So when I hear like, I was with somebody, but they weren't emotionally nurturing for my daughter. As a result, I took possession of my daughter. I've been with my partner for a long time. We love each other, but she loved this other woman before we got together.
I'd certainly say, Mario, that I would go so far as just in chat when you talk about adoption. I think we're probably right as Christians to say that adoption's a moral obligation. I think like we owe each other. Do we not owe each other that?
We don't plan on having kids together. I'm already snipped. She thinks about it, but she doesn't really want to do it. And then she had this relationship with this other person who also already had a kid, but they only got together because, you know, these two females weren't together. And then she had a kid with a douchebag, and the douchebag was there, and then I had to help support him, or support her. And we had a cool little thing going while she was getting through all her trials and tribulations. I would never try to get a state agent to come into the Drazi household and point a gun at you and say, you are not allowed to live this way. But I do think that what you went through was a tad bit more dramatic than a successful monogamous relationship. Not a unsuccessful monogamous relationship, because obviously it's like 50-50. There's tons of unsuccessful monogamous relationships. There's tons of broken families. There's tons of single mothers. There's tons of, children who aren't getting what they need. I'm not trying to say that. But I think that if I compare you to the ideal, there's a little bit less drama with the ideal in particular.
Sure. I can understand. Like I said, that is, whoops. I accidentally clicked something. That is a super wild story. It's not typical whatsoever. This only happened because, like I said, of
No, I'm saying, like, if you can adopt, you should adopt to the point in which you like, you're able to actually, like, sort of practicably, and that'll vary between people. Mario is probably what I would say, that Christian parents should probably understand that they owe each other that. Even in the sense, oh my god, I'm gonna get absolutely murked if I don't do something.
How long they've had, my wife and her have had, like, a really strong connection.
Poly before this?
Oh, yeah. We were together for about 5 years before she approached me with the question. Now, I don't generally suggest it to everybody. This is how it should go. But I was just of the mind that I really loved. She was my fiance at the time. Yeah, she's my fiance at the time, and I didn't want to bring up the subject because there's a fear of, like, her maybe feeling like, hey, I'm saying, like, hey, you're not enough for me. But I was polyamorous before I met her. It's just something that I never brought up because I wasn't sure. I don't know if you're familiar with, like, the thumb of Michigan, or, like, the far north parts of Michigan. It's a lot like the South, and that's where she was born and raised. She didn't have the same kind of ideas and opinions as everybody, but there's still a lot of influence. So I didn't want to, like, bring a more I just didn't want her to feel like I was saying there's something wrong with her or our relationship. I didn't want to put that on her. I still wasn't nearly as informed about polyamory as I am now, so I wouldn't have had the words to properly express myself either. And she brought it up to me one day because my wife, as much as she loves me and we have a good, healthy relationship, good, healthy sex life and all that, she pretty fucking gay, dude. She really, really likes women. The one day she was like, I think I like men more than women. I was like, lady, the magnitudes you have slept with women more. Like, okay, like, it's not even close. And then I broke it down for her. She's like, holy shit, you're right. Like, she's so gay, she don't even know how gay she is sometimes. It's crazy.
This conversation's fucking wild. I don't even know where to go with this. Like, I really, like, I think you're cool dudes, man. But I came here for a polyamory debate. And this is a lot. This is a lot to process right now. Like, I think you're both really cool, man. I just want to stress that. I think you're some really cool dudes. I just don't know. I don't know where to go. Like, because I want to do, like, a philosophical review of this, and I don't know how to even comment. Right? Like, you know. It's entertaining. It is, like, I'm interested in it, but it's like, you know. But I don't know how to speak about this. I don't have any kids. Retro. I'm not really in a situation where I could actually have kids. That's the only reason I don't have kids. Really. That's the only reason that me and my partner, like, we're in the situation where we'll have literally no support structures around us. We're fairly low income. Like, I don't really want to go into the details of it, but it's suffice it to say, like, having children in the situation we're in now, not to say, like, always, because we're not really decided as to what will, like, depends on, like, how things play out. But right now, it wouldn't be right. It wouldn't make sense for the children, and that's why I'm not really a parent. but I do think that it can be an obligation to breed for the species. So long as you can. I think there's people who are like disabled and stuff that wouldn't be able to do it or like handle it, and it wouldn't be right to say that they should breed, you know. Drazi is forcing us to open up. That's the thing, you know. It's like it's infectious. It's forcing like
that happens. I literally think, it's a meme. Obviously, it's like, every woman's bi. You just have to figure out if it's bipolar, bisexual, or both. Like, I agree with that fully. Like, I think,
man, I
like,
do love
most women
Connor.
are a little bi. So, So the reason, not just trying to use examples, but I have to assume that there's a little bit of chaos. And if you guys continue, let's say that you just had, hold up, let me just steel man before I pull in the variables. So
Sure.
I know that polyamory does not mean promiscuity. Okay.
Sure,
That's
correct.
actually something that is something that somebody corrected of me, where I just associated promiscuity and polyamory together because you're involving multiple partners and you're involving like sexual appetites and all that kind of stuff. So
Sure.
I just
You see, my influence is so great. I've transcended the limits of time and space to inform Connor of his mistake. Wow, guys.
associated the two together. But once I had that disconnected, I do understand that you could technically have that live-in girlfriend stay with you forever, and you
Locutus. Hey, sorry, I forgot where to send the alphabet. Oh yeah, shit, man. Alphabeting. Yeah, you could send us it either on Discord or you could send us it via my email, perspectivephilosophy2@gmail.com.
you guys would just be
I'm not God. I'm like Q. 33% and done. It's more like Goku, right, with instant transmission, and I just whispered in his ear through
together forever, and I wouldn't view that as promiscuous because you set the barriers of your relationship and you continued within those barriers. Whereas promiscuous, I would view.
Oh no, that's promiscuity, man. No, like, I mean, it would be if it depends, right? Like, if we're saying there's multiple partners and no commitment, that's just promiscuity, right? With extra steps. I'm sorry, that's how that is, right? That is promiscuity. I mean, like, I'm gonna Google quickly the definition of promiscuity, and how the fuck do you spell promiscuity? Okay, I wouldn't have guessed that. Promiscuous. Having or characterized by many transient sexual relationships. So lasting for a short time, impermanent. So uncommitted sexual relationships, that's promiscuity. This would be like, if I'm not saying Eldrazi because he had that like thing, and I don't know if it was meant to be transient, but yes, that would be promiscuity if it was meant to be transient.
You as always looking for something new, right?
Yeah, so you're thinking of like an open marriage kind of deal, which is significantly different.
Yeah. And so that's where, though, I would say that if you had a rotation, it really is promiscuity that I guess I'm criticizing right now. But if you had a rotation of like live-in girlfriends who were coming and going and all that kind of stuff, and you've described to me like these emotional experiences that you've had with these women that were deep and probably fulfilling, but also chaotic and maybe a little bit.
We're describing like I don't
challenging at times. That's the kind of thing that I would say for children in particular, that would be my concern, to be exposed to that level of chaos that young.
Yeah. So one of the things that I think I talked to Quibbles with Coffee. He tried talking about how it's going to be like inherently damaging to children, and I'm like, hey, look. I think most of the time a parent, I'd at least like to think most of the time when a parent's dating in general, they're going to take a good look at the person they're dating before they bring them around their kids. And my kid has met several of the people that I or my wife and I have dated together. And they've always been super positive influences on my kid. It's always been like really even surprising to me, just like how.
Like, I will say, like, let's not forget, like, it's more about what's happening in these interactions, really, more than anything. Like, I heard of like for example, totally monogamous kid walks in on his mom giving his dad head, and she just continues in front of them. And then that is going to damage that kid more than being introduced to like a person who they might not even associate sexually with their parents. Do you know what I mean? Like so it's not just like as straight, like easy cut as just like, you know.
how much I think my kid got out of it and all that. It seems like everybody that I've gotten close to outside of my wife has been like, I don't know, either they had a kid or they're like just super like they must have had like a lot of children in their life because they're super good at approaching and interacting with kids. That's always been really cool. So it's easy for that. But I can see how. I guess let me put it this way.
The concern would be an emotional
criticize.
The concern would be an emotional attachment that then ends.
Yeah, the criticism would be no different than a single parent who is bringing people they're dating around their kids as well, though. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I even think too that even if there is the unfortunate event where there's an emotional attachment that ends up getting severed, at least in a situation like mine, where I have a primary partner who lives with me, my kid still has two parents to fall back on. We're both there to give them the extra attention and support that they'll need if something like that does happen. Instead of being a single parent where you're going to now have to juggle that along with all your other responsibilities of being a parent and.
Okay. We're 40 minutes in here, and I don't feel like we've had a debate about polyamory, and I don't feel like I can actually comment on any of this. There's too much personal details involved, and not to say that that's what's stopping us, but more in the sense that I'm not sure what I can actually philosophically offer, right? Like, I don't feel like philosophically I can offer anything here. Like, I could if it was like I was having the debate, but there's no real way I could, you know, sort of impart anything. It's been chill though, and I feel like, you know, entertaining. You know, I don't know what you guys think. What do you guys think? Is this? Meh. It's been good. Okay, I've some mixed views there. You can call in Mario, but if you have anything you really not want to like, you know, talk about, then you're welcome though. You're always welcome, man. That should be free. Is that free? Oh no. Hi, Jonathan. How you doing, man? I just realized I've knocked the game off there. You probably want to see what's going on at least. 1 second. Uh I'm gonna have to I need the bathroom so much. I'm gonna have to surrender this game. Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
Toby Cokes super chatted £5. Baby money is I can't be doing with one. Good night.
Thank you very much. Baby money, as I can't be doing with one. Good night. Thank you very much, Toby. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. It's very, very, very appreciated. Yeah, the live's going all right. I mean, like, I think me and the audience here feel like this has went in a direction that we weren't expecting, and perhaps not really integral to the brand that is perspective philosophy, because there is a lack of a philosophical element that's happened in the last. So we started off with some Trinitarian arguments, then, you know, and Pierce's sort of metaphysics or logic, and now we're in like what we thought was going to be a debate about polyamory, and has enveloped some pretty dramatic turns in people's lives. More like a soap opera. Like it felt more like a soap opera take. Like if like, you know what I mean? Where like I feel like I'm watching something really dramatic rather than like actually. I should have stayed with PS Arakoda. You're right. I should have just stayed with PS. I knew that was on brand for definite. But I thought this would be like a full a funny like segue into a ethical thing. And then that's not to say that anything wrong with Arakoda, not Arakoda, throwing Arakoda under the bus. Eldrazi or counterpoints. Because I think they're cool dudes. It's just the way they're debating there is obviously not the same sort of philosophy that I do, and that it's too human for me, really. I need less humanity, and I need more strictness when it comes to argumentation, right? I'm sure I'll oh, that crazy, what's he called? Abbas Lassalle or whatever. Oh, he's crazy as shit. Oh god, he's actually crazy. Like, I'm not even joking, man. Like, I know that he emails, like, I've seen some of the emails he's sent out and stuff like that. The guy is crazy. Like, it's not even just that, and his takes in general, like guy's just a bit mad, right? Like, he's just a bit mad. College boy. I had like engagement with him when he was calling this like college boy. It was I have not adopted anyone very fitting. I believe we should. I haven't done it, if you're talking to me. So don't give me credit that I don't deserve. That's like proper stolen valor. We hope to adopt. We haven't adopted yet. So I have to say thank you. But, you know, come again and maybe next time we'll have adopted. But I believe that we should adopt. I just haven't done it yet because I'm not in the right place. That's why I don't have children. I just dropped in. No, that's cool. Very fitting. That's cool. I appreciate it. I'll take it anyway. And I think it's very nice. I think people should adopt. Yes, I completely agree. The church and the state should not be united. That's just bad. No. You know, because then you end up with Russia where it's blessing its nuclear weapons, right? And actually, no. You know, no. Something wrong happened there. Something bad has happened there. Yeah, something tragically bad has happened there. Yeah. Yeah. You agree, by the way. Good. Right. Are you sure? Are you sure you don't want to bless nuclear weapons? Okay. Radio, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on now? Oh, you keep him because he was getting upset in here. Yeah. Okay. What if the church was Hegelian and Catholic, but was still connected to the state? I mean, you can't divorce the church from the state such that we go to church and we participate in the state. We just can't reduce the state to the church or the church to the state, right? If I had no parents, not gonna lie, the idea of being adopted sounds horrendous. I'm not a big fan of the Atomic Family. I'd rather have an Oliver Twist upbringing. I don't think that'd have done you any good, man. It's not about the Atomic Family. You don't have to have like the Atomic Family necessarily, but I think this. Please, sir. You got to pick a pocket or two, man. Do you want to? He has a story from my childhood. So we did Oliver Twist in year 6, right? Sigma child. We did Oliver Twist in year 6 as a play. Now, as a fat kid, I was really fat. I don't know if I've ever showed just how fat I was. I'll see if I've got the picture of fat me, like really fat me. I think I might somewhere have the picture of really fat me. I was so damn fat. Fat me. Sure, I had it somewhere. Fat. No. All right, I can't find it. I'm not gonna keep looking, but essentially, yeah. I was very fat, and you know, I'm actually really about the same weight as I am now. Not too far off, but like 5 foot, about 5'5", about 5'5", yeah, about 5'5", and so you can imagine like pretty chunky, right? Pretty chunk, like very chunk, and I remember like. I didn't really want to participate. I hated the whole dancing sort of stuff. When we watched Fiddler on the Roof, Oliver Twist, the only one that I liked in that was what's he called? I want to say he's called Fagin. I think it's Fagin. And I actually really liked him, you know, like he's like, you know, I actually thought that was really good. And I wanted to try out for that role, right? And I just remember, you know, there's a queue of kids that are like trying out for roles. And the teacher just doesn't even let people try out. Like she just sort of just picked them. But like, so she lets people try out, but it was all of the girls who are like the brown noses got the main parts. So it was just set up, man. And this is really what the story's about. I was totally, but I look back now and I'm like, I'm so glad me as a fat kid was not playing that role in center stage. Like, and I was just at the side doing nothing, kind of out of sight in the shadows. That's where I should have been. And these are the kind of moments where I think this is a gift from God. Like, this is divine grace. I didn't know what was good for me then, right? Like you know, and that's this is the truth of religion in many ways, where you can look back and you can go, thank you, Lord. Thank you so much. I mean, that being said, there's like other times when I've totally embarrassed myself as the fat kid. And Jesus took that's the thing. Jesus took the wheel, man. Jesus just went, no, I'm not letting that happen. No. He's just looked at it and went, no. Is a church necessarily Christian, or can it be any religion, like organized religious institution? Well, I mean, like, there are churches for other religions, like, you know, like, it depends on what you mean. I like listening to Big Papa Fascist try to whitewash any level of gay conduct from history. Whenever anyone points it out to him, he's always just like, yeah, that never happened, that's false. Really? Does he do that? I've never even seen that. Many Christian sects don't use churches because they don't want to seem restrictive and they don't like hierarchy too much. As our response to, I mean, I think that obviously churches are good, and I think that's very Protestants. I think the Protestants sort of have a relation to the church where they think that the church is just, it can be good, but it's not really, right? You know, he does do that a lot. I never really watched Big Papa Fascist, so what's my take on existentialism? I think that it's a misguided approach. I have a lot of respect for existentialist writing in the sense that I think there's a lot of value there. Like someone like reading, like, you're not going to go wrong by reading Jean-Paul Sartre or like Albert Camus. If you could call Camus an existentialist, I think it would probably be fair to call him an existentialist. At the same time, I don't think, and you know, especially someone like Heidegger, if you were to call them, or Kierkegaard, existentialists. But I don't think that philosophically it's a defensible position. I think that in order for we to even be able to say that there is any form of existence, we've already implied an essence such that it is actually noble in the first place. So it's not. I think that the relationship between being and essence is such that it must necessarily imply each other and a union between the two for it to actually be comprehensible or coherent in the first place. Who does he debate that you're sub to, Foresight? I need to get some more debates, man. Like, I need to get back in the debate scene, I think. You know what we should actually do? We should try and work out the Trinity. That's what we should do. This is what this stream should be. Try to understand. We will understand, formally speaking, the Trinity. Who can I read to understand this take on existentialism better? I actually think that like a really good book that sort of brings in the existentialist position, but then shows how it relates and differs from the Hegelian position, specifically on something like freedom and authenticity, is actually David Rowe's Free Will and Continental Philosophy. I like that. Are you waiting to call in there? Mario, did you say? Can I phone in my model? You can, absolutely. I don't believe in the monarchy of the father, no. At least I don't believe in the monarchical view of the Trinity. You just join, if you want to call in, you just go to the call-in waiting on me Discord, yeah. Also, guys, I don't think we're getting that debate with Sargon. He's just ducking the debate, man. I just subbed a varied range of people for multiple reasons. Extra content, different perspective. I can't believe you not only subscribed to me. I can't believe it. This isn't enough perspective for you. Are you trying to say that I don't have enough perspective for you? Okay, I see how it is. No, I understand. You subbed to Tomfoolery, you, Sunday, Destiny, Kid Not Kin, Drazi, after that nice chat you had. Oh, that's nice. What do you think of Graham Oppie and Alex O'Connor? I don't know if did I watch that? I don't think I've watched that. There you are, Mario. How you doing, man?
Oh, hey, PP.
How you doing?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you doing?
Yeah. I'm doing good. You know, today's a rainy day in SoCal. So it's a nice day in SoCal because it rarely rains here.
Oh, that's nice. It never stops raining here. Yeah.
I wish I lived somewhere like that because I love the rain.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No?
No. You love California rain, right? Where it's like, oh, this is nice. You don't love British rain. British rain is like, I'm soaking wet and freezing cold. Why is it so windy? That's like, British rain is like, there's like someone did a video of like why British soldiers are the hardest in the world. No, just like basically because we're trained in the most miserable place on earth. And it's just like, because, you know, you go somewhere cold and it's a dry cold. You go to like Norway or something, but it's snowy and stuff, but you're dry. You go to the desert. It's really hot, but it's dry. You know, or if you get wet, you know, it's hot. And I mean, the jungle's like a bit of a different story. I think the way you said it was like jungle's pretty hard as well. And I can imagine the jungle's pretty rough, but like, nah, man, somewhere like you're in a just English weather is just absolutely, British weather's just miserable. I love a good drizzle. Oh god, British weather's so miserable. It can be nice, right? Like 3 days out of the year, but
yeah, I don't know. I love the rain personally, but like maybe British rain is different than just rain.
I tell you can't equivocate on rain. Like there's definitely like I'm surprised that English doesn't have multiple words for rain because it rains so much here.
Yeah. I actually always wanted to move to Seattle. That's somewhere I always wanted to move because of the rain.
Seattle's pretty northern, isn't it? Actually, Seattle's really quite northern. It's like quite cold there, isn't it? Yeah.
It's like on the border where Canada is. So
yeah, that'd probably suck. They probably, I don't know what their weather systems are like. I can tell you ours suck. It depends. Ours like mostly suck. Like 8 out of 12 months.
Okay. But I didn't really have like a discussion prepared. So I don't know if there's something you want to talk about. I mean, I know we have disagreements and agreements. So we can.
Well, I mean, what did you think of the Danny versus Michael Jones debate before?
Danny versus Mike. Was that the debate?
Trinity debate, yeah.
Trinity debate. I wasn't there for the whole time, but I kind of understood it was supposed to be like a. It's kind of an argument created by kind of older Muslims, I guess, from like Al-Hazali to Avicenna, which is like the Trinity, some kind of logical contradiction.
Yeah, I've heard Muslims say this a lot as well.
Yeah, I think it's an equivocation. Right now, I'm not saying you've done this, but I've heard Hegelians kind of escape it by like saying, well, we can posit different logical axioms. And maybe that's true in the old logical system, but it's not true in this logical system and new modern philosophy. But I think it's fine in the old logical system. I just think there's an equivocation that's happening.
I don't think I think there's Hegelians who want to say that Hegel. So, for example, Hegel posits aspects about logic that sort of lead us to question maybe logical, like the ways in which we've understood logic, but not really contrary to classical logic. Excuse me, like Hegel actually says, like, so for example, he affirms the three figures of logic and scholastic logic, like pretty evidently in the science of logic, what's the word I'm looking for? Not evidently, pretty blatantly, like, you know, he specifically has, like, he basically says it verbatim that he affirms it.
Mhm.
And the only point in contention is in relation usually to like Aufheben, you know, this idea of sublation and the law of the excluded middle. Because, like, well, wait a minute, if the law of the excluded middle, like, how is this like essentially functioning? And Hegel's point is really, I would say Hegel's point is to say that it's not about like the reason that we are misperceiving identities such that we're saying that there isn't, that this is a law of the excluded middle, but we're able to conceive of a unity between the two, of a synthesis or a negation of negation, a sublation, specifically because of how we're improperly perceiving reality, or really in relation to the constant development of reality onto itself, sort of imminently, such that we that leads to like a constant development and progression, but not really actually say that, like, not really defy the point of something having to be itself, not it, like something always has to be sort of self-related. I mean, there's sort of points to go in this where maybe he's saying more, but I don't think that what he's saying is necessarily, and I don't think what he thought he was saying, at least, was incompatible with classical considerations of logic. If anything, it seemed like he thought he was rejecting his contemporaries. So I think that's the way I would say that Hegel approaches it. Not really like, I don't think that you have to say like, okay, like in relation to like classical logic, we have to say that, you know, like we don't have to posit like a paraconsistent logic or something like that in order to gain access to the Trinity or something, you know, because like I don't believe that, and I don't think Hegel believes that either.
Is inspiring philosophy Hegelian?
No, I don't believe so. No, I don't believe so. I'm not sure what he is. I don't actually know. I think when I've seen inspiring philosophy, he I don't know. I've never. I want to say that he's at least inspired by Plato and Aristotle from the way in which I've heard him argue, but that's basically to say that he's a Christian for the most part. So I'm not sure. Does anyone in chat know what inspiring philosophy is in terms of his ideological commitments? Is this similar to saying that the contradictions are in a natural state of history, which means that to understand history, we must accept that the needs for resolving contradictory statements is a mistake? No, because he's saying that the reason that we're even having the contradictions in the first place is because of, really, it's the contradiction is formed by our inability to perceive reality as it is, like in many ways. So you'll say that the contradiction exists in the mind and not in nature. So it's more of like what he's saying is that we're not perceiving identity correctly, or how we formulate identity, such that when we say that there is this law of the excluded middle, where something can't be itself and its negation, that something has to be itself, or So what is it? It's I'm gonna say it wrong, and I'll get told off again. See, I want it written as
Okay, so I guess no one knows what inspiring philosophy is.
No, I don't think. I think that's what part of the appeal of inspiring philosophy is. He never even says what kind of Christian he is.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, no, I mean, I just I get kind of annoyed because I think Muslims have better arguments against the Trinity. For example, they would say something like the mode of being requires its own essence, right? You know, that's something later Muslims kind of develop, right? So you can't have a person without their own individual essence. That's the way they would argue. But like to say like it's some kind of logical contradiction that the mode of the essence, it like necessarily is a logical contradiction with the essence doesn't make any sense. Right.
I mean, I would agree.
Like
I would agree
Yeah.
there. Yes.
So, like the Trinity, I mean, what is the Trinity? I mean, the Trinity is just the different modes of the essence as it pertains to the Godhead. So the Father is the essence in the termini of originate or patriarchal or monarchy, or paternity, however you want to say it. He's basically the origin. And there's the Son, who is the divine essence as filiation or as begotten or as generation. And then there's the Spirit, which is spirated. And these are just different modes of the same essence, right? So really there's 3 modes or persons, right? And these are essential modes, so they're not like accidental modes. And then there's one essence. That's not a logical contradiction. We might say that's a metaphysical contradiction, right? And that's an interesting argument to have. But like to say it's a logical contradiction, in my opinion, is kind of dishonest. I don't know.
I mean, I would agree. I mean, my idea of the Trinity, I think is somewhat similar in the sense that I would say that it's 3 logical moments such that it reflects a unity between identity and difference, such that they are that their relation, such that in the sense that the Son is the begotten because it's a relation between the Father, which is the first. So in the sense that the way that P.S. even mentioned the first, the second, and the third, and how they relate, is essentially the way that they relate is, or the way that they are even ordered to be separate, is essentially a relational a relation between logical moments of the same substance, such that the Father begets the Son because he immediately reflects upon himself. So his reflection implies, in the same way that like universality implies particularity, and they can only exist if they mediate each other, and that mediation, if made perfect, forms individuality, which is a third state, which is defined by this mediation, which would be the spiration. And I mean, like, I wouldn't say that, like, talking about this is like metaphysically contradictory. I mean, I would see this as the foundation of any ontology, like as a Hegelian. So I think that this is the foundation of actually being able to say.
No, I guess I'm just saying, like, you could have an argument about it.
Oh, I know you don't have that, because otherwise you wouldn't be a Christian. Like, like obviously.
But like when a Muslim comes up to me and they say this is a logical contradiction, I see that more as dishonest than coming to a debate, as opposed to like the metaphysical contradiction. Which I'm willing to say, yeah, we can definitely have a conversation about whether or not it's a metaphysical contradiction.
Mm-hmm.
To say it's a logical contradiction, I feel like usually something nefarious is happening there, or they just don't want to understand it. They don't,
I somewhat agree. I think there's a bit of dogma there. This idea that what God can't be and what God can be is almost sort of presumed, such that the metaphysics can never, and like maybe I think happens in the sort of Neoplatonist interpretation from the most, like, so for example, there was a Muslim in chat the other day, and the way he was arguing, I was like, well, can you not see that you've got to posit from the Neoplatonist position, like when the way he's talking about it, it's like the divine intellect and the spirit, as such, to essentially say that these are almost necessarily related to God, but not equal to God himself. And it's like, okay, but why must they exist, right? Like, so you're saying that this perfect being, the intellect of the perfect being, the essence of the perfect being, is almost made separate from the being itself, because otherwise, let's be honest, he would be noble, he'd be personable, he could be incarnate. Like, there would have to be, you're having to kind of separate some of the characteristics of God to give him this sort of transcendent sublimity that goes beyond all possibility of knowledge. But then, and this is kind of how they relate to God in the first place. So it's like, I think that the way that you want God to interact with you, you're kind of like putting the cart before the horse. Like, I think a lot of it comes to how they want God to relate to them rather than how God actually is. Like the properties of God are being determined by what they think a thing would have to be in order to be worshipped, rather than worship the thing which ought to be worshipped, and explain it in a metaphysical, like, why do we worship it? Because X, but instead we worship X, and this is how this thing exists. So it's sort of like an argument from the conclusion, I think, is often happening. But that's sort of me. Maybe I'm wrong to say that, and maybe they don't. But I sort of get that vibe, and I mean, to be fair, I think even Christians do that sometimes, where it's like there's people in general. I think people in general often argue for what the truth that they want, what they'd want to be the truth, rather than what actually coheres with reality, or like actually or corresponds with reality, or whatever you'd like to say.
Yeah. Before I respond to that, very fitting, that some Christians don't believe in the connection of the Trinity, but do believe in the separate entities. Those people are like Mormons, which even secular people aren't sure if we should classify those people as Christians. I mean,
the Mormons are.
I think a good definition of a Christian is someone who abides by the Nicene Creed, and the Nicene Creed definitely says God is a Trinity. Right.
I like that. I like how Catholic that is. So like, it's like, so a good definition of a Christian is it was put forward by the Nicene Council.
But like even classical Protestants like Lutherans or Calvinist, I believe even Presbyterians, like they'll admit to the Nicene Creed.
I agree. Yeah.
So at least there's something there, right? Maybe they have some wacky doctrines like sola scriptura or sola fide, but in general, I would just say if they kind of have a loose connection to the Nicene Creed, even though there might be some incoherent philosophies that kind of add on to their belief, I think that's a good definition of Christianity, as opposed to the Mormon faith, which doesn't even believe in the Nicene Creed, right?
Yeah, I would agree. I think that's a fair way of saying saying the separation between Christianity and sort of tangential or shoot offs, like sort of the tradition.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
And then, on the kind of Muslim guy, I actually saw that stream. I like rewatched it. And I've studied a lot of Islamic philosophers fairly well, especially Avicenna and Averroes, because they have such a big impact on scholastic philosophy. And like one of the crazy things Averroes believes is there's no such thing as the individual soul, right? Averroes actually pulls this out from Avicenna's philosophy, because the reason Averroes says this is because he says, well, there was kind of like an old debate back then about hylomorphism, which is, does hylomorphism kind of apply to every creature, right? So, does an angel have prime matter, just incorporeal prime matter, right? And the reason that happened was because they, for them, following Aristotle totally, they thought the most fundamental distinction was the distinction between matter and form, right? But, this is why Aquinas introduces the real distinction between essence and existence as a more fundamental distinction. Because he says all matter is corporeal. That's what it is, right? It individuates the thing and gives it a kind of dimensive quantity, right? But, when we're individuating an angel, for example, Aquinas doesn't think there's such a thing as like the individual of an angel, right? The way that he'll say it is that, I believe he'll say that they have no species individuation. All they have is essential individuation, which kind of means like, imagine like there could only be one human for every humanity. Right? That's the way Aquinas kind of thinks of an angel.
I think that makes
there's-
sense. Like it's the unity.
Yeah.
Like you can't be saying that there are members of it because the members of it are it because it's purely intellectual. Its being
Exactly.
its essence is its being.
Yeah, so he would say there's a genus called Angel, and then there's a species called Michael, another species called Gabriel, another species called
that's kinda
Noah,
based.
right?
That's kind of based. Yeah, I like it. I like it.
But what Aquinas is kind of getting at here is that, like, okay, so then Averroes kind of says, so like since he believes that since he believes in something called universal hylomorphism, which is like every creature is hylomorphic, Averroes kind of says, so therefore there is no such thing as the individuated soul, right? Because what is he going to say? Well, if the soul is its own substance, then the body has to be its own substance. So the body is a kind of corporeal hylomorphism, and then the soul is a kind of incorporeal hylomorphism. And so he says, so what happens when we die? We all kind of go back to this one giant intellect, right? But he says, but there is really no such thing as the individuated soul. And it's just kind of one of those things that just helps you see how Averroes and Avicenna kind of came to some really absurd conclusions by thinking universal hylomorphism.
I mean, that's kind of wild though. So like, would he have to be committed to the idea? So when we die, the particularity of the individual, like particularity ceases to exist, because that seems to make sense in a Neoplatonic sense though. Like, and I think that this is kind of what, in many ways,
yeah, it's
what
kind of like
Plato,
we all go to the second. That's probably the way.
Sorry,
he say it. It's kind of like we're all like transformed or transmuted into the second hypostasis. That's probably the way Avicenna would put it.
Right. So
because the hypostasis for them is created in order degrees of creation.
Right. Okay. Right. So that, yeah. So
yeah, they're pretty much Neoplatonist. I mean, that was a good analogy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So in that sense, that like, so that's pretty wild though, man. Like if you think about that, like, so I mean, the interpretation of how do they manage to even, because is that even compatible with the way that Islam usually relates to afterlife?
Well, this is going to be an interesting tension between, it'd be interesting to get a Muslim in here, because this is an interesting tension in Islam. That there's so much history here, but like the idea is like Islam kind of around this kind of scholastic period kind of divides up into two schools, one of Al-Ghazali's school and the other of kind of Avicenna's school. And there's kind of a division in Islam between what they call kalam and the beliefs of the philosophers.
Yeah, because I know that there was, and I remember watching a debate between Joshua Shoaid and I can't remember his bloody name now, but he was a Muslim Neoplatonist, and he was saying that this is like part of the tradition, but it represents, I think, about like 70% or something. He was saying or like it was like a solid chunk of Muslims, but that there's a considerable amount of Muslims also who reject the kind of Neoplatonic interpretation of the Quran, of Islam in general. And it would be interesting to sort of hear like there maybe other ways around it. So like, but in general, so like would they be making a separation between like almost their explanation of the model and the model itself, like?
They'd almost do this kind of old Averroes tactic where they say there's truths of faith and truths of reason. Right. I don't think the modern Muslims would like to put it that way, but there is a kind of tension between what the philosophers believe and then what the kind of kalam theologians believe. Kalam just means like theology, basically, right? So there's almost like there's a tension in Islam between what the philosophers think and what the theologians believe.
Right, I could see how that would cause. I could see how that. I mean, to be fair, like it does seem that. I mean, this is. I mean, a big problem seems to be like, and my norm, like my most of my problems with Islam come with the interpretation of scripture being so fundamental and how much authority that they seem to give. Like they sort of give. It seems that the authority of, like the way in which they relate to the religion seems to be very. I mean, just dogmatic in a very authoritarian sense, And that worries me in general, like just because of the political ramifications alone. And it's like a propensity to be abused, right? It's like there should be a point in which I could kind of use my own. Well, I should be able to use my own reason, and it's the point of it. It's like, how can you even say your faith is your own if you alienate your faith and your reason from your reason? But and that's a very like sort of like, you know, very Christian take. It's like, obviously it's like God is speaking to me, and how do I know? Because I can reason it. You know, it's not, you know, how do I understand it? Rather than, let's say, I just rely on faith alone, and it's just like, what is faith at that point? I mean, obviously you can't really answer for them. At the same time, it seems it does seem to be a problem where it's how are you supposed to resolve that? I'm like, surely you should be able to say that the reason and authority can't be sort of severed from one another.
It's kind of a problem in Islam. It's very, I mean, you know, the reason I say there's so much history here is because it kind of comes to a head, and I see that very fitting mention the Kalam cosmological argument. You know, if you look at Al-Ghazali, right, you know, what is he trying to point out to in the Kalam cosmological argument? He's trying to say through philosophical principles we can't prove God exists, but it's through Aristotle's science that we prove God's existence, right? And what's Aristotle's science? Well, seeing, you know, at a planet, right, if one orbits faster than the other, then if time were infinite, we'd have to say one travels more rotations than the other, but simultaneously they have the same amount of rotations. So Al-Ghazali is actually using Aristotelian science for God's existence, which is, you know, isn't a mistake that like William Lane Craig also uses the Big Bang to kind of prove God's existence. It's more of a scientific project for the Kalam. And there is a logical system there, but like what's kind of being pointed out is like, I mean, again, there's just so much here. I mean, take for example, like Islam is largely considered an occasionalist position, right? So, you know, if you really look into Islam, almost all of them are occasionalist. You know, especially the main ones: Al-Ghazali, Avicenna, Averroes.
Before we go on to that, there was a guy in the chat that said he was an Iranian Muslim, but apparently he just left. So before that, I could like sort of say like, "Oh, cool, you're welcome to join." He's left. So if you are still there, you are welcome to come in and maybe explicate your position on that maybe a bit more. Maybe, you know, you're welcome. But but as well. Nice. But just to sort of, when you say an occasionalist, what do you mean?
Oh, okay, yeah. So occasionalism is the position. So, you know, there are different views of causality, right? We might say there's kind of the. Oh shoot! I might take a shot at you. Okay, I'm gonna say. Go ahead. Okay. I'm gonna say there's two better positions, right? Which is the nomological position of causality, which is like there's something like a law-like relation between causes, right? And that's sometimes called event causality. And then there is agent causation, or sometimes called substance causation, which is the idea that like I'll just kind of explain this quickly. It's like where the substance's effect only exists in the cause.
Yeah.
Right. You know, obviously I go for agent causation, and I think the problem with Kant and all those people is they go for the more nomological process, but we don't have to get it. Like, okay, the point is, then there's this kind of
I mean, Hegel probably wouldn't. I mean, in the sense that like Hegel really does see it as essentially logical self-relation, such that everything is derivable from a single universal substance, like perfect substance, which is God. So
yeah, we don't have to get into that. Like the purpose is though that like then there's kind of occasionalism, and occasionalism is basically saying that nothing in the world has what we would call secondary causality, right? So, you know, in Thomas's view of divine concurrence, there's kind of the idea that like God imparts the thing its nature and keeps it into existence at all times. But then also that our own agency allows us to have our own causal power. For example, God has to sustain a thing's nature into existence at all times. But that doesn't mean that trees can't grow. Trees grow themselves, right?
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
But occasionalism says that there is no secondary causality. The way you might spell this out is the way you would spell this out is that, like, okay, let's take this regularity in nature. The sun melts the ice, right? You know, how would we explain that? Well, we would say, well, God keeps in existence the sun and the ice, right? But that doesn't mean that the sun doesn't have the active power to melt and the ice doesn't have the passive power to be melted, right? But the occasionalists would say God melts ice on the occasion the sun is around.
Oh God,
That's
no.
the way they.
Oh God, no. Oh no. Oh no.
That's kind of the way
But that takes away the distinct natures of the beings in question, such that you would be able to give an account of why they're interacting this way. And it's just that we're just positing essentially magic. Like it doesn't like.
Yeah, right. This is, actually, interestingly enough, this is why historians of science say that in the West we got science, and in the East Islam didn't really get science. It kind of came to a halt around the 13th century because they adopted occasionalism, right? And
because the response, why did that happen? Because God made it so. Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. So you're kind of right. No, notice how like this kind of dissolves science, because what are we looking for in science? Well, we're looking for why sun causes ice to melt, right? But if you're an occasionalist, right, there's no reason to kind of look into that, right? Whatever it is just going to be some further illusion, right? And what's really happening is kind of occasion in which that happens.
Oh, I very much dislike that a lot.
Yeah, it's kind of a radical, almost divine command theory.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of understand why they're going that route, in the sense that, like, obviously we would say that these distinct beings are manifest because of the causal power of God in relation to existence. Fair enough, right? Like, such that like their substance is made possible through creation. Like, that's fair enough. Like, but that doesn't mean that they don't have causal power in themselves. That's like there's I'm sure there's a specific fallacy where it's like where you assume that I can't remember what it's called, where you assume that I can't remember what it's called. It probably isn't even relevant, but I just don't understand why you'd even have to go that far. Like, it seems to be completely compatible, such that we can hold the same, like, gain all the metaphysical advantages of saying obviously God is the creator and so on. But I guess if you are looking at it from the point of view, like, so why are they adopting this? Are they adopting this because essentially that the materiality is constantly being individuated by God, which is determining the events in which it interrelates, that there's this constant sort of that there's this constant limit, like essentially limiting of the being in question, or the spirit, to be specific objects and subjects, which is essentially an illusion. And so that all that is true of this situation really is that God is determining how things are interacting in accordance with his own power, rather than in relation to their specific powers.
Yeah, so you kind of have to remember that. In Christianity, there's kind of a long debate. So, okay, I'll tell you some more interesting things about Islam. In Islam, it's not a heresy to believe God has been creating forever, right? In fact, it's probably more common to believe that he's been creating forever. Why? Because the Logos is an eternal creation, right? But in Christianity, it's a heresy to believe that creation has been going on forever. Why? Because Maximus says that energy discloses nature, right? So if God's activity of creating was always there, then it would make the supposit of the nature, which is the divine essence, right? Since the divine essence is the supposit, right? It would make the supposit a kind of created thing.
Yeah,
right?
it would undermine God's. It would turn God from eternal to everlasting, and essentially mean that he is limited by time, which implies that he is essentially. It implies a considerable amount of limitation upon God's essence, such that he's being, and I think even such that, and I guess this is the point, that his being and his essence can't necessarily be one, which is kind of the way that I responded to that guy last time, like Ahmed in chat, because it seems to be that the reason that he's eternally creating and reflecting, but never permanently actually one, is because it's separating God from his essence, right? Such that it is this interrelation, but never actually completed. Which means that you have to posit essentially a temporal relation in God, which implies that God is limited by time. Which I can understand why they're saying it, but the heresy for us would be the relation between being and essence, I'm assuming.
Yeah. So this is kind of what I was going to get. So kind of quickly address Moreau, just because this is kind of relevant. It says maybe Muslim philosophers feared the development of science and underestimated the capacity of people to an unnecessary God. Moreau, what I think happened is there's a long tradition in antiquity about Aristotle and the Neoplatonists, but what happened around the 12th century was something called the rediscovery of Aristotle, which wasn't like there was no Aristotle and all of a sudden there was Aristotle. It was that when East and West kind of collided with each other, as in the Islamic philosophers and the Christian philosophers, what happened was we went to their libraries and we kind of discovered the physics of Aristotle, right? So it was his science. And Aristotle made a few interesting claims. So, for example, Aristotle, when he critiques, I forget, is it Anaximander? He says that evolution can't be real. Right? Why? Because Aristotle says generation necessarily implies a likeness to the substance. That's what he says, right? So, take, for example, that a horse generates a horse. Aristotle says a horse can't generate a penguin. Right? It's just not possible. If we're specifically talking about generation, right? And then Aristotle therefore concluded from prime matter, right, that therefore the world was eternal. So why is the world eternal for Aristotle? Well, because trees beget trees, dogs beget dogs, plants beget plants, rocks beget rocks, and this is kind of Aristotle's physics. So this kind of presented a big problem for antiquity because we kind of followed these guys' philosophies for a long time, Aristotle and Plato, and everyone came to love Aristotle. Then this physics came out, and it was a new way of doing science. So actually, before Aristotle was around,
the physics dropped.
Yeah, the physics dropped. But like before this problem happened, I mean, Islam actually had a lot of really good science. I mean, I heard from the very beginning, like the Sufis had really good mathematics on like the solar system, stuff like that. So, they were actually doing fine. What happened with Aristotle, though, is we get this idea that, okay, well, things must come from other things. So then what did Averroes and Avicenna want to say? They wanted to say, okay, well, this is true by reason, but by faith, the world is created, right? Which doesn't make a lot of sense, right? This is where Aquinas
hand wave it, man.
Yeah.
That's the...
And so Aquinas says that the problem here is that there's two problems from Aristotle, right? The two problems are that the most fundamental distinction or disjunction in substance is not matter and form, right? You have to remember this was the most fundamental distinction in antiquity. After the discovery of Aristotle, it was matter and form, right? But Aquinas kind of thinks, well, if you look at things like the Cappadocian Fathers, things like St. Irenaeus, St. Augustine, Aquinas thinks there's a more fundamental distinction that's happening in Christianity than matter and form. Aquinas calls this distinction the essence and existence distinction, or the real distinction.
Being in essence, yeah.
Yeah, right. And Aquinas says this is the most fundamental distinction. And so when we wonder why a lot of Islamic philosophers came to strange conclusions like occasionalism, you have to remember they thought the most fundamental distinction was matter and form, right? They thought angels were made of matter, so they just called it incorporeal matter, right? So the idea here is that for Aquinas, there is a more fundamental distinction, and this fundamental distinction between essence and existence is what gives the thing its causal powers and God the supreme primary power, because he has the supreme primary power of the act of existence, right? And then the essence, which was nothing at first, individuates the act of existence in a particular substance. That's the way Aquinas will say it. And this is a useful thing because, well, now we have the essence, which was brought into existence, right? But then the essence has other disjunctions in it, like matter and form, right? Which is on the side of essence. So that's kind of why they kind of came to occasionalism, and why science and why Aquinas is able to move past it. It's because he has the real distinction, right? Which he takes that because he says that, well, people like Augustine and Pseudo-Dionysius and John of Damascus, they didn't believe prime matter was the most fundamental principle, right? Like Aristotle. So there must be a problem here.
Yeah, I will say as well, like with Aristotle's, like just out of like, you know, like Aristotle's physics, like it is that move, that rejection of prime matter, that really does mark a massive distinction between Aquinas and Aristotle. Like basically Aquinas saying that prime matter, and you can kind of, the weird thing is that I think you can kind of see this in Aristotle's Metaphysics anyway. Like it's almost like sort of, like the weird thing is with Aristotle when he's talking about prime matter is he talks about prime matter as if, you know, it can't exist unless it had a specific form. Like he does sort of give that critique of prime matter's existence, because he's saying, like, because he's even saying that he didn't even he wasn't the original sort of positor of prime matter in this respect, is what he's saying. And then he sort of, like, at least this is the last time I read the Metaphysics, it's been a while now, it seems that he sort of says, well, you know, prime matter, for it to have any existence, must be specific. So it's almost as if he's not saying prime matter exists in itself, but that it must exist in order for its relation for essence to exist. And I think he says basically the same thing about essence, such that there is this intermediation, and that's how we have things. Like, you know, then the relation.
Yeah, because you have to remember,
objects.
Aristotle didn't believe in participation, right? He has a big critique of participation of Plato. And this is, strictly speaking, what St. Maximus and Aquinas, they all critique Aristotle on. They all say, well, there has to be some kind of participation, right? You know, Aquinas defines participation by saying something participates in another thing when the thing being participated in has what's particular in one object, it has the other thing more generally or universally. What does that mean? For example, take a species and a genus. What's in let's say the genus is animality, the species is human, and the concrete thing is Mario, right? You know, Mario is man, which is me, Mario, participates in animality. Why? Because what exists concretely in me, which is animality, exists universally in animality, right? Now that's a kind of GC species distinction, but then we can go to things like causality, which is how God relates to the world. Where, you know, if we're looking at agent-patient causation, right? The idea is that a cause cannot give what it does not have, right? So, you know, fire burns a stick, right? It generates a kind of likeness in the stick to the fire, right? But then also what's happening there is, like, when a fire burns a stick, the fire's not burnt, the stick is what's burnt. So when you have that kind of relation of causation, Aquinas says what exists in the stick more particularly, which is the heat, exists more universally in the fire, right? Where the fire is the generator of heat, right? Or it's the source of the heat. Scotus has a nicer way of putting this. He says that when we look at a kind of per se ordered causal series, we find that the thing that belongs at the top of it, the causality belongs more properly or per se in it, right? And so it belongs in it more perfectly, which is exactly what God is, right? So in God, the active existence exists perfectly or universally, and in us, it exists particularly and as caused. In God, it's uncaused. The reason that works is, again, I won't go into it, but it's kind of Anscombe's and this kind of older substance view of causality, which is causality doesn't exist in the agent, it only exists in the patient. So yeah, like using that distinction between matter and form is super useful because, if we don't have participation, what is the most fundamental principle of possibility for Aristotle? It's prime matter. That's the most fundamental. Right?
Yeah.
So, but for us, the most fundamental is essence. That's the most fundamental.
That's the thing. Like that's the biggest thing. That's like essence precedes like a specific individuated existence for Aristotle, and that's something that's like it relates very much to the neo Platonic Augustinian sort of Christian tradition that was around at the time that he sort of wants to respect as well. And it is and you can see what like essentially how he's bringing them together in the sense he's saying like, look, actually, there is this mediation going on that explains causation, that explains how substances relate, that explains, essentially specific identities as being irreducible substances that don't lead to this sort of exaggerated realism on this sort of Platonic side, such that it is this such that he can give an explanation for these specific individuals. But at the same time, he's also saying, yeah, but the individuating principle isn't it isn't material. It isn't this sort of like fundamental physical entity or this physicality, and that this is what actually gives meaning to physicality in the first place.
Yeah. Aquinas distinguishes between individuation qua, I think he calls it speciation, and individuation qua essentiality. Where he basically says individuation qua speciation is individuated by prime matter, Aquinas says. Why? Because when form informs matter, what happens is matter then limits form and gives it a dimensive quantity. So, Aquinas says, what individuates you from me? Well, he would say, well, it's the dimensive quantity, right? But then he says, okay, but then what about this distinction between essence and existence? Well, it's not the same kind of distinction where we're individuating a species, right? Rather he says we're individuating an essence, which is different, right? We're individuating this essence as opposed to that one, like animality versus, I don't know what you would call rockness, but let's just call it rockness, right? Maybe it's earth, right? So, Aquinas would say, yeah, right. The more fundamental form of individuality is the individuality when the active existence is individuated by the essence. That's a more fundamental individuality. And when it comes to us, right, our essence has to be individuated, right? Otherwise, it has no concrete existence. But with an angel, not really, because it's incorporeal, and is not subjugated to prime matter, and something analogous happens to God. So yeah, right. So again, for Aquinas, right, what's more fundamental, right? Again, for Aristotle, what's more fundamental is matter, right? But Aquinas kind of agrees with the Neoplatonist that, like, no, there's something more fundamental than matter and form, right? That's essence and existence for Aquinas.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense in order to explain. I think the biggest thing for me is explaining prime matter in the first place, but I think it is wild to think that obviously how this distinction itself would have led to marks the distinction between obviously this is the thing, like in many ways, Christianity resolved the problems of Aristotelianism, kept the good, and sort of kicked out the bad, right? In some respects, in this regard, where it seems that the Islamic tradition rejected Aristotle. Like, in many ways, it's a rejection of Aristotle.
It's like half of them rejected Aristotle, and the other half went too far with Aristotle.
Yeah, like, but it seems like they're rejecting him because he's went like that's the way that they're saying that, like, okay, this is heresy, like, you know, and this is the idea of making essentially making like essentially bringing God down to the corporeal. And then the other side, it seems that like they're like, okay, that's true, but it's not really true, but also it's kind of true. So it is weird because it's like on one side the Neoplatonism seems to almost be a response to this rejection, like, and how the Neoplatonism is responding to Aristotelianism in this respect. Would you say that, or would you say that it's only part of the puzzle?
No, I mean, I would say what happens in Aquinas is there's a marrying of Neoplatonism and Aristotelianism.
I agree.
What happens in Islam is this remains in tension, right? So again, Kalam is like, let's do scripture and Platonic spirituality, right? And then take the school of the philosophers, and what are they doing? Well, let's do Aristotelian science and things that are purely rational, right? This is the kind of tension between those two schools of thought.
Where like the natural reason, where like natural philosophy and theoretical philosophy, or like philosophy like proper, almost never unable to unite. Yeah. Which, yeah, I could see how that would essentially follow from that. It does seem that there's this one second, I'm working out whether I'm gonna, okay, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, it does seem that like this that is the tension there. And you know, funnily enough, I mean, like, in some respects, you kind of look at the Protestant tradition, sort of, when they, in many ways, they sort of had the same sort of thing, right? Where it's like there's the rejection of universals, right? And this understanding that you can get these universals and all that can exist as particulars. Yet they they have this sort of faith in universals through scripture, or like a God and like an ethics which they can't reach through reason via scripture, so that they have this sort of divide in the way that they're approaching natural philosophy and theology, such that they say like there's the place of theology and there's the place of natural philosophy. And again, it's because of how they're approaching, you know, what is like the sort of the question of universality and particularity, which is essentially what's being resolved in someone, I'd say, resolved in someone like Aquinas and debated in the church around this time, right?
It's interesting. Why do you interpret Protestants as nominalists?
I don't think that all nominalists. I think that it was very tied.
I take it you think the fundamental like beginnings of the movement was nominalist.
Yeah, that's primarily. I think that what we see is like a movement from a specifically. One second, I don't want to die here, so I think kill that. There we go. Yeah, so like the way I see it is, you know, you've got your sort of, is it it was like Rosalind, and his interpretation of this sort of, you know, in his point about the way in which particulars exist. And I think that developed and sort of influenced and sort of ran its course through debate to William of Ockham. And that when we hit William of Ockham's termism, we gain this point of an inability for our natural reason to give us, to necessarily found the proofs of scripture, right? And the proofs of scripture, like the truths of scripture, are matters of faith, not of observation of reality at that point. And it severs the divide between faith and reason that Aquinas wants to hold on to. And then you see in someone like Martin Luther a real fucking, excuse me, proliferation of that idea, that you have these truths of one second, I should have attacked with them first, really, but you have these truths of scripture that are derived from a relation and from revelation and are given by God. And then you have the rational sciences and everything else that goes on, and a specific rejection of universals as thought in like Platonic and Aristotelian thought. So he saying that, calling Aristotle a heretic, and saying that we were engaging in, that the church was engaging in heresy for essentially abiding by the philosophy of Aristotle, which he thought was incompatible with the universal truths of Scripture, which were derived purely through relation to Scripture, right? Rather than any form of like natural reasoning, where it seems that Aquinas wants to say, well, you're drawing a divide that doesn't need to exist, right? That you will come to the truths of Scripture through application of natural reason, but the Bible essentially speeds things up a bit and also reveals certain truths that would not be discoverable alone through natural reason, or through the application of reason to nature. And so it seems to me that like a lot of Protestantism, at its sort of Lutheran roots especially, but even in general with a lot of the reformers, seem to be highly influenced by the particularism, or like rather the nominalism or the termism of Occam, and the rejection of Aristotelianism. And on the other side, it seems that some were very influenced by exaggerated realism and Neoplatonism, such that it formed the same sort of abstract relation, where either a rejection of real species or a positing of a kind of dualism in order to explain the relation between, or even conceptualism, to explain the relationship of what seem to be ideas in our heads, rather than the reality which is either particularized or the reality which is, and this is normally I think the dualist sort of perception, which is normally an exaggerated realism, but that it's a sort of that these are being structured and formed through our relation to reality. And yeah, I don't know. I just think that from what I've seen,
hold on. I have a few questions. Just give me like 2 minutes. Someone's calling me.
Yeah, that's no problem. How are you guys enjoying it in chat? What do you guys think? I should probably Oh, what's up, made by Jim Bob? How you doing, man? We're currently chatting about the Trinity. I said, what do you guys think? Just come back. Just like, so what do you think, Foresight?
All right, I'm back.
Hello, how you doing, man?
Good.
Yeah, so essentially I see a lot of this is essentially derived from the problem of universals and the various stance that have been taken upon this that have led to a lot of the conflicts in the historical development.
Yeah, okay, I had some questions. I mean, I interpret people like Proclus and Plotinus as moderate realist. I kind of think that Neoplatonism takes on the more moderate realist position. So, like, do you think they inhabit like this more, what do you call it, exaggerated realism, right?
Yeah.
Do you think they inherit it more from maybe Gnostics or something like that?
Well, I
or
think that
do you really think Plotinus is a radical realist?
One second, I've got my hair stuck. Right. I think that the sort of, to use almost a Leibnizian term, the reasons for the existence of everything seems to always be derived by something, by sort of found itself to a point in which you end up with this abstractness at the very end, at the very beginning, if you depending on what you're reading at the beginning, in a dialectical way, and that's really what I mean by exaggerated realism. In the same sense, one second, I'm just going to quickly. Yeah, so in the same way that I think that Plato in general, it normally leads to this like formless, shapeless entity. The exaggerated realists give an account for particularity that makes particularization, that makes particularity as a logical function sort of accidental, or rather not accidental in the sense of itself, like obviously it's creative power, but in the sense that it has no, that particularity as a, this is probably the Hegelian coming out of this, right? But that particularity, or the particularizing of a power is, or limitation, this limiting force, is always almost a dilution rather than a sort of necessary prerequisite for you to have something, such that universalism, like you get this sort of like that what is true is universal in and of itself, rather than a mediation between like where I think that I'm gonna okay, I understand that. Yeah, so rather than where I think that where I think that pure being becomes essentially the foundation, rather than, or rather a perfect essence rather becomes a foundation, rather than a unity of being in essence for reality. And I think they see being as essentially a necessary limiting. I could be wrong in interpreting this as almost a dilution, not of the essence, but of well, yes, in some respects, that's what makes it corporeal, right?
Interesting. What I take the difference between Platonic realism and sometimes called moderate realism. I just take the difference to say that, well, moderate realists believe that either universals exist in some mind or they exist particularly, right? And then Platonic realists just kind of say, universals exist in themselves per se, right? Without being particularized or without being contemplated by a mind. Is that what you mean by the distinction between the two, or am I getting that wrong?
Sorry, so no, like what I'm really saying in general is like how we would even characterize the mind, like rather like of how we characterize like the foundation.
By the way, for future reference, I wouldn't use the term moderate realism because that's what most people mean by it. Most people mean that universals either exist in a mind or in particular objects. That's kind of why I was misunderstanding.
That's fine. Yeah, like just sort of explicate my sort of position is that I don't think, like in terms of like the differences between Neoplatonism and Platonism in this sort of sense, I don't think is like the way that like in terms of the relation of universals having, and whether universals not only exist or rather than the particulars partaking, like where particularity is essentially defined by a partaking, but that partaking is, it's more about how we understand natural reality and how we look at objects in the first place. Such as whether they are defined in relation to to a universal essence which is not limited to the object, or rather than their just mere existence in either a mind or a world of forms, if you wanted to, if you were like talking about Plato himself. And I think I would really just throw both of them in the same boat with why I have a problem with them, because I see them as abstract.
Okay, take Plotinus as like a concrete example for me. I get what you're saying. How is Plotinus an exaggerated realist and Aquinas a moderate realist in your view?
You tested me, Plotinus, right? Now, it's been fucking ages.
Okay, you don't have to like perfectly describe it. I just kind of need like something concrete to like latch onto, because I'm not really getting the distinction that you're making.
I think so I'm just making sure I'm not attributing to Plotinus what might not be correct to attribute him. Actually, quickly I just missed me turn, didn't I? I think I'm only making the confusion worse. And I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to. I'll tell you what, call in tomorrow and I'll read and I'll answer. So specifically, from like, without like sort of making like essentially.
Then don't give me an example of Plotinus. Give me, ex Neoplatonist, right? Bob the Neoplatonist. What makes Bob the Neoplatonist? What makes him an exaggerated realist as opposed to you or me?
Well, in general, like I would have said that. So the way I see it in general, you can correct me if you think I'm wrong in this. Where from the position of someone like what separates the sort of indifferentism, conceptualism, nominalism, and then what I would call exaggerated realism, is specifically that if you've got is a question of, so all of this is sort of in relation like Boethius, and how do universals exist? Do universals exist? How do they exist? Like in what manner do they exist? And how it relates to the particular, like whether the universal exists within the particular or whether the particular, essentially just partakes within the universal, such that the particularity. So with the indifferentist, whether it's a relationship between whether it's Aristotelian indifferentism, the substance. Did I lose my turn again? I need to look at the game while I'm doing this. I think I've probably just lost just because I've just gotten distracted. One second. Let's see, 3, 6, 8, 12, 14. Probably gonna have to make one of these. Okay. Right. Yeah, so in the same sense that I think that I probably shouldn't have done that anyway, but in the same sense that I think that you can't reach something. Okay, give us 2 seconds because I need to explicate this before I lose it. Okay, right, 2 seconds. So my girlfriend's asking us to reach something, but so in the same sense that I think that the indifferentist is derived by the indifference between the particular and or the particularity that the particularity of a substance and the universality of a substance within the substance coexist, such that if I was to observe an object in nature, I could observe a real universal, right? Whereas the nominalist, the rejection of universals, right, such that it is just a nominal essence, in essence by name but not in nature. The conceptualist, it's in our minds but not in nature. The exaggerated realist, out of said, is on the other side, where it's the particularity is such that it is an illusion, that it is a result of, or rather an accidental property formed from it being a composite, or an where you could think of it as a limitation or of the perfection that is the idea of the thing in question. Would you say I'm wrong on that?
Okay, so I think we are talking about the same thing, which is, do universals exist in particulars or do they exist per se in themselves?
Yeah.
Right. Now, I think maybe you could apply this position to Plato. As Kant says, maybe there's a more generous reading we can give to Plato. I don't know, right? But I would say for Plotinus, I don't think we can give that. I think we have to call Plotinus a moderate realist, and Proclus as well. My understanding of how the Neoplatonics derive the second hypostasis is by moderate realism. So they say, like the reason we derive the second hypostasis, which is the hypostasis of intellection, the reason we derive that is because the forms must be eternally contemplated. They can't exist per se on their own, right? They have to exist either in objects or in some intellect. If they don't exist in some objects because the world is contingent, then they have to exist in some intellect.
Like I know that I know that it's a rejection from the like. Otherwise, the wouldn't actually be able to. And this is like sort of his rejection of like the necessary unity of the forms, such that they could actually derive their individual. I think was it like that, so that they could derive their existence. They have to be united. But in such a way as they remain separate in the one. If I'm trying to like where I want to.
So they remain virtual in the one, but in the
there's in the virtual relation.
Second hypothesis, they're fully contemplated.
Right. Yeah, because I remember. This is a long time ago. Yeah, I guess like I remember like the idea is such that it gives an explanation of the unity of the forms, such that it explains the forms without falling into an infinite regress, but also is distinct from the forms themselves, such that they don't form the collective unity of the forms doesn't exhaust the meaning of the one. I think.
Yeah, so from the view of the one, everything exists in the one, as Plotinus says, only virtually. Right? So doesn't really exist in Plotinus. So Plotinus says, like, take for example the form of tree, right? The form of tree, or even the second hypostasis, which is intellection, right? Those two things don't exist in the one concretely. Right? So the one doesn't concretely think, right? Or the one doesn't concretely have a tree as an object of his intellection, right? Because then we'd have to explain his object of intellection with a tree, which then we need a different first principle, right? So Plotinus says, so rather what's happening is tree exists in the one virtually, right? What does that mean? It means Plotinus says in the reality of the one, there is something like the being of a tree, right? So that, I think the virtual distinction is something like, okay, the difference between a virtual and a nominal kind of distinction or relation is that I believe, how does Aquinas say it? He says a virtual distinction is reasoned, something like that, and then a nominal distinction is reasoning. So what does that mean? It means a nominal distinction is like reason, just like arbitrarily just cuts into something and goes, I don't know, these two things are different, like a vestige and clothing. That's the example Thomas gives. But, in something like the one, right? The one and take for example, the Plotinus, the one has virtually both trees and humans in it. Those both virtually exist in the one. Plotinus doesn't think trees and man are in God in the same way that we predicate vestiges and clothing. Plotinus doesn't think that. He thinks rather what's happening is those things are predicated in God virtually, he says, because they're like a potency of him to create or an effectuation. Or I guess not create, but emanate. I take it that's what Plotinus means.
In the sense that, I mean, this is where I said, I think that from what I understand of it, it's essentially, it gives them the foundations of their existence, but not it isn't identical with them, such that the sum is more than the in the sense that it's more than the sum of its parts, if you could think of it like that, in the sense that they aren't actually parts of it, but rather exist in it, or rather they derive their existence from it. It's their first principle, but their reality is derived from the one. But its truth is not exhausted in the collective totality of all of them, but goes beyond, such that it gives them meaning. And I think this was a way of, as far as I understood it, was a way of them getting around the Aristotelian critique about the world of forms, essentially relating to the fact that, well, what's the form of the form of the form? What's the form of the form of the form of the form? And sort of falling into an infinite point about universality being ever enveloped, where it's like, no, it has to be complete. There's a point in which the one is complete, but also that these forms are able to be unified and understood without having an individuating principle that's not perpetuating an infinite number of mediating forms, essentially. Where it's like, well, how does this form and this form relate? Well, there's a mediating form with this one, and then, and I get that, but I don't see how this, because I guess the point is essentially is that I think the Aristotelian point is to say that the limitation, rather, of the concreteness of being isn't necessarily and I think this is found especially in like someone like Aquinas, where like the relation of being and essence is such that it is that they are, where I see that it is an identity and a difference. I'm going to use Hegelian terms, but there is an identity and a difference there, such that the logical operation of identity and the logical operation of difference are united and in the relation of the Father and the Son, such that the being and the essence are, or even, you don't have to see the Father and the Son, or just in the relation of being and essence are one and the same. And when we see the object in relation to the species essence isn't some sort of abstract idea necessarily, especially in Aristotle, right? It's not some abstract idea. It is there within the object to be understood. Whereas the Neoplatonist, it seems like, and I don't know if I'm wrong about this, but it sense that they only partake in a real individuated principle, but that principality exists externally to the object, making the object be, rather than the object being the concrete instantiation of that. It's kind of like, or rather like this being essentially a diminution, a lacking the truth of, where I think the truth of the species is found in the members in many ways for Aristotle, right? Such that we can derive the truth of the species from the members, how it relates to the particulars. I would have thought that the Neoplatonists don't really think that, where the truth of the species, like from reasoning from the species, we can gain an understanding of something which the members partake in, but is separate to the species and, purely intellectual and separate, right?
I actually think that Aquinas wants to forward this project of participation. He just thinks Aristotle's just wrong, that there is no participation.
But I think that also that way that he wants to say is how participation works, I think it's sort of different. I guess that's what I'm trying to express. Where like the act of participating is only to embody the species essence rather than this, like in the way that Hegel would say it, is that a substance includes the totality of its accidents, so that the accidents themselves are only given meaning in relation to the substance. Whereas I think the Neoplatonists want to say that accidents are essentially untruths which don't add to the truth of the substance, right? That the form itself is the truth, and its concrete instantiation isn't a truth of the form, but rather the form gives truth to the particulars. Where I think that the Aquinas wants to say that, and Aristotle and Aquinas both want to say, like, actually this act of particularity, like participations, like, you can have participation, but it's rather how you understand particularity as being whether it like in terms of the way that it works in terms of the unity of essence and existence. I think Aquinas is, I think, as you've said, almost drew up the sort of dyadic distinction that Aristotle had between being matter and essence, and he's raised that to the point of identity, or the point of like pure at the point of the pure of the form.
This is actually something interesting enough. I think Aquinas gets from Proclus. But even if Aquinas didn't get it from Proclus, it's unique to Aquinas because Aristotle is the one who says, well, there's the most fundamental distinction is matter and form. So what's essence? Essence is on the side of form, right? Aquinas does think there's an analogous sense in which that's true, but Aquinas fundamentally says no. Essence is a definition. A definition includes both its matter and its form. So Aquinas actually slightly disagrees with Aristotle here. Whether or not Proclus agrees or disagrees, I don't know, right? I just kind of mentioned that because we're talking about Neoplatonism. But the idea here is that for Aristotle, right, since matter doesn't really have an essence, right, essence is totally on the side of form. But Aquinas says no, essence also comprises of its prime matter. Doesn't make any sense to talk about essence without prime matter. And I take it Proclus says something similar. If not, then I would just say that Aquinas rejects both of those two positions and comes up with his new position. But that's definitely what I would say. I would say essence is not form. Right? I would say essence is both matter and form.
Right. I mean, yeah, but I think that, or rather in the sense that because of the way that he looks at it, it's the potential to be actualized, right? So it includes the essence includes, like, the definition includes, with it being, to explain what it is, includes that it can be made concrete, essentially. That in the sense that the essence of you made concrete is or rather the form, or you could say the form of you made concrete is or actualized is what he's referencing with the definition of you. It's like it already implies that it can happen, or that like a creative act is possible when we talk about it. Would you say that like that's what's being referenced, or
maybe something a little bit stronger, maybe slightly misunderstanding what you're saying. What I would say is Aquinas is saying to understand something like whether it's Mario, whether it's even like a phoenix, let's say, right? We have, in order to understand what human. Okay, let's take the definition of human, which is a rational animal, and let's take the definition of a phoenix, which is, let's say, a mystical bird, which is on fire.
A fiery bird which returns from the dead.
Okay, a fiery bird returns from the dead, right? If you take those two definitions, Aquinas would say, in order to understand those two definitions, we have to have an understanding of a thing's prime matter. Right? So we have to have an understanding of, I guess you're right, I guess in the sense in which matter can be able to conform to the form, you might say, or be informed by the definition.
Yeah.
Right?
Which is essentially just potential to be actualized. That's which I get that. I can see how he definitely certainly reject, like that's incompatible, or rather that is essentially why separate from Aristotle. I could see how that marks a big distinction between Aristotle and in the sense that like and because he's went this level up of saying like but that doesn't mean that it's actually happening. Like it's the prime matter such that it is, but not the actual matter. And
because the matter is just an accident.
Yeah, right. But I don't think. But that's the thing. Like, I don't want to. I don't think that. It's like when you say it's an accident. It's like it depends on what you mean, and I think that's the point. I think that marks how I'm approaching it, where the Neoplatonists want to look towards accidents as a nothingness that is, or a lack of being, such that it is a lack that the participation or essentially the contingency of the being isn't adding to the definition there. Where I think Hegel, what he wants to say in terms of being and nothingness is that essentially what we are seeing is how this being is relating to itself. That marks the sort of particularity, the way in which it is limited, and marks its identity, and that informs the truth of the being. In very much in the same way as when when you said that Aquinas wants to say that prime matter is already implicit, such that there is this point where I think that you could not say that of the Neoplatonist position, right? In the sense that the Neoplatonist position would say like, well, no, you don't need, like, this is what it means to be actualized. In the intellectual property is the actuality of it. So you don't have to talk about the concrete, like the almost such that it exhausts its being, right? Rather than whereas I think that the Aristotelian and specifically the Aquinian point is to say like, well, actually, like what's exhausting its being, that it's there, it's implicit, it's definitely such that we all partake in the species essence, sure, but our actual reality here on Earth in which we're engaging with each other and it informs the truth of what we are, such that it doesn't exist if we're just in like if we're in a non-actualized state. Like, so if I was never born, there would be truths about me such that would not have been known, and those might be considered accidents, I think, from the Neoplatonic sense, but would be considered essential truths from an Aristotelian sense. Such what I am is defined by my particularity. And that's where, like, I think that that marks the difference between an indifferentism, where the concept and me are, like, my species essence and me are one, but different, but inform each other, such that I can, I am my soul, and my soul is me, but my soul lives on, is on Earth. But, when I die, it's not that I have to be this, it's not as if, in the same way that I think that the Muslims were probably more right from a Neoplatonic sense to say that it forms back into a universality which lacks the individual members and the individuations of the species because they are accidents. Do you see what I mean? And that's an exaggerated realism. Whereas the...
Okay, so you're almost like talking about Gnosticism.
Almost, but not necessarily. I think that they're very close. I think the Gnostics go like the last sort of step, and sort of say that that I think that Plato implies this in many ways, right? And I think that I don't see how a Neoplatonist position gets over this, and I think the Gnostics sort of adopt this as a core principle.
That's interesting because Plotinus specifically has like a whole, like in one of his Tractatus, I forget which one it is. He specifically has a giant chapter called Against the Gnostics. And he explicitly says that matter is an evil. Is matter is from the one, so how could it be evil? Right?
Yeah, but the reason like they're saying, I think that's why I said that I do think the Gnostics go further, but I think that it's whether there's an untruth in matter. Like, how does he derive the truth of matter if it's derived purely by the form, right? One before you answer that, I'm gonna leave you with chat for a second because my girlfriend needed me to grab something and I didn't do it. So 1 second.
All right. What are people saying? Okay, you don't know what we're talking about. We're talking about ancient philosophy, basically. Kind of a... It's very particular stuff. I just wasn't getting what he was saying, so, that's kind of why we start talking about this. A pragmatist. I guess kind of depends what you mean by pragmatist, but I would say the problem with pragmatism is pragmatism assumes the truth of the thing, the truth of its utility. That's my standard critique of pragmatism. Yeah, I'll do that. Why do you think you have a different Trinitarian model than, let's say, Aquinas or Maximus or something? Yeah, no, this is like ancient philosophy, so it's kind of in the weeds, and we're not talking about arguments for the one or something like that Plotinus would, which is kind of like the starting if you want to learn Plotinus. This is pretty deep in here because talking about Gnosticism and this view of something called prime matter. It's pretty specific stuff, It's so sorry about that. I'm very influenced by William James. Yeah, I mean, I would just say that, James is a nominalist. I have a problem with that. I think there's at least a conceptual grounding for universals, I would say. I would also, again, I would kind of throw out that standard criticism, which is the truth of a pragmatic claim fundamentally relies on the truth of non-pragmatic things, the truth of a thing's utility and the truth of the thing itself. Actually, when Peirce argues against William James, he has a really good example of this. He says, imagine we're in court from a murder and we have two witnesses, a blind person and a deaf person. He says they'll both sensationally perceive different things. Right? So one will perceive purely sound and one will perceive purely sight, right? So that, one might see only, take the one witness, he might say, God, well, someone was shot and that's all I saw, right? and then someone might say, I heard screaming and I heard a gunshot go off. Right. And Peirce says, well, you know, what does fundamentally this pragmatism presuppose? It presupposes that both of their sensations correspond to the same reality. Right. Otherwise, we couldn't go in court and we couldn't say, well, these two witnesses prove that there was a murder. Right. So, you know, I think Peirce is right in saying that pragmatism fundamentally relies on a correspondence theory of truth, which is, you know, truth about things, not just truth about their usefulness. That'd be my problem with pragmatism. Especially neo-pragmatism.
I'm back. Thanks for holding the fort. So yeah, like I guess my whole thing, and this is where like I kind of said like, so I think the Protestants primarily are nominalists, at least in the historical offset of the tradition. I know you want to say that it's, and
well, I don't know. I never thought about that connection, the connection between nominalism and Protestantism. I'd never, because you know I've read Martin Luther, and I don't like recall him saying anything about nominalism, but. That's why I was asking.
I'm pretty sure he explicitly said he was a nominalist in terms of his metaphysics. And I think neo-Lutherans certainly adopted it, and then the Calvinists certainly. I'm pretty sure almost like I'm pretty sure the Protestant reformers in general, like it was nominalism was very prominent. But I'll go and double check, but I'm pretty sure. But you know. I guess that's specifically like a sort of history rather than a history of philosophy anyway. You know, and not necessarily, you know, it's not necessary for, you know, I know that like, for example, Hegel's a Protestant, you know what I mean? Like, so I know that it's not necessary to, you know, you can be a Protestant and even be, and agree with Aquinas on pretty much everything but the church.
No, I mean,
really.
I like the history and stuff because I think it's important.
I do think it's important. I think it's the development of the concepts in many ways. But I'm obviously Hegel's going to. But I do think it's important. But I think as well, like when I'm referencing the sort of, like the way I see it is it is really tied to this sort of historical development, such that I think that. Like, I mean, such to the point, like, I think it led to, on the nominalist side of things, I think it becomes quite clear when you look at the influence it had on people like Francis Bacon and sort of the forefathers of scientific thought and the development of the sort of relationship between natural philosophy and, you know, philosophy proper, and the relationship between, like, you know, and we start having to get these relations between, as science sort of pushes off from, you know, metaphysics, or like rather than pushes off from philosophy, and metaphysics is sort of made out to be almost not related to science, and you get this development later on in terms of, you know, special metaphysics to general metaphysics. I think that's largely, I would say that I would largely point that towards, the sort of primarily Protestant influence in Western Europe being.
I'm kind of wondering what you think about this. Do you think Kant is a nominalist?
I think Kant is a conceptualist.
Kant is a conceptualist. Okay. The way I read Kant is, okay, I kind of read Kant as a conceptualist, right? Kant, yeah, I would say Kant is a conceptualist.
But he's a weird upside down conceptualist.
No, fundamentally, I would say conceptualism is a kind of nominalism. So I guess that's why I interpret it as a nominalism. But
it is a kind of nominalism, but also not really, because like what the whole thing is that Kant's making this very, and this is kind of what I'm saying with this, like conceptualism, like the conceptualists, I think specifically, like you can see this in like John Locke, who wants to give like unlike Descartes, who's given the primacy to the idea in many ways in his dualism, where like, you know, you are the cogito forms the relation forms the basis of the relationship between the mind and the body, so that the mind we are certain of the mind, but through that certainty of the mind can ground the body. Where like Locke doesn't want to say that, but he also wants to affirm a kind of cogito in terms of his psychological account, and so you get this sort of, where I would say Descartes is almost more of and this is why I said in many ways that this is the kind of impact of an exaggerated realism, where Descartes is more of this. It's almost an exaggerated realism that's formed this sort of dualism, where the truth is derived from a formality of a formal relation, and then so you get this sort of relation between like the rationalist empiricist divide, where I think was heavily sort of based around, and I think heavily inspired really by the previous or like the prior relation of the universal in particular. So how do we account for universals? And I think that that's basically how that came about. And I think that's how Descartes ended up being so ended up engaging in a kind of dualism. So that, like, obviously, like he wants to account for the body, but but he can't say that it at the same time sort of reduces. Like, I don't know. It's like whether you would say Descartes is a conceptualist. Would you say Descartes a conceptualist, or like where would you place Descartes?
I personally interpret Descartes as a nominalist. It's personally the way I
really. Oh, I don't know about that. You think?
I would say he has no grounding for universals at all. I would say he thinks universals are purely just like a. If you want to think about it this way, I would say that he thinks that. So, in modern philosophy, there's a fundamental distinction between the contents of sensation and the contents of thought, right? And of course, the big question of modern philosophy, which you're talking about, is how do we go from the contents of sensation to the contents of thought? Is kind of their big problem. This is where Descartes gets the cogito, and Locke gets the continuity of consciousness and all that stuff. But I think
I'm going to butcher it. The cogito is it's just like do you think that's particular then? Do you think that's?
Yeah, I think he's talking about himself.
I think
that's why he has to escape.
But remember when he says that, he even says, "I'm a thinking." That there is a thinking thing, and he derives it, and he takes away the particularity, and he's left with the ambiguity of a sheer experience or a sheer existence. That just seems to me that it can't be a particular, or if it is a particular.
I don't know, because in his letters, like with Hobbes, I think he explicitly affirms nominalism. I think he says something like Hobbes says, like Descartes, why can't I put he says something like Descartes, why can't I put letters on pamphlet leaves, right, and organize them properly so we could make a mind out of matter? He says something like that, right? Descartes says something like this to Hobbes. He says, Hobbes, what have we known since Occam? Right? We've known that the world is inert. He says that the world is meaningless, that it's kind of a projection of meanings. So that, the world isn't rational, the world doesn't care about you. So that Descartes asks something like, I forget exactly what his example is, but it's something like if the wind like blew a bunch of leaves together by accident, right? And the wind leaves kind of spelled out the letter hello, right? Descartes asked Hobbes, Hobbes, do you really think that the wind is saying hello to you? No, right? You think it's an accident. Like, you think, wow, this is a very peculiar accident. I take it that that's a kind of nominalism, because he doesn't think the writing of the letters is. He takes like something like there being an essence to be like that.
No, but I think I think the whole point in maybe I'm wrong in this, right? But by making the body only sort of manifest by the primacy of the truth of the mind, like what he's actually doing is to say that, Hume is going to say, because of the affirming an empiricism, from a nominalist standpoint, that there is no reason to believe in causation or any of these products of the mind, of these what he sees as relations of ideas, where Descartes is doing the exact opposite, where he's saying, like, actually it's only in relation to my subjectivity that any of this has meaning in the first place. And my subjectivity is grounded in and can only be grounded in what is God. Rather a sort of a removal of the self, and then at first he removes the self such that he himself may not be the being, the existence in question, but there has to be a being such that it could be causing him to believe that he exists, so he could be a fiction. So it seems that even like this idea, like, he could be a fiction to himself. And I guess that implies a kind of nominalism in the sense that, like, he, this could all be a lie. But what he does is say, like, well, if that's the case, like, if this is like because it all is derived from mind, that if it is a purely nominal essence, and it doesn't actually relate to reality, then there is no grounding for reason. That can't be the case. God is good. Ontological argument, universe, like, and then he just basically stamps it with basically like a universal must exist, but in the mind, which sort of gives meaning to the particular. So I see this as closer to the, almost closer to the Platonic tradition, in some respects. Like, I've always like seen him like closer to that regard, because I think of him as giving meaning to the particulars through the relations of ideas, rather than he's like, someone like Locke, who's going to say the exact opposite, where he's going to be like, no, I gain these relations of ideas through the observations of the particulars, but still wants to affirm a kind of reality for the mind such that it is having a causative effect, which is producing a universal within him. And that's the mind. So it's like the particulars are producing a universal, where Descartes is saying the universal's not, quote unquote, producing the particulars, but giving meaning to them. And so I don't see, but also then, like, not obviously still a rejection of Aristotelianism, like a definite rejection of Aristotelianism. Like, that's 100% there in Descartes. Like, he specifically.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's definitely a rejection of Aristotle. Although I would say in some sense Aristotle also wants to reject the Platonist view. I would say there's something about Descartes that's very Titanic in what he's trying to do. I take so the way I read the history of philosophy is I say, okay, well, there's the nominalist empiricist, which went one way. We call that the kind of tradition of analytical philosophy, and then the Continentals went another way with rationalist. And I'm not saying this applies to all. I'm just saying that this is how the history goes.
No, I mean, the Germans went. Typically, the Germans went one way, and then Germans and the French kind of went one way, and the British went the other. Yeah.
And I take it that Descartes is getting a rationalist nominalism almost. Take for example, what Descartes says about the essences of things. Where there's res extensa, which is the essence of matter, and then res cogitans, which is the essence of a thinking thing. I take it that Descartes thinks there is no foundation in the universal that makes it that way. There's only a foundation in the singularity. So that I take it when Descartes says that there's a thinking thing and that's its essence. Like Occam kind of uses the same language. He says this is the essence of a thing, let's say, right? Let's say like a tree essentially grows, like an acorn essentially grows into a tree. Right? Occam will also use that language, right? But I take it that like when they say things like that, they're saying that there is no grounding for those kinds of statements, right? Those statements aren't grounded in any kind of reality, even the reality of the mind, which would be conceptualism. Like those statements are purely grounded in the reality of the singularity. Which, like the way Occam puts this is he says something like if I take a universal and I add another concept to it, that doesn't make it not universal. Doesn't make it concrete. he's kind of criticizing Duns Scotus in that, but like the purpose here is like
generals.
I take it that for
like
I take it that when Descartes says essence and then he says it's a thinking thing, I take it Descartes doesn't think essence or thinking things are like essential things, because then Descartes would probably say no, because then I'm just adding concepts and thinking that universals become particularized, right?
Like,
so I kind of think there's a general line that happens there, right? Where people kind of accept Occam's reasoning. It's not right reasoning, I would say, but accept Occam's reasoning that like adding a concept to a universal makes a particular.
But I mean, he does see it as he sees it as a process of deduction implicit. So like the way that Descartes sees it is that like obviously it's a process of deduction that is implied from like a necessary relationship. So what we get, like, so when we talk about like what I see him essentially doing is when we're at this point of, you know, absolute doubt, and even the fact that like the way that he sees that we ground knowledge is in grounding the faculty of reason, such that's led him to this sort of rationalism. I guess I think that shows that he wants to, like, I'm not saying that it's, you know, like a sort of in the same sense of like a real essence in the way that Aristotle would see it, but such that the truth of, like, the way that he sees it is that the truth of the self sort of, or the truth of the self is the necessary truth from which all of their truths are derived, and through a process of essentially of innate ideas, and that these ideas, I mean, that immaterial ideas, so it's like it's an immaterial foundation, right? It's really what makes the material intelligible, right? So like, for example, even like the like geometric truths, this is where like in order for us to understand anything really in terms of the relationship with the body, but it doesn't exhaust what actually exists, because like obviously he does affirm that there is an external world, right? Such that it's like there is this mind, this mental world, but that we have access to it like through the mind, like we have access to the body through the mind. Like it seems to me that he's not saying in the same way that the nominalists would normally say that these are like sort of abstract fictions, right? Where like, you know, if I, like, for example, with the self, like a bundle theory of self, like Descartes can't say that. He has to say there is a real concrete self, right? And that self makes everything else be. He has to say that, you know, in terms of mathematical truths and things like that, that they exist, at least like in a concrete way, like such that it then leads to the existence. So it, like, in his dualism, I just don't think that you, like, I don't think that it can, I think there's a point in which you, even in terms of conceptualism, I don't even think that it could be even a conceptualist system, because it seems that he wants to say that with the it's not simply that it is true, it is more true, right? That we are more certain of these truths, that these are the truths that are harder to deny. And he starts off, and the easiest thing to deny is this physical corporeal world. So it seems like where the nominalists would want to say like the particulars, like all that exists are the particulars, such that a posteriori empirical observation leads us to the formulation of these nominal essences, and all we're doing is really extrapolating generalizations. Like Descartes saying the exact opposite. These generalizations, like these a priori truths, are necessary prerequisites for us to have any sort of understanding of the particulars. Now, that's not to say the particulars don't exist, but rather like it would still make, in the sense when you're talking about that Hobbesian perspective, it would still make the world inert and uncaring, but for a very different reason, in the sense that like the point that cares about you, like, or this is a point of this is less truth than where the universals sit, which is in the self, and the ethical truths that are going to be grounded in the sort of innate ideas within the self, in the same way that you're going to find in sort of in a Platonic perspective, where you gain this where like morality is derived from a relation of innate ideas from which we are recollecting, right? And like when we look at and I see him as essentially inspiring a number of sort of Protestants. I mean, he affirmed he was a Catholic and everything, right? But I see him as having quite a lot of at least inspiring a lot of Western European philosophy and a lot of Protestants, right? I don't think of him as like a sort of like big Protestant figurehead or anything, but like I see him as having a lot of influence there, specifically on people like John Locke, and John Locke just turns him upside down, so this is where you end up getting like essentially the sort of reinvigoration of a kind of conceptualism where it's like, well, Descartes was right, but we can't know whether this actually comports to reality. So like, yes, this is how we do have access to this consideration of reality. Like, this is a corpuscular atomistic model that we're building up next to reality, from which allows us to reason more sophisticated models and understand reality in more sophisticated ways. But does this actually relate to reality? Well, your guess is as good as mine, kind of approach. And then, well, Hume just takes that as essentially an opportunity to reassert nominalism and say, well, no, my guess isn't as good as yours. There's no way you can show it. And so, like, do one. And then Kant basically tries to defend the Lockean position, which has been inspired by the Cartesian position, and says, well, these universals, the existence of these universals isn't necessary to the existence of the objects, but it is necessary for the existence of the phenomena, which is all we can know. And so, like, the way I see it is like, nominalism is it's a combination of these two extremes, which seem to both be a rejection of Aristotelianism, right? So like, whichever way you kind of reason it, whether it is nominalism or Neoplatonism, like, not Neoplatonism, but like what I want to say is more close to like the Neoplatonic tradition than Aristotelianism, are both informing in their rejection of Aristotelianism what Hegel's going to call a one-sided, like in rationalism and empiricism, I think you can see it in these kind of one-sided explanations of how truth works, or rather how truth works and how we gain truth of reality, which leads to various metaphysical explications. That you get these that both of which sort of lead to a rejection of real immediate like universals, substances, and that's what I think really defines a lot of the Protestant tradition. And I don't know if and in relation to like when we're talking, and the reason that we kind of got on this in the first place is in relation to like the sort of, and I thought it was interesting in relation to the like the sort of Islamic tradition, is that the Islamic tradition are sort of that they're having to cause this sharp divide between natural philosophy, or like natural reason, and theology, such that theology essentially, this is how like faith tells us things work. We trust faith and not reason. And in many ways, that's exactly what the Protestants do, and in terms of the literal readings of doctrine, where they end up saying stuff like that universals don't exist, we can't gain a codification of ethics beyond an egoistic perspective, but through revelation and scripture, we gain something more, and you gain this sort of where it goes beyond what natural reason can do. And you see this in like Hobbesian ethics, where it's like, all right, so Hobbes is saying we're egoists and he can ground egoism, but he's saying there's something higher in the Christian commonwealth. In Locke, it's sort of an instantiation of a God-given nature, which he can't really justify in his system without essentially Hume saying you're full of shit. And in Kant, it's the establishment of our capacity to be able to trust in the moral law that we find internally. So like all of these sort of lead us to go away from like, we can't find and we can't ground morality in essentially natural observation. How the fuck are we going to do it? Do you know what I mean? And not just morality, but even just an understanding of certain essential truths in order to sort of ground the whole system. It usually leads to like a kind of hand-waving event. And I just thought that was interesting in relation to the sort of Neoplatonic take, where it seems to have led to the same thing in Islam because of the way that they've rejected Aristotelianism.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I definitely see. I mean, I definitely see what the rationalist and the empiricist. Which, by the way, when I call myself an empiricist, I'm not saying I'm like a Humean or a Lockean.
I know you're not. You're saying you're trying to say you're an Aristotelian empiricist. I think that's what like an interpretation of Aristotle as an empiricist.
Yeah, but different than David Hume.
Don't associate me with that filth.
Yeah. And I definitely, I've actually seen this. I've seen a connection here for a while. I usually don't like to say it, but I usually think, there's kind of an interesting trace to have from postmodernism to Marx to Kant to.
You can trace. I mean, like I did continental philosophy, right? You can trace it straight fucking back to Kant. You can trace all of this straight back to Kant. Like it's it very much and it's Kant, Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, Kierkegaard. Well, Kierkegaard really in many ways. So it's Kant, Schopenhauer, Hegel, kind of because of Kierkegaard, and then spin back round to Nietzsche. And then you as soon as you've got Nietzsche, then you've got really pre-postmodernism, like the sort of that's where we're really getting like this is going to fall into postmodernism, and like you were saying, we can continue this history all the way back to nominalism and Occam. Yeah,
I like to push it a step backward and say also Duns Scotus is part of it. Now I think part of the reason Duns Scotus takes certain positions some places, I'm not going to get into it because this is like really particular scholastic philosophy that I don't think anyone wants to hear. But like, there's very particular scholastic philosophy that happens with Scotus. And I partly think a lot of those moves might have been made because of Islam, the influence of Islam. So I kind of definitely see a little trace here from Islam to Protestantism, for example, right? I can definitely see the trace. Maybe I'm not seeing it the way you're seeing it. That's because I'm just hearing it for the first time, so I can't like see it. But I definitely sense or have like an intuition of what you're talking about.
What I should do is actually make a video on my history of philosophy, like history of philosophy as I understand it. Give like evidence as to why I'm arguing, like why I believe these things, and then that would probably be really good for people in general anyway. Mm-hmm. So maybe I should do that just because it would like I reference these things a lot, but I don't have any like sort of like resource that I can kind of just say like this is specifically why and what I believe and why. But yeah, like
it's actually funny that you mentioned Kierkegaard because I love Kierkegaard.
Yeah, well, I think he's got some really good. Like I think he's the best of like who I've just mentioned there. Like I think he's got some like really great existential takes, especially in relation to like, fear and trembling, man. Like, like this, but I mean, I don't like Kierkegaard's position on God. I don't like his position on God at all. And faith. I don't like how he takes faith. But I do think that he's got some, I think he's got some, I mean, Kierkegaard's truth is subjectivity, man. Like, you've got to reject that. You can't.
Yeah, I guess I read that differently. I'm kind of with like Christopher Mastro Pietro, and I don't take an existentialist reading of Kierkegaard. I think that's, I think Sartre did something funny where he said existence precedes essence, and then he just named like 10 people who he said believed that, and they all rejected it, right? And I think if Kierkegaard was alive, he'd reject it too. No, it's definitely evident with Heidegger. In fact, I think Heidegger explicitly says in an interview, he says something like, if Sartre's an existentialist, then count me out.
Oh no, Heidegger is certainly not an existentialist. Oh, Heidegger hated the idea of being called an existentialist. He really hated that. I mean, Heidegger's definitely not. But at least not in the same sense. Although, like in one sense that he's like obviously highly inspired Sartre. And like this, and his concept of thrownness and the way in which we interrelate with ourselves, such that our authenticity is almost like a sort of after the fact in our relationship to being towards death. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I think early Heidegger, I think certainly is in the same way that I would call Kierkegaard an existentialist. I'd call early Heidegger an existentialist.
I think like again, so I think someone who's really good at this is Mastro Pietro. He has a very similar interpretation of Kierkegaard as me. And that's because I take it that I don't know. This is my opinion. I take it people don't wrestle seriously with what Kierkegaard means by irony, right? And he actually has a whole essay called it's a dissertation of his actually called The Concept of Irony. And I take it that's really central to Kierkegaard's understanding of philosophy, the ironic part. But yeah, like Heidegger saying, like he drew out authenticity from Kierkegaard, but I think in a kind of, I don't think he did it rightly. And I also think, there's an interesting relationship between Heidegger and Kierkegaard. And I'm pretty sure, like, one time a student asked Heidegger if he'd ever read Kierkegaard, and he said no. Like, in one of his books, there's, like, almost a direct quote from Kierkegaard uncited.
Like, but I mean, like when you say that, you read Kierkegaard differently, like, I can get that. But, like, how do you reconcile Kierkegaard's rejection of Kant, like, not Kant, like, Hegel, and this idea of the universality of truth? And even his relation...
I'm not a Hegelian, right? So
yeah, but it's like he seems to want to reject, because it seems that he's not rejecting Kant and not as much, right? He's not rejecting like Kant and Schopenhauer in the same way, and the way that he sort of formulates his critique of Hegel, it seems to be that he wants to say, at least as far as I understand him, that he wants to say, like, there is truth, right? But that truth is dependent upon the subjectivity, and so it is grounded in the subjectivity, but the subjectivity finds itself and authors itself in relation to the divine through a leap of faith, right? And so...
No, I take, I take what Kierkegaard means by truth is subjectivity, and you have to remember, when he says that, I believe it's in The Concept of Anxiety, right? I mean, he's literally parroting Hegel, right? So, that book is a pretty wild book. And it's hard to interpret it because it's literally meant to be a parody.
Yeah, but he I don't know, man. It's upside down Hegel, I think, in many ways. Like, not in the same way that Marx does, but like...
No, because I take it what Kierkegaard means by the subjectivity of truth is... I forget which line he says. He says in like a little small book of his. It's not a very popular book. I forget which one it is. But but anyway, the quote goes something like, if truth is for everyone, then truth is for me. Right? That's what he says. And I take it that's what he means by subjective truth. Right? Takes it that, if the truth of the Bible is for everyone, certainly I must fit in there somehow. Right?
But it's how he understands the self as well. Like, I don't think he understands this. Like, the whole point is that he kind of rejects the Hegelian understanding of the self, where he doesn't want to say that, like, this is kind of why the ethical's not enough for him. And he looks towards the spiritual, and the spiritual it's not in the same way that the spirit, like, where Hegel wants to say that the ethical and the spiritual are sort of one in philosophy, and that is like bringing down you bring down this sort of heavenly universalism right, to an earthly here and now, like I think that in many ways Kierkegaard doesn't really see that as necessarily sort of possible, and so you're left with faith, right? So like it's almost as if like reason will not get you there. Like ethics, like reason and ethics will not get you to where you need to be, and the only thing that will get you there is essentially it is a leap of faith towards where it will overcome this gap of reasoning towards something higher, and from that point your life is essentially able to form meaning. But like your movement between those spheres is it's not an act of like, it's not like the like it's sort of like, if he was to say that in the same way that when Hegel says that like the truth is subjectivity, he's saying it in quite a literal sense, that when that you can have this oneness with the with the universality of the self, right? So that you can be one with what you are absolutely at the end. And
No, I mean, I take it, when Kierkegaard talks about the self, I understand. Like, I don't hold it. Let's say Kierkegaard is as perfect of a philosopher as, let's say, Aquinas, right? But when Kierkegaard, let's say, talks about the self, right, and reasoning, what reasoning can and can't do, you have to remember, and this is for me one of the most interesting things that happens in the history of philosophy, where I think the sort of ancient Christian idea of noesis being primarily what the mind does. Instead, what happens is the mind fundamentally does dialectics. And you really get this in Kant. Or what is the transcendental reasoning? It's a dialectical reasoning, right? It's a reasoning about appearances, right? And that's where in Kant you get, in my interpretation, that's where in Kant you get the two worlds mythology. And that's Fichte's criticism. Because Fichte's like, if the dialectic is only happening there, why isn't it happening in the noumena? You're making arbitrary distinctions. Right. And so guess what? The noumena is also an ideate. It's also idealism. It's also antithesis, synthesis, antithesis, thesis, synthesis. And then Hegel, of course, kind of goes beyond those things. But like, what I see throughout that whole strain of things is, in my opinion, an over-reliance on dialectics. And when Kierkegaard says reasoning can't do this, reasoning can't do that, you have to remember what Kierkegaard's talking about is dialectical reasoning. Talking about reasoning about appearances. Famously, his example of reasoning.
You're wanting to say that it's right. So you're wanting to say that he's affirming a different form of reasoning, and that it's not going against reason, but essentially affirming a limitation of one form of reasoning.
Yeah, like the example, even the example Kierkegaard gives of reasoning is that of Napoleon. Right? He says, like, take Napoleon and his works. Right? If you were a historian and you looked at his works, and you said this is Napoleon's works, you'd just be assuming Napoleon existed, Kierkegaard says, right? What is that? What is that? It's a reasoning about appearances. And what is Kierkegaard saying? Appearances is lost without noesis. Dialectic is lost without the noetic faculty of the mind. And for me, I think that's what's key in interpreting Kierkegaard. When I read people, especially past Kant and Fichte, you have to remember, for most people, reasoning becomes reasoning about appearances, right? Reasoning dialectically, right? And me personally, this is my criticism of Hegel, right? An over-reliance on dialectics. I agree with Jay Dyer on this point as well. Although I'm not a presuppositionalist. I just agree with him here. I think the West over-relies on dialectics post-Kant. That's be my criticism, and I think Kierkegaard brings that criticism to light. And then I think everyone kind of ignores this with Sartre. Sartre doesn't care about that. Sartre is already past this dialectical phase. He thinks reasoning is dialectical. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
So, just so in terms of how you think reasoning works, then, because I understand Hegel, when he says like things like, when he interprets reasoning isn't just like essentially in many ways, like reasoning isn't just the dialectic, in the sense like it is and it isn't,
I think it is. It's just Hegel adds something very interesting to me in the history of philosophy. He says dialectic is determined. That's very unique on his part.
But I was
He
even
says it's simultaneous happening now as opposed to ficta. Ficta doesn't say.
I was going to say like the way that he perceives mediation and the immediate is to say that it's united, such that, you know, in the sense that he's, you know, in the same way that I think what I think you'd want to defend is almost a kind of naive realism in this, where it's like you can't rely on dialectic without essentially having an immediate faculty of exposition of sort of gaining knowledge of the world.
Depends what you mean by naive realism, but you know, I'd in general defend apodictic reasoning above dialectical reasoning. That's what I'd say.
I think, to be honest, I'm trying to like when you say that you're affirming apodictic reasoning, what does that entail? Because when you say the word apodictic, I instantly think Kant as well. So it's like, what do you?
Yeah, I know. That's funny. You know, maybe we can talk about this some other day, because I don't think I'm having like the brain power right now on this rainy day to like defend such a position. Yeah, I don't know. My brain's starting to feel foggy, and
no, that's absolutely fine. I'm just trying to get as much sort of because I find your positions interesting, like in the sense that, like, well, one, you've read a lot of philosophy, right? So like it's nice to hear someone who interprets philosophers different to me and has, you know, knowledge that I don't have. That's not normally what I usually experience. Normally it's like half the time, more than half the time in my sort of online experiences, it's normally me giving a lecture. You know, and you know that kind of, you know, it's fun at times, but it's also like, you know, it's sort of like eventually you kind of get sick of hearing your own voice. You know.
No, I mean, you know, I'm very, you know, sometimes that happens to me too. Like you said, hermeneutics is a kind of epistemology. I've never heard of that. I've never read Gadamer, so that's something very interesting to me when I hear you talk about it. Or, you know, I've read Hegel, but you're certainly more schooled in Hegel than I am. So
I need to spend less time reading Hegel. That's what I need to do. I need to spend. I need to spend more time. I'm gonna have to go and read Plotinus after after this, and just just sort of understand. I want to make sure that I don't misunderstand Neoplatonism.
You know who's a great read? Saint Gregory of Nyssa. I love reading Saint Gregory of Nyssa. That's I want to get more into like the Christianity stuff. I think Saint Gregory of Nyssa is a great.
That's the thing. I need to read more I mean, I've read a lot of Aquinas, but you know, like Aquinas is there's so much Aquinas. The man, how did he even do so much before he died? I don't even understand that. Right? How old was he when he died?
It's actually crazy.
It is actually crazy. Like how old? It's like I think to myself, I was like, I haven't really written anything, man. Like, and this guy's like, you know, like.
He's written commentaries on Averroes, on Avicenna, on every Aristotelian book, on Proclus, Epotentia, Summa. I mean, it's just crazy everything he did.
That's the thing. He did so much and then died really so young, right? Like for how, especially for, you know what he's done? He's done it to himself, man. He's burnt himself out. Like, or maybe he's exhausted his potential. Maybe that's it. Maybe he was just such an actualizer, man. He just got the fullness of one life into such a, you know, and that was it. Like he's complete. There we go. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, God says it's time.
It's time. Man, like even just out of pity, like you can't keep going like this, Thomas. Stop. Like, you know, like, but no, like I don't know. Like I think that's yeah, I think Aquinas is great, but I do need to read more outside of Aquinas. I mean, I was reading Augustine. I like Augustine. Augustine seems cool.
Augustine's, you know, especially the Confessions. That's a nice little pretty book.
I wanted to read. I didn't know whether it would be worth reading Newman. Like, you know, like John Henry Newman?
John Henry Newman.
And I didn't know if it would be worth reading. Like, what is it? In Defense of a Life. I don't know if it would be.
I mean, I think Newman. You know, if you really want to get into Vatican II and all that stuff, yeah, read Newman. But or like if you read some of Newman's more philosophical books, he almost like predates phenomenology in a way. He has this great quote. What is it? Something like he says something like the total aspect of an idea is this. The sum total of an idea is the sum total of its aspects. So in that sense, he really, philosophically, he almost seems to like predate the phenomenologist. Kind of because phenomenologists are very similar, right? They say, if we look at an object, if we look at it kind of in a commutative way, by summing up its aspects, then we get the essence. Newman has a kind of similar idea in deriving the essence, which is interesting to think about. But no, I think in general, I'd recommend these people. I think Augustine's a good one. Augustine's definitely a good one, especially the Confessions and De Trinitate. I think those are both really good.
I was reading like De Trinitate.
Yeah.
Just because like just because like obviously when you're trying to talk and defend the Trinity, right? You've got to go back, but I think I've only read so much of it, I think, so far, and I think I need to get back to it. But yeah,
and even it's funny, like while or before, it doesn't matter the order, but I think you should read Augustine with Victorinus, because Augustine literally says Victorinus is his teacher, and Augustine says he aspires to be as great as Victorinus. So Victorinus is definitely a big influence on Augustine. So I definitely recommend him. But I think, in my personal opinion, my favorite church father to read is St. Gregory of Nyssa. It's just such a nice read. It's such a nice read. I remember Bishop Barron said that he took a tour of the Sarthe, which is like a church in France. I bet you know that, but whatever. And when he took that tour, the old man said something like, when I was a philosophy student, I read everyone who needed to read, from Heidegger to Hegel to Sartre. But now that I'm old, I just like reading St. Gregory of Nyssa.
That's nice. That is,
yeah.
It would be nice. It would be nice to read someone. How does he write? Is it write nice? Is that part of it as well? Because it would be nice.
Yeah, he writes super nice. It's just very easy. I don't know how to say it, but it's not like David Hume. I don't know, like who's someone who writes beautifully.
Thomas Reed's quite nice.
It's almost like Nietzsche, but not
Nietzsche.
quite as
Nietzsche
not
writes,
quite as expressive.
Yeah,
I guess
Nietzsche's like I don't know. Nietzsche's a mixture of like life affirming and kind of sadness, isn't he? Like it's kind of a mix. But then again, like it depends on what Nietzsche you're reading. Like it is.
No, I mean, like Carl Jung, he wrote a ginormous book about psychoanalyzing Nietzsche, by the way. And one of the great points he makes in that book is he says Nietzsche's kind of weird, this life-affirming philosopher. Then in the Thus Spoke Zarathustra, he says he's a rope dancer, right? Then a rope dancer falls to his death right next to him, right? And he lugs around the rope dancer's body and then curses it and basically leaves it behind, right? And Jung says that tells you a lot about Nietzsche's psychology, right? Which I tend to agree with. Carl Jung has this great quote. He says something like, Nietzsche was a philosopher who fell into the depths far greater than himself.
Yeah, I would agree, but I think that's why I think he's like the sort of life affirming aspect is probably like in many ways it's kind of radical. And if you look at the way, and like it's a lot of it is cope, right? It's kind of cope with it's almost like he kind of affirms.
No, it's literally a cope.
Yeah.
No, it's literally a cope.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. I mean, like because he kind of affirms the metaphysics of Schopenhauer. I mean, and I mean, I don't know how the fuck. Like, I mean, like Schopenhauer's metaphysics. Like Schopenhauer, just think that's depression, right? I don't.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Like the thing is like it comes to a point. It's like, are you even doing philosophy anymore, or is this just Like, is this like, maybe you just need like a fucking a tablet or something at this point. Like, I'm not one for a pill to fix an ill, but like maybe he's just go outside. Like, but his relations to other people and everything, right? Like, but like, I mean, that's kind of it, right? The way that they understood themselves was like very very antisocial. I think that like sort of the bedrock of the philosophical tradition there is actually necessarily antisocial, because I mean, in many ways, like, which I think is inherited from Kant, but like will not, like, I don't think Kant was antisocial because Kant's actually pro-social, but like couldn't defend. He's sort of like the whole point of what they're doing is to say like, yeah, but you can't defend that, can you, with this metaphysical like system? So like they end up with like Schopenhauer draws this distinction between the will and the representation, such that like the moral law is no longer in effect, and we're not able to actually have a real telos, and it's just fucking misery. And then
I mean, it really is a cope. I mean, just look at he so radically criticizes Plato that he loses participation. And what is participation? It's the way that we transform our lives and become better people, right? But without transformation, right? What does Nietzsche have? All he has left is just laughing at himself, undermining himself, constantly contradicting himself, and he thinks this is a kind of self-transcendence because it's all he has left, right? All he has left for self-transcendence is just like destroying himself. That's it.
Well, that's it. Like, remember, it's like a destroying yourself to remake yourself in your own image. It's like this weird kind of like narcissism as well that's sort of implicit there, and that's what I'm saying. It's like antisocial. And the thing is that it's kind of weird. Like, you've got to remake yourself in your own image, but you can't remake yourself in relation to the image that you've rejected, such that it is an imitation of what you were. It's a radical renewal of the self. And I think this is
exactly. And in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, he laughs at people who can reinvent themselves, right? So he really is just always laughing at it. Like, he really is just always undermining himself, because that's all he can do.
Yeah,
that's
no, I think in general, like, I think that if you look at like how radical this gets, I think, like, towards the end of like the genealogy, he says, like, he starts talking, even in the way in which he relates to sort of truth and even logic, starts to form a point in which, and I think this is partly why I think Jung is going to say, like, essentially his philosophy lost his mind. Like, he lost his mind quite a lot because of his philosophy. And I think it's because of, in relation to how he actually perceives his identity, is like how he perceives truth and his identity is something that is, and even the sort of fundamental tenets of thought and logic seem to be something that need to be overcome, such that it's like his very thinking is the thing that needs to be destroyed, such that he can reinvigorate himself and renew himself as almost like a new ego. And that's why he kind of has this affinity towards Buddhism, where he kind of sees like Buddhism as not anywhere near as bad as something like Christianity, because it is essentially affirming the same sort of it's affirming the sort of self-destructive self-affirmation mission that he's on, except like without the extra step where he says like you need to kind of go through the self-destruction of the ego, it seems, to sort of create a new ego which has not been influenced by any way by other individuals, but is only a sheer act of your own will. But it's worth mentioning that he sort of sees this as like a kind of utopian goal. Like, we often see him as saying like this is it, but it's almost like he kind of accepts that this is impossible, right? Like, or
it's like a utopia of war almost.
Yeah,
right.
It's just and the thing is that and so he resides himself to this idea of like the higher man, and the higher man isn't like anywhere. It's sort of just an acceptance of, like, there is going to be like some misery there, but you're going to find essentially meaning, or rather find as much meaning as you can get without actually sort of rising to a point of sort of divinity. It's kind of weird. It's like Nietzsche's a weird one. Like, he actually is like such a weird, like, and I do think a lot of it is cope, and I think it makes sense when you think of how sickly he was and like, you know, the stuff that he's like, when you think of his life and he's like a relation to himself, like it must have sucked, right? It must have like kind of sucked to be so sickly throughout his life. And you know, like and he was a genius and stuff, but I think in many ways it's sort of like he seems to be self-isolated, like push off from other people very hard. Same with Schopenhauer, seems to push off from other people very hard. The way he looks at people, even when he's talking about how people like, you know, this idea of like when he talks about sadism, man, and like how sadism can be like, because like there's nothing like basically with, but why would there be anything wrong with sadism? What's wrong with enjoying sadism? And even in it, there's a kind of bitter resentment where he's talking about, let's say when he's talking about like vultures and like, what is it? No, like eagles killing the lambs and stuff. He's like, well, why wouldn't the eagles laugh about how about they killing the lambs and stuff like that? And there's sort of like a bitterness that almost just comes through all the time. Like
yeah, I mean, if you wanna read someone in mania, just read the Antichrist. I mean,
yeah, that guy's not cool.
That's like one of his last books, and he's absolutely lost the plot.
Yeah, like the later we get, like that's the thing. Like the later it goes, the worse it gets. Like it does. Like, but I mean, at the same time, McIntyre calls him a hero. He's like, he's a true philosophical hero. Like he really lived his philosophy, man. Like it's not like this sort of like Humean bullshit. You know, he's like, it's not like I go outside and pretend.
I walked out and I just thought about chasing women.
Yeah, he actually lived it. He believed it, and I think that's true. I mean, for better or for worse, maybe he should have like actually just went. Maybe it would have been better if he had have been a Hume, right? You know, but yeah, I mean, like at the same time, Nietzsche's got some. I think that it's kind of like I found a lot of fun arguing against Nietzsche in university. I think that it was like, you know, Nietzsche provided like Nietzsche's negative takes, I think, were like, and his rejection of people like Kant and stuff. When I was like a Kantian at the time, I found that sort of like, you know, defend Kant against Nietzsche was like fun to do. So he has his sort of place, and I'm glad that he existed. You know what I mean? And at the same time, I kind of blame him for a lot of our fucking problems. Like, you know, especially with edgy, like the influence of Nietzsche and Marx has totally fucked up Western academia. Like,
yeah, the hermeneutics of suspicion. Yeah,
it just needs to go away. Like at the same time, you need the skepticism, but that was already there. We didn't need more. We certainly didn't need more skepticism than Kant. Kant already went too far. So like, do we really need like the Nietzsche and the Nietzsche, the Schopenhauers, the you know, and then Marx as well. Like, it just seems that it's just caused so much fucking problems in Western society.
Yeah. You know, I like to say I love Nietzsche because of like he has like a lot of wisdom in what he says. But you know, when he starts yapping about will to power, that's just where everything goes wrong.
He was best, right? I think he was best in The Birth of Tragedy. That was
my favorite book of his is The Joyful Wisdom. That's personally mine, especially what is it? The fourth part. I love that part, but yeah, I mean he's absolutely lost it. You know, when it comes to will to power, and
well, the will to power as well. That was like
that was most central topic.
A lot of that was like compiled. That was like a compiled, like the actual like work was like compiled, wasn't it? Like it wasn't even.
Yeah, sort of, it was a compilation.
Yeah,
you know, he does use the term, and actually. The last work in which he doesn't use the term is The Joyful Wisdom, which is interesting when I learned that, because after The Joyful Wisdom he starts using the term will to power. I just think that's funny because that's my favorite book. So it's like the last book before he went absolutely over the edge.
But I think the whole point of him going over the edge was the Dionysian. Because the will to power, unlike the Apollyon Dionysian sort of relation, is like before he had this relationship where he sort of respected the Apollyon values, and then he just rejects them more and more, like where he just and then his hatred of Christianity just sort of builds more and more, and then ultimately he just becomes this sort of like self-pleasing. And it's sort of like it's like hedonism, or right, even this, it's not even like kind of hedonism, but it kind of is. It's like this kind of like primordial hedonism, right? Like it's kind of weird. And like against sort of it almost feels like he's rallying against reason in the end, where like and I think that this is, you know, you see this in like you know, like in a kind of psychoanalytic take. It's like if someone is like sort of psychotic for Lacan, it's like a kind of rejection of the moral signifier, such that like what sends them into psychosis is like and the moral signifier is essentially like the name of the father, like Lacan calls it. It's the relationship of restriction of desire, and it seems that that's exactly what kind of marks the Nietzschean sort of downfall. Is like he becomes more radically antisocial, like as time goes on, to the point in which he's justifying desires which are more and more sadistic, more and more like the way that he perceives truth and the way that he perceives subject into relation is such that we have to sort of will ourselves more radically away from others more and more. And then I think there's a sick irony in the fact that I think this sort of marks it, like the sort of, it's supposed to that, like, what is it? Like he lost his mind when seeing a horse whipped and he went to intervene. Right? So it's almost as if and this is the kind of Lacanian point of like being met with the moral signifier, where he's been met with something which he actually finds repugnant. And his whole thing is like, as well in this rallying against himself, is this fucking hatred of his own guilt. Right? And the fact he's like, if he could only free himself from his own fucking guilt. And so he's like, he sort of wants to free himself, like absolutely from his superego, right? No, and that's why he wants to destroy the ego, so he could just sort of imbue himself into like this sort of will to power, right? And it just seems like he's recognizing that he can't do it because it's almost like in that moment he caught himself doing something selfless. And he loses his fucking mind, right? Like, that's the like the point in which he could not possibly be himself, and have performed that action. Yet that action seems to be the most authentic expression of himself. You know, that he was actually repulsed by it, that he did actually want to intervene. I mean, that's a very like sort of speculative take. You know, like I'm obviously I'm sort of supposing a lot there. But you know, I do wonder, like, is that what's happened? Like, you don't have to suppose a lot. I mean, we know Nietzsche hated Christianity because he hated his father, right? That's the main reason he hated Christianity. So I don't think you have to do a lot of work to find out that his philosophy led to his insanity. Yeah, you're probably right. But at the same time, I think there's worth saying, like, I mean, just in terms of like, why did that specific moment sort of trigger it, right? Because it has to be like causative in itself. Like it's like there was something about that moment. And it's like, even if it's the culminate, like the straw that broke the camel's back kind of thing, there has to be something about it where it's like, because that's the point where it's sort of like the break seems to have happened, right? Yeah. I mean, he like, I think the way they said it is like, he seemed pretty normal. Like, yeah, he was kind of manic and got a lot of headaches, but no, he just seemed like he normally does, right? And then he went out for a walk, and then that horse thing happened, and then people just like found him like absolutely insane. That's like a fairly unique thing, right? yeah, I think it is. I've never heard that happening before in my life. Like you know, it's like someone goes out for a walk, and it's like, right, like have you seen John, because he's actually barking like a dog, like. You know, and it's like, yeah, it's like as though like I walked out of my house today and someone just like found me on the street naked, like. Yeah, like that's the kind of shit you usually hear in somewhere like California or Miami or something, involving like bath salts. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. And I don't think Nietzsche took bath salts. I don't think, maybe Nietzsche did take, but maybe I've got it all wrong. And Nietzsche was just one huge fucking crackhead or something. Like he's all about meth. Like that's we've just looked into this all. Well, like what Adam. The world of power is just an analogy of meth. It's all meth. Oh man, but no, like before I go, and I bet it's kind of late for you. I wanted to say, I think it was yesterday. You had a conversation with a Kantian named Marty.
yesterday?
Yes, Marty. Yeah, he philosophy chat. He runs he runs the philosophy chat on Discord. It's huge. It's like 20,000 people.
Dang. Yeah, no, I kind of wanted to say it's interesting because Kantians and Hegelians, right? I'm not in either position, but I've always held that I felt like Hegel is in a more certain position than Kant. Because I definitely feel as though the noumenal distinction, even though I don't see it as a two-world mythology, the way he presents it in the Transcendental Aesthetic, I think the way that he starts going on about it in the Transcendental Logic and Method absolutely makes it a two worlds mythology, right? Because once he unveils that the Transcendental Logic is a dialectical logic, right? He's eventually going to say that dialectic only happens in the phenomena, not in the noumena.
Yeah, he has to basically say that objects, right? So that you have the world in which you can posit any reasons, right? And then you have the world in which you can't posit reasons, right? And to the point in which in a Leibnizian sense, right? And he wants to affirm like the principle of sufficient reason, right? So like in a Leibnizian sense, like what the fuck marks the demarcation between anything? Like how can we even say this exists? It's just wild. I don't think that it's like, I mean, I don't think it's coherent. Like, I don't actually think that it makes sense to even posit this. Like, because I'm like, and Hegel doesn't either. Like, so maybe I'm just biased in that, and I'm like, I'm just agreeing with Hegel, and I'm just like, well no, that he's like, one, like that doesn't seem to make sense. You're positing something which you can't posit anything about, and you
because I don't think Kantians grasp the like weight of Fichte's critique, which the German idealist kind of grasped, right? Which is the weight of Fichte's thing is if you just assume transcendental idealism, which is a kind of epistemic claim, that's only where the dialectic is happening, right? Then really it's not that the pneuma phenomenal realm is itself an arbitrary distinction, but it becomes arbitrary with dialectics because really there is no purpose of you saying dialectic is only happening in the phenomenal realm, right? If the kind of noumena kind of makes us have conceptual episodes, if Fichte is saying then the argument you use against God is the same argument I'll use against noumena, right? And what's the argument Kant uses against God? Well, it's the transcendental logic, right? It's the idea that we're only reasoning about appearances in the phenomenal realm, right? And therefore we can't get to God.
Yeah, because existence isn't a predicate then, yeah.
Yeah. And then he says, and so therefore God, we can never prove God exists. And Fichte says, well, we can say the same thing about the noumena, right?
Yeah.
You can't say there's something like an uncogitated object, right, in dialectics, because that just doesn't make any sense, right?
But he has to.
You said it in your argument against God's existence, right?
And this is the thing, though. Like, I know Epic was on here because he's reading Kant at the minute, and he was talking about how he's affirming like objects in the noumena and stuff like that. So Kant actually, and this is the thing, Kant has to affirm object. He has to affirm the subject in the noumena, yet can't actually provide an explanation of how any of this works, but says that this is necessary. So like,
yeah,
it's like he kind of already knows that there's a problem, like at least he should know.
And this is really apparent in the Critique of Judgment.
Yeah,
I mean, he really sees this problem with purposiveness and stuff like that. Because I mean, what does Kant almost say? He almost says like something like beauty is like the noumena seeping into our experience, right? And yeah, I mean, Fichte exactly points this out. It's like the Critique of Pure Judgment is where like Kant's philosophy starts waning.
Yeah,
right? You can see that he sees that there's no account for this at all. Yeah. Why there's a dialectic in here, but no dialectic outside.
Well,
right?
That's. I mean, like the way that Fichte. I think Fichte has his own problems in the sense that he does sort of still suppose this.
Oh yeah, Fichte has his own problems.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, and the way, like, I think, and I mean, I very much like. I really like Schellen's rebuke of Kant, which is just like, how does the self come out of itself was it how does the noumenal self come out of its how does the self come out of itself to cause itself? Such that like and I really like that, just because it's just it's sort of like and this is like what the sort of what I think is the same thing as what we've really been speaking about, is just, you know, the if we understand that there is this sort of that reasons almost do not exist in the noumena, then if reasons do not exist in the noumena but are a prerequisite for Kantian freedom, right? Then it's like, okay, so what actually marks the freedom there? Like, how do you even give an account of the freedom? Because you're going to have to say that the freedom is something, right? Like, you're going to have to say that there is like a rational, like almost like the bringing in of the categories was for the purpose of a teleology, which I think Fichte does like sort of picking up on. And Schellen's basically saying that you're not given an account of you can't give an account of the activity in the noumena to say that it actually was in any way, shape, and form essentially rational to found your reasons for asserting the existence of the noumena to justify your reasons. So it's like this is a mess. Like, this is just, you are presupposing a lot. Like all of your philosophy is a presupposition, or like justified by one massive presupposition, and if we follow it to its logical course, it doesn't seem to lead to your philosophy. So how would you like sort of account for that? And like the idea was like Kantians couldn't, and so like and I think that's the case. Really, I don't think they can.
No, they can't. I mean, yeah, again, right there, it's just, you kind of pointed that out, especially with the self, right? Because Kant sees a self as a dialectic, right? But fundamentally, what is it transcendentally? It's somehow not a dialectic, right? Well, hold on, I thought the transcendental was a dialectical logic, right? So how is that working out for you, right? Are you kind of squaring those two things together, right? And that's kind of the brilliance of Hegel, you might say.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think that's what Hegel's really trying to do. That's like, he's trying to bring the self back to itself such that it can actually, and this is like kind of like when I'm talking to Marty, where it's like, where like, I'm like, you know, you've lost like, you sort of the foundations of your reason. Like, and I'm trying to say, you know, like, he's saying like, you know, it's found internally, and he's saying it's an internalist. And I'm like, yeah, but you're also presupposing something which makes that internality in an intelligible sort of whole, or an intelligible or like true in itself, right? And you're not able to actually grasp that such that that reason can become aware of itself, of or at least of its own, aware of itself, of its own sort of rational conditions. And it's like, well,
yeah, because how does he know the self exists? He knows it exists transcendentally, right?
Like,
but what is transcendental? It's dialectical, right? That's the whole problem, right? That's that's basically what I just heard you say, right? It's like somehow, right? It's not dialectical in itself. There's a kind of noumenal self, which is not dialectical.
Yeah.
Right. Somehow we know the self by a kind of dialectic that's happening, right? And somehow that's what grounds the self, the noumenal self, through this dialect. I mean, it just stops making sense.
It does just stop making sense. It really does. It's like, I mean, I agree, right? But like, you tell me if you can convince Marty, man. Like, you're welcome to come. I'll arrange a conversation between you and Marty, and you two can battle it out. Because I don't feel like I can actually, like, I mean, like, I think, like, in general, like, I think, I don't know, like, I think it's weirdly how strong Kant's influence still is. Like, I think, like, as someone who like reads like, you know, sort of German idealism in this sense, I think of Kant as having had his place, you know, but not necessarily like a key figure that we should be looking to today. As essentially, like, I wouldn't call myself a Kantian. I have more respect for the thing is, like, Aristotle, I get, right? When people say I'm an Aristotelian, I can get that. I don't think there's anything where you go like, okay, like, Aristotle's system has like a major issue that that cannot be remedied, or like at least you could propose a remedy. But in this, it's like, how do you, like, I'm just wondering like what you would actually do to get out of this position. Like, I don't really think there's a way out in like internal to the philosophy, right? But then again,
no, and I think fundamentally that's why, I mean, in my opinion, that's why the neo-Kantians kind of died. I think they're mostly neo-Hegelians at this point.
you do get a lot of Hegelians now. Like it's growing, but I don't know, analytics. There seems to be a lot of analytics that seem to be like Kantians, isn't there? Like there's quite a few still kicking about, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a few, but like in general, like I think the reason other positions are more popular, like this isn't like a formal thing because I'm appealing to popularity, but like I think you get what I'm saying, right? I think the reason like Quine and Kripke and all this kind of doing philosophy by modalism is so popular, just because I think everyone kind of realizes Kant failed in some way in this regard. He can't account for what he wants to in the transcendental logic.
But but then I think he's inspired, like like I don't know how do you feel about like the sort of non-naturalism, or what do you think of the non-naturalism that's like sort of and the it seems that there's a lot of like, if for example, if I was to talk to an analytic philosopher who's a moral realist, they're probably not going to believe in God, and they're probably going to be a non-naturalist, right? That in my experience. What's your experience like?
Yeah, I definitely want to say they don't believe in God, right? If they're a moral realist. And do they believe in something like the categorical imperative? I don't know.
No, I don't think they believe in the categorical imperative, but I think they want to be non-naturalists. Like, as in, like, it's like good is a non-natural property. And I think that is that is part and parcel the sort of
that's Kantian influence.
Death blows of Kant, like the sort of the where it's like it's had, and even like more than
Kant. I never thought about that connection. That's a good connection.
And then even even not just so I think like there's Kant in that respect, and I think and Schopenhauer, and I think you can even see this in those that have been inspired by Wittgenstein and his phenomenalism. I mean, I have a lot more respect for Wittgenstein. I actually quite like Wittgenstein. I think he's got a lot of. I actually really like Wittgenstein. I mean, I don't agree with Wittgenstein's philosophy.
Yeah, especially in the philosophical investigations.
Yeah, the philosophical investigations, man.
That's just such a fun read.
It's the guy is actually like one of my mates is like a Wittgenstein. I'm gonna have to bounce in a second now because it's late. But like one of my mates is a Wittgensteinian, and he's like a professor at uni. And like it's like some of the most fun things I like like Wittgenstein's like an interesting author and stuff and his ideas, and in many ways like I find him like some of his concepts are really interesting. Like I like how he invented like truth tables and stuff, right? But like what I love about Wittgenstein more than all of his philosophical sort of like implications, like what he's actually produced, his works, is just how mad he was. The man was completely insane. Like he beat a child. So he went to World War One and stuff like that, and he was traumatized by World War One and that and stuff. But like he came out of World War One and stuff, and he was being like he's working as a teacher, and then he beat his he beat a student basically, and then like years later, like found the student, like the student's family, the house and everything. It walked in during breakfast, sat down at the breakfast table, and just started crying and apologizing to them.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely a little bit insane.
and there was like another one where he was having a philosophical argument with, I can't remember who it was. It was like another famous philosopher at the time, and he snaps a snooker cue and like goes at him, man. Like,
yeah, I think it was Karl Popper.
Was it Karl Popper? Like,
he had a debate with Karl Popper, and he threatened him with a stick or something like that.
Yeah, and then
yeah.
There's loads of stuff. Like he worked as he's perhaps one of the biggest philosophers at the time, right? where he's like, he's I think this is after he's the Tractatus, you know, he's basically a celebrity for the logical positivists in the Vienna Circle who he doesn't even care about. He doesn't give, like, you know, and he's an absolute Sigma, man. Like, he's working as a janitor in the university, and like no one knows that he's a janitor in a university, but he's actually a world famous philosopher. Like, the guy's completely mad. I love him. Like, he's completely mad.
Yeah. Yeah, there's also like this story where like his student, like one time Wittgenstein was sitting with a student and he pointed at a wall and he said, "That wall there, I'm gonna walk through it." And like the student said for like a second, I really thought he was gonna do it.
Just for a split second, it's like
just because of how insane it was.
Yeah, he does seem mad. All right, I'm gonna have to bounce, but thanks for coming on, man. It's been an interesting conversation. I'm definitely gonna have to go and go into some Neoplatonism. I'll pick up some Gregory of Nyssa as well, and just
yeah,
for a good time. But yeah, it's been fun, man. Thanks for coming on.
Sure, yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome on anytime, man. Take it easy.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Right, guys, I hope you enjoyed that conversation. And that I think it's like there's a sort of there's a pleasure in philosophy specifically that you know, once you start realizing how this actually relates to reality and you start engaging with it, you'll find the pleasure in it. I don't think you can kind of explain. It's like I can't explain the pleasure of gaming to you. Like, I suggest performing the practice of philosophy, engaging in it, and thinking about yourself, your life, those things that are going on, and then you'll find the pleasure in it, you know? But yeah, I hope you have enjoyed this stream. If you like to give it a thumbs up and all that. And yeah, I'm gonna bounce, guys. Thank you very much. And as always, try to gain some perspective.